Okay to? Okay to.
Good afternoon. Comsec, narinig niyo ako? Good afternoon. The joint meeting with the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability is hereby called to order.
Joint meeting with the Committee on Legislative Franchises is hereby called to order.
Please stand and let us offer a prayer for our frontliners.
Mabathalang pagpapala para sa mga COVID-19 frontliners. Isang panalangin. Panginoong Diyos, sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pakikipagdigma namin laban sa COVID-19 pandemic ay dumudulog kami sa iyo para sa iyong mabathalang pagpapala sa mga bayaning nangunguna sa amin sa labang ito. Ang mga doktor, nurse at iba pang medical professionals. Ang mga siyentipiko at iba pang dalubhasa sa larangan ng kalusugan. Ang mga opisyal at kawani ng pamahalaan, kasama na ang mga sundalo at mga pulis. Ang mga media practitioners. Ang mga manggagawa sa sektor ng pagkain. Ang mga manggagawa sa simbahan. At mga driver, gwardya at janitor. Sa tapang, katapatan at husay nila sa pagganap ng kanilang tungkulin sa paglaban sa COVID-19 pandemic, gantimpalaan mo po sila ng biyaya ng inyong pagsanggalang laban sa anumang kapahamakan at biyaya ng patnubay sa kanilang paglilingkod. Sa hirap ng katawan at isip na kanilang dinaranas dahil sa mga kakulangan at kahinaan ng sistemang pangkalusugan sa aming bansa, biyayaan mo po sila ng ginhawang madarama nila sa kanilang puso, ang ginhawang mula sa katotohanan dahil sa kanila ay nasasagip mula sa kamatayan marami. Sa pagsasakripisyo nila ng panahon at pagkakataon na makapiling, mayakap at mapangalagaan ang kanilang pamilya para makapaglingkod sa lipunan at sa mga biktima ng COVID-19, pagkalooban mo po sila ng biyaya ng pangangalaga sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay laban sa virus na kanila ring nilalabanan para sa iba. Sa hindi marapat at hindi makatarungang diskriminasyon na nararanasan ng marami sa kanila, pagkalooban mo po sila ng biyaya ng pangunawa sa kahinaan at kamalian ng iba at ng biyaya ng tibay ng loob na patuloy na maglingkod sa kabila nito at iba pang pagsubok. At sa marami sa kanila na nagbuwis ng buhay dahil sa pakikipaglaban sa COVID-19 pandemic, kupkupin mo po sila sa iyong kaharian at pawiin ang lungkot at pangungulila ng kanilang mga pamilya at kaibigan. Panginoong Diyos, basbasan mo ang mga COVID-19 frontliners upang hindi lamang sila patuloy na manguna sa amin sa pagsubok na ito, kung hindi patuloy rin silang maging uwaran namin sa pagiging bayani para sa iba at sa aming bayan. Gawaran mo po, Panginoong Diyos, ng iyong mabathalang pagpapala ang mga anak mong COVID-19 frontliners dahil sila ay tunay na daluyan ng iyong pagkalinga at pagmamahal sa amin. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Good afternoon. This is our 6th joint meeting with the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. I am co-presiding with Chairperson Jonathan C. Alvarado via Zoom to continue hearing the issues related to the franchise application of ABS-CBN. Since this is a continuing meeting in which I suspended the proceedings last Thursday, the Secretariat will just record the attendance of the members in the plenary and those in Zoom. The COMSEC is now hereby directed to acknowledge our guests and resource persons.
Good afternoon. We acknowledge the presence of our guests and resource persons from the Office of Solicitor General, Assistant Surgeon Gilbert Medrano. From SEC, we have General Counsel Romuald Padilla. From NTC, we have Commissioner Gamaliel Cordova, DevCom Edgardo Caballos, and Engineer Alvin Blanco of the Chief Broadcast Division. From DOJ, we have Assistant Secretary Nicolas Felix T. From CCGG, we have Director Stephen Panchuling and Commissioner John Agbayani. From Philippine Stock Exchange, we have Attorney Ruel Lafran, COO. From ABS-CBN, we have Mr. Martin Lopez, Chairman, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, President and CEO, Ms. Socorro B. Vidanes, COO for Broadcast, Mr. Raymond Miranda, Chief Strategy Officer, Attorney Enrique Quiason, Corporate Secretary, Attorney Cherry Cruz, Attorney Herminio Zaita, Attorney Cynthia Del Castillo, Attorney Aresio Rendor, and Attorney Cesar Poblador. Via Zoom, we have Attorney Mario Bautista, General Counsel, and Ms. Consuelo Lopez, Chief of Staff. From PICTAF, we have Mrs. Estrella Neng Juliano Tamano, Chairperson, and Attorney Stanley Cabrera, Legal Counsel. From PCTA, we have Mr. Ralph Casino, Chairman, and Mr. Jose Luis Dabao, President.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman Defensor.
May I move, Mr. Chairman, that we dispense with the reading and approval of the minutes of the hearings on the 1st of June and the 3rd of June 2020, copy of which were given to us, Mr. Chairman. I so move.
Mr. Chair, so second.
Yes, Congressman Suarez.
I second the motion of Congressman Mike Defensor.
Thank you, Congressman Suarez. There's a motion to dispense with the minutes of our last hearing and duly seconded. Hearing no objections, the motion is carried. Sa bahagi po ng Blue Ribbon Committee o ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, akin pong binabati ang ating mga miyembro, panauhin at resource persons sa plenaryo at via Zoom sa pagpapatuloy ng ating pagpupulong ngayong tanghali. Muli, tayo po ay napapanood via Facebook page ng House of Representatives.
Ngayon pong hapon ay nasa pangatlo at pang-apat na tayong issue ng aligasyong paglabag ng konstitusyon sa konstitusyon ng ABS-CBN. Unang-una, whether or not the acquisition of ABS-CBN by the Lopez family after the EDSA revolution was pursuant to the Constitution, and whether or not the ABS-CBN application violated the 50-year constitutional limitation for franchise. Pagkatapos po nito, tayo pa pupunta sa mga alleged violations ng ABS-CBN sa dati nitong prangkisa, ang Republic Act 7966. Una po dito, ang di umano'y paggamit ng multiple channels sa isang prangkisa na walang permit galing sa NTC. Nahati po ito sa tatlong usapin. Ang una po, whether or not ABS-CBN violated the terms of its franchise by offering its TV Plus boxes for a one-time free but using the free-to-air signal granted through its franchise and at no cost to it. Pangalawa, whether or not ABS-CBN violated the terms of its franchise by offering pay-per-view in its TV Plus boxes channels using the free-to-air signal granted to its franchise and at no cost to it. Pangatlo, whether or not the bills filed for the ABS-CBN franchise application containing multiple channels is an implicit admission of the violation of its previous franchise provision of one franchise, one channel provision.
Salamat, Chairman Chigoy. Sa usapin ng ABS-CBN, pawang katotohanan lamang ang nais nating mahanap upang sa gayon ay magkaroon tayo ng patas na pagdinig sa hapong ito. Bibigyan natin ang ABS-CBN ng pagkakataong makapaglahad ng kanilang panig na susundan naman ng pagtatanong ng ating mga miyembro. Mula po sa pinag-usapan natin noong Huwebes, atin pong bibigyan muli ng tig-3 minuto si Deputy Speaker Marcoleta at si Congressman P.D. Barsaga para tapusin ang kanilang pagtatanong hinggil sa issue ng PDRs. Ito po ay sa kadahilanan na hindi nasagot ng ABS-CBN ang kanilang mga tanong nung nakaraan po natin na hearing. Susundan naman po ito ng pagsusuma nila Kong Ed Selagman at pagkatapos naman po ay ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor na bibigyan po natin ng tig-5 minuto patungkol pa rin po sa PDRs. Matapos nito ay tatalakayin na po natin ang unang usapin na kung ang pagkakalipat at pagmamayari ba muli ng ABS-CBN matapos ang EDSA Revolution ay naaayon sa ating konstitusyon. Mayroon na po tayong 19 o 19 na membro na nagpalista upang sila ay makapagtanong. Atin naman pong pinapasalamatan ang lahat ng ating mga kasamahan na sa kanilang pagpapanatili ng order nung nakaraang pagdinig. Kung mapapansin po natin, walang nag-iringan, walang nag-away, at lahat po ay nagbigay ng tamang respeto sa ating mga miyembro at sa ating mga bisita nung nakaraang pagdinig. Maraming salamat po. Muli po ang pagpapaalala na iwasan po natin ang pag-uulit ng mga tanong at sundin po natin ang takdang oras ng pagtatanong na pinagkaloob sa atin ng ating mga committee. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Chair Jonathan. At ngayon, para balikan natin ang PDRs, ating pong tinatawag si Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Pero bago po natin i-recognize si DS Marcoleta, the Chair would like to recognize Congresswoman Claudine Bautista para sa kanyang maikling manifestation. Congresswoman Bautista.
Ayan. Sorry, I had to wait to be unmuted, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Chikoy. Good afternoon, Chairman Jonathan Alvarado, and to my colleagues in Congress and to our resource persons. Before we proceed with the interpellation for today's issues, I'd just like to make a short manifestation in the motion. Based on the documents submitted by ABS-CBN and the presentations made on the PDR issue, it appears that Lopez Incorporated and by extensions, Lopez Holdings Corporation, formerly Benpress Holdings Corporation, both hold substantial shares and or interest in ABS-CBN Corporation. I have come to learn that Benpress Holdings Corporation, now called Lopez Holdings Corporations, which was given rights over a considerable number of ABS-CBN Corporation shares, benefited from a large condonation or write-off by the Development Bank of the Philippines, along with other companies controlled by the Lopez Company. To be exact, the loans amounted to 1.6 billion pesos. Thus, I move that this committee include this matter as one of the issues to be tackled specifically, whether or not ABS-CBN and the Lopez Group of companies unjustly benefited from the loans condoned by the Development Bank of the Philippines to the prejudice of this government. In the same vein, I also move that an invitation be issued to the DBP for their representatives to testify on this write-off or condonation and to submit to this committee all relevant documents regarding the same. Mr. Chair, to my colleagues in Congress, we are trying to decide whether or not ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation deserves to be granted a new franchise, which is not only a great privilege, but also a great responsibility, seeing that it carries with it a great deal of influence over the public. So I think it is only reasonable and prudent on our side in the Congress that to make this determination, we also have to look into the legitimacy of the activities of its major stockholders and its affiliated companies, because these entities are the ones in control of the company. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Vice Chairman Defensor.
Let me just clarify. There are two motions made by the Honorable Bautista. First is
Yes.
to include the issue as regards the condonation, to include it as one of those that will be taken up, the condonation of loans granted by the Development Bank of the Philippines to Lopez and Lopez-related companies. And the number two motion, Mr. Chair, is to invite the DBP and also the documents that are pertinent to the issues she raised, Mr. Chair. With those motions, Mr. Chair, I second the motion of the Honorable Bautista.
There is a motion and it's duly seconded Hearing no objections, the committee secretary is hereby directed to add the two motions of Congressman Dindi Bautista. Yun pong dalawang motion niya na panibagong topic po natin o dagdag na usapin ay isasama na po natin dito po sa talakayan, ngunit hindi po ngayong araw na ito. Congressman Dindi Bautista, kung okay po.
Yes. Yes, Chair. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I fully understand that we have a lot of topics to discuss today. So in the next hearings, Mr. Chair.
Hearing no objections, the motions are approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair would like to recognize now Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I'd like to ask for, I think, more time, considering that the issue of Philippine depository receipts is not only complicated, but I think it is very, very technical. And if we want our people to be able to benefit from this hearing, I am sure, Your Honor, I will not be able to complete my part today if I will be given only 3 minutes. I would suggest, Your Honor, with the leniency of...
Gaano karaming minuto po ang kailangan po ninyo, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta?
I will be able to wind up maybe, Your Honor, in 10 minutes.
Okay.
I would yield my time to the Honorable Marcoleta, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Remulla. At 3 minutes mo at 3 minutes ni Congressman Remulla ay 6 minutes. Kung 10 minuto po ang kailangan mo, ay bibigyan ko po ng pagkakataon. Meron po bang gusto sa inyong magtanong sa parte po ng mga pro-ABS-CBN? Congressman Zarate, gusto mo po bang bibigyan kita ng 4 na minuto ngayong araw na ito?
We will just reserve our right to ask questions later coming from...
Sige po. Dahil po bibigyan ko po kayo ng dagdag na 4 na minuto, ay bibigyan ko po mamaya sa pagtatanong po ng pro ng karagdagan naman na 4 na minuto para po masigurado natin na patas ang ating pagdinig ngayong araw na ito. Yes, Vice Chairman Suarez.
Mr. Chair, my name is also written there as one of those that will be asking questions to ABS-CBN. But if Congressman Marcoleta needs more time, I am more than willing to give him my allocation.
Yung pagkakalista po ng pangalan mo ay hindi po patungkol sa PDRs. Iyan po ay patungkol sa pagkakabalik ng ABS-CBN matapos po ang EDSA Revolution. Kaya po ang iginagrant ko lang po ay kay Congressman Remulla at magbibigay po ako ng karagdagang 4 na minuto para sa mga pro-ABS sa oras naman ng kanilang pagtatanong sa susunod po na issue. Para po patas po ang ating pagdinig ngayong araw na ito. Yes, Congressman Marcoleta, you have your 10 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Ito po kasing usapin ng Philippine Depository Receipts ay minamatuwid po ng ABS-CBN sa kanilang mga paunang pananalita na magkaiba naman yung Philippine Holdings Corporation at saka yung ABS-CBN Corporation bilang isang broadcasting company. Ang sinasabi po nila, ang gawain ng Philippine Holdings at ang kanilang kontrata sa mga holders nila ay kanilang personal na usapin. Walang kinalaman ng ABS-CBN. Magiging tama po sana yon, Mr. Chair, kung sa pagsusuri natin sa nakaraang mga pagdinig, hindi sana nagkaroon ng napakaraming kapangyarihan na ibinigay sa mga holders ng PDRs. Na kung susumahin natin, Mr. Chair, talagang mistulang may-ari na po yung holder ng PDRs. At magiging potential na rin po na impluensya para makalahok na rin sa pamamahala ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation na isa pong mahigpit na kabawalan ng ating saligang batas. Kahit na po sabihin na natin sa harap ng ating batas na ang isang kumpanya na itinatag ay merong hiwalay na personalidad sa iba at sa kanyang mga may-ari, tinatawag nga ito, Mr. Chair, na mga juridical person or juridical personality. Ang hindi po binanggit ng ABS-CBN, Mr. Chair, ay ang ating mga batas din ay nagbibigay ng isang mabisang remedyo na laganap sa ating jurisdiction. Ito po yung tinatawag na piercing the veil of corporate fiction. Ano po ito, Mr. Chair? Ito po ay isang datang ginagamit kung isang korporasyon na itinatag ay ginawa lamang para ito ay magamit sa maling gawain o kaya may layuning makaiwas o makaalpas sa mga pananagutan. Ang halimbawa po rito, Mr. Chair, ay isang kumpanya na nagkaroon ng napakaraming pagkakautang. Pagkatapos mayroong pang bayaring iba-iba katulad po ng mga sweldo ng kanilang mga manggagawa, mga bonus, mga benepisyo na hindi maibigay. Ang ginagawa po nila, babaguhin nila yung pangalan ng isang korporasyon para maging isang parang bago. Ang ibig sabihin nito, Mr. Chair, iiwasan nila yung pananagutan o mga legal na limitasyon sapagkat bago na nga yung korporasyon. Hindi po ito pinapayagan ng korte o ang ating batas, Mr. Chair. Ang mangyayari po nito, hihiwain po niya yung tabing o belo na nakatakip to sa bagong korporasyon na yon para yung kanyang katauhan ay malantad, mabalik sa dating kalagayan. Hindi po niya magagamit yung tinatawag na separate or distinct personality, kagaya po ng minamatwid ng ABS-CBN, sapagkat mayroong pananagutan o maling gawain na kanilang nagagawa. Ito po ang ibig sabihin ng piercing the veil of corporate identity. Ang maling paggamit po ng Philippine Deposit Receipts ng may-ari ng ABS-CBN ay pilit na itinatago sa pamamagitan ng belo na nakatakip at itinago bilang di umano'y hiwalay na korporasyon sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. Sa kanilang unang pagsasalita, Mr. Chair, nabanggit nila na wala namang bago yung PDRs. Ito'y ginagamit sa ibang panig ng mundo. Totoo po yun, Mr. Chair. Sapagkat sa ibang panig ng mundo, katulad ng Amerika halimbawa, wala naman pong requirement na 100% ownership ang kanilang mga broadcasting corporations o mga istasyon na radyo. Ang totoo pa nga po, Mr. Chair, 3 taon na nakararaan, pinayagan pa nga sa isang grupo ng mga broadcasters, 100% foreign ownership. Baligtad po. Hindi po kagaya sa atin. 100% Filipino ownership at saka yung kanyang pamamalakad. So, kailangan po nating magpakaingat. Kung halimbawa po yung PDRs, Mr. Chair, gagamitin doon sa mga regular na korporasyon na hindi humihingi at hindi hinahanap yung 100% ownership and management, baka sakali pong maluwag nating tatanggapin yun. May mga kumpanya na 60% lang. Kung advertising, hanggang 70% lang ang Filipino ownership. Pero dito po kasi, ang pagkakaiba, talagang 100% ang kinakailangan. Kaya nga po, yung paggamit ng Philippine Depositary Receipts sa ating pagsusuri ay sa tingin natin, sapagkat naarmasan na mabuti, naging mistulang may-ari na po yung holder ng Philippine Deposit Receipts at nakapag-i-impluwensya na rin sa mga hakbangin na pwedeng gawin ng ABS-CBN. Meron po tayong nakalap, Mr. Chair, sa ibang bansa, lalo na sa Amerika, kung paano ginagamit yung tinatawag nating piercing the veil of corporate fiction. Sa Florida po, tatanggalin po yung belong nakatakip sa isang korporasyon kung ito ay ginagamit ng isang alter ego lamang. Ano po yung ibig sabihin ng alter ego? Parang shell company. Parang kasangkapan lang. Ang ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, Mr. Chair, wala pong ibang gawain ito eh. Wala siyang ibang negosyo. Ang tanging ginagawa niya lang, mag-issue ng Philippine Depositary Receipts. Wala na pong iba. Ito po ay inaamin ng ABS-CBN sa maraming mga dokumento nila. Sa Alaska po, ginagamit po yung pag-aalis ng tabing o belo ng isang korporasyon pagka ito'y sobrang kinokontrol ng isang parent company o ito'y gumagawa ng gawaing nakalalabag sa batas. Sa Nevada, kung ang korporasyon ay pinamamahalaan bilang isang alter ego, ganun din po, at mayroong kaisahan sa interes at pagmimayari. Mamaya po, babanggitin ko po kung anong koneksyon ng maraming kumpanya na itatag ang mga Lopez Company, kung paano ng interes at pagmimayari ay talagang mayroong kaisahan. Sa New York po, ginagamit yung piercing the veil of corporate fiction kung ang shareholder po ginagamit ang korporasyon bilang isang ahente. Parang ganito rin po ang nangyari. Parang alter ego lang po yung ABS Holdings Corporation para makagawa ng mga bagay na sinasabi nating nakalalabag at nakapagpapaikot sa saligang batas. Sa Texas po, ginagamit din ito pagka-alter ego ng magulang na corporation at para maiwasan ang mga legal na limitasyon. Katulad po ng binabanggit natin. Ano po yung mga legal limitations? Bawal po yung hindi purong-purong Pilipino na magme-may-ari at mamamalakad ng kumpanyang may kinalaman sa mass media. Sa Pilipinas po, lahat ng ito'y ginagamit natin. Aralin po natin, Mr. Chair, yung mga subsidiaries ng ABS-CBN at ang relasyon ng bawat isang kumpanya sa ilalim nito. Sa pag-i-issue po sa transaction ng Philippine Depositary Receipts, ito pong Lopez Group of Companies na ito ay involved lahat. Una, Lopez Incorporated. Ito po yung ultimate parent. Pangalawa, Lopez Holdings Corporation. Pang-apat, ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Pang-apat, ABS-CBN Corporation. Ano po pagkakaugnay itong apat na ito? Ang Lopez INC ay pag-aari po ng apat na holding companies ng Eugenio Lopez Jr., Oscar Lopez, Manuel Lopez, Presentacion Lopez Sinakis. Ang Lopez Inc. ay pag-aari nitong apat na holding companies na kung tawagin ay Crosslaw Holdings Corporation, majority Filipino, Mantes Corporation, majority owner, Filipino, Creme Investment Corporation, Presta Holdings Company, Inc. Ang Lopez Incorporated naman po, Mr. Chair, ay nagme-may-ari ng ABS-CBN 54.42%. Siya rin po ang may-ari ng Lopez Holdings Corporation 54.4%. At ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation 60%. Dito lamang po makikita yung ABS Holdings Corporation, pag-aari po ng Lopez. Ang ABS-CBN, pag-aari din po ng Lopez, majority stockholders, pati po yung PCD Nominee Corporation, ito po yung depositary nung mga naibenta o na-issue mga Philippine Depositary Receipts. Alin po ang dalawang pag-aari ng PCD Nominee Corporation? Isa po sa pag-aari niya, Lopez Holdings Corporation. Makikita niyo, konektado na naman doon. 30.67% Pilipino, 9.89% non-Filipino. Pag-aari niya rin po ang ABS-CBN Corporation, 39.79%, pero wala pong distinction sa citizenship. So makikita po natin dito, Mr. Chair, kung hindi po nagre-rigo doon, naglalaro po ng patintero sapagkat puro po ito Lopez Group of Companies. Kapag ka po pinag-uusapan natin ang Philippine Depositary Receipts, kaya po nung una kong tinanong, nagsimula po kasi yung ABS Holdings Corporation, Mr. Chair, at ito po naman ay aaminin siguro ng ABS-CBN. Ang capitalization po nito 1,000 lang. Ulitin ko po, 1,000 piso lang. Ang kanila pong total shares of stock, 1,000. Sa makatwid po, ang par value ng isang share, piso lang. Nagsimula lamang po sa 1,000 piso. Makalipas po ang halos 5 buwan, pinangalanan po ito ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. At nakapag-issue na nga po ng 132 million PDRs. may katapat na 132 million shares of stocks na inilipat po ng Lopez Incorporated sa ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Tinanong ko po ano ang trato sa halagang halos 6 na bilyon sa libro ng ABS-CBN Holdings. Ang sabi po nila, ito po isang kapital. Malinaw po na binanggit nila. Kung ito po ay recorded sa books, hindi ko pa nga po alam, saang libro po kaya? Libro po ba ng ABS Holdings Corporation? Libro po ng Lopez Inc? O libro ng ABS-CBN? Tinrato po ninyo yung 6 billion bilang kapital. Saan pong libro na record yun? ABS-CBN? ₱46 po kasi ang value ng isang PDR. So, i-multiply po natin sa 132 million, 6 billion po yun. Ang huling tanong ko po na binitawan sa inyo, ano po ang trato ninyo? Anong entrada po yun sa libro? Kanino po libro? ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation? ABS-CBN Corporation? O libro po ng Lopez Incorporated?
Nung nilipat po ng Lopez Inc. yung 132 million shares ng ABS to ABS Holdings Corporation, parang liability lang po siya ng ABS Holdings Corporation to Lopez Inc. So nakabook po yun sa ABS Holdings Corporation as a liability.
Nag-iba po yung sagot ninyo. Kung natatandaan ko po, ang sinagot po ni Attorney Del Castillo, capital. Ngayon po, liability na naman. Ganito po yan eh. Kahit na po hindi ako accountant, ang pagkakaalam ko dyan, asset equals liability plus equity. Kung sasabihin po ninyong liability yan, edi babayaran po yan. Akala ko po ba security ang Philippine Depositary Receipts?
Ang nangyari ho dyan, nung nag-offer naman ho yung ABS Holdings Corporation ng PDRs, natanggap po niya yung proceeds at binayad niya sa Lopez Inc. yung proceeds ng PDRs.
E paano po nung i-transfer ng Lopez Incorporated yung mga shares of stocks underlying the PDRs? Nung i-transfer po, ano po siya ngayon?
Naging asset po siya ng ABS Holdings, pero ang counterpart po niya is a liability to Lopez Inc. Ngayon, binenta ho yung PDRs, nagka-pera ho si ABS Holdings, ginamit ho yung pambayad sa Lopez Inc. ng kanyang liability.
Nung binayad po, nung nirelease yun po yung mga common stocks, edi may bumaba po ngayon. Yung liability bumaba po. Kasi nag-transfer po kayo, di ba? Naging asset nung kabila. Ito po yung nagiging problema sapagkat napakahirap tuntunin po kung saan pumasok yung PDR, saan ginamit, paano na record. Kaya nga po, sa tingin ko, gagamitin po natin yung tinatawag nating piercing the veil of corporate fiction sapagkat dito lamang po natin matutuntun talaga yung daloy po ng mga transactions. ABS-CBN Holdings issued 100. Sino po nakakuha nitong pera nung 6 billion plus?
Lahat ho ng proceeds nagpunta muna ho sa ABS Holdings Corporation. At yun ang pinambayad sa pambili ng ABS Corporation shares.
So, paano po anong nangyari po sa Lopez Incorporated? Siya po kasi ang nag-transfer eh.
Nangyari ho, tinransfer niya ho, parang pautang muna, and then yung nagkaroon ho ng proceeds si ABS Holdings Corporation, binayaran ho niya si Lopez Inc. So, nabayaran ho yung utang. So, ang recording ho sa books niyan sa ABS Holdings Corporation is an asset.
So, talaga pong umiikot lamang sa mga kumpanya na ito. Tama po ba?
Legal naman ho yung pag-ikot. It's a business transaction.
Tsaka na po natin pag-uusapan kung legal o hindi. Umiikot lamang po, hindi po ba? Maliwanag po yun.
It was being transferred.
Okay. Doon po sa ABS-CBN Holdings financial ratios nyo as of December 31, 2018, ang total assets amounted to 18,863,784 with net revenues of 4,123,648. Paano po nagkaroon ng revenue samantalang ABS Holding ay isa lamang holding company?
May revenues ho yan sa mga sa dividends ho na nare-receive from ABS.
Paano po? Holding company lamang po siya eh.
Opo.
So bakit hindi po kayo nag-report ng gross revenue? Tinignan ko po kasi wala kayong gross revenue. Ano po yung sources ng revenue nyo?
Yung dividends ho na lang gagaling sa ABS-CBN Corporation na dinedeclare nila.
Parang hindi po tama na magkakaroon kayo ng revenue sapagkat holding company lamang po. Di bali po, tingnan mo.
Kung mamarapatin niyo po ang holding company
Ma'am,
po.
sandali lamang po para kasi baka maubos po yung... Yun pong trading ng Philippine Depositary Receipts, sabi po ng ABS-CBN Corporation, meron siyang unrealized loss as of December 31, 2018 in the amount of 863,174. ABS-CBN consolidates the financial of its subsidiaries, but ABS-CBN Holdings is not a subsidiary. Pero ito po ay 60% na pagmamay-ari ng Lopez, Inc. So paano po tinatrato yung PDRs sa libro ng ABS-CBN?
Up to 2006 is treated as an asset. But since 2006 na there was a new international accounting standard that de-recognizes that asset.
Ano po yun? International Accounting Standard?
May international accounting standard ho noong 2006 na inadopt ng Philippines which de-recognizes the PDRs.
Pero yung accounting standard na yan po, meron din pong sinasabi na merong control dyan kapag umabot ka ng about 25% hanggang 50%. Tama po ba yun?
Hindi po yun yung standard na ginagamit, yung ibang standard.
So paano po yung fluctuation sa fair value ng Philippine Depositary Receipts ng ABS? Paano po nire-record yung fluctuation? Sapagkat ang sabi niya merong loss eh.
Ngayon ho, dahil de-recognize na siya, hindi ho nare-reflect yun sa books ng ABS Holdings. But that was up to 2006. Before 2006, that was reflected in the books and in the financial statements.
Kung yun pong PDR holders nag-exercise ng option para doon sa delivery ng underlying shares, ito po bang mga shares na to were indeed issues by ABS-CBN Corporation? Kasi po, 1992 nasa IPO na kayo, hindi po ba?
That's correct, sir.
Nagbayad po ba kayo ng 1/2 of 1%? O 5% o 10% ng capital gains tax? Alin po doon ang binayaran ninyo?
Noong 1992, parang ang tanda ko, wala pa hong IPO tax. But every time there's a cross or a sale in through the stock market, the stock transaction tax will be paid.
ABS-CBN Holdings, Mr. Chair, shows in its financial reports that the obligation to deliver the underlying shares to the PDR holder is secured by the pledge of shares in favor of security agent acting on behalf of its PDR holder. How does the PCD, ito po yung security holder, hindi po ba? Ito po yung Philippine Central Depositary. Ito po yung holder, sabi po kasi ni Atty. Del Castillo nung huli tayong...
Totoo po yan.
Okay. How does the PCD vote on the underlying shares?
Ang PCD po is just a custodian. Sila lang po hawak ng mga PDRs.
Alam ko po yun, pero
Hindi
sila po yung pinaglalagakan ng depositary receipts.
Opo, opo.
Sinong bumoboto doon?
Sila po ay may kapangyarihang bumoto kung
Ano po?
kakailangan.
Ano po?
Sila po ay may kapangyarihang bumoto kung kakailanganin.
Yung nominee po ang bumoboto?
Kasi po may power sila to...
Wala
shares.
pong instruction yung holder ng PDRs?
Depende po sa instructions ng PDR holder.
Yun nga po. Pero nanggagaling po yung instructions doon sa may-ari ng PDR. Isa
Tama
po
po
kasi
yun.
sa kapangyarihan na binigay ninyo yun eh.
Tama po yun.
Kaya po, sabi nga natin, kahit na hindi sila bumoboto, but they can direct and cause or even influence the kind of vote that the nominee will do. Yun po.
Hindi po yung...
Does this pledge give the assurance that the underlying shares are not delivered to non-Filipino PDR holders? Halimbawa po, siya po yung may hawak nun eh, may pledge eh. Sigurado po bang hindi nakakaalpas yun at hindi na ibebenta sa hindi Pilipino?
Hindi po. Kasi pag naka-pledge po, hindi po pwedeng ibenta.
Paano po ninyo nalalaman na kayo po ba'y nagmo-monitor nun? Meron po ba kayong strict?
Kasi violation po yan ng
Alam po natin, pero sinasabi natin, paano kayo, gano'n nyo nalalaman na namomonitor ninyo? Meron po ba kayong mechanism?
May regular reporting po yan.
Kayo po ang nakakatingin?
Hindi po. Ang pledge po ang...
O kaya nga po, pero wala kayo doon para tingnan na siguradong hindi nabebenta sa mga hindi Pilipino. Tama po?
Fiduciary obligation po kasi yan, so hindi po pwedeng i-breach.
According to 2018 financial statements of ABS-CBN Corporation, yung pong preferred shares ninyo are convertible to common shares. On November 15, 1992, yung mga stockholders po ninyo, inimyendahan yung articles of incorporation at nireclassify ninyo 200 million unissued shares with a par value of 1 peso into preferred shares of 20 cents per share. Assuming po, Mr. Chair, na in-exercise po yung Philippine Depositary Receipts at saka yung common shares po ay hindi magkasya, kulang-kulang. Is it possible that the preferred shares will be converted to meet the required common shares?
Hindi po.
Bakit po?
Yung PDRs are only exercisable into common shares. That's in the...
Ano po yung value nung pagkaka-convert naman nila into common shares? Kasi po nagkulang na nga eh.
Hindi po convertible yung preferred shares into common shares. They're just ordinary preferred shares, Your Honor.
Eh, ito po kasi yung nakalagay sa inyong audited financial statement 2018.
Wala po kaming ganung nakalagay sa audited financial statements. Na
Kung
convertible yung
sakasakali
preferred
po
shares.
sakasakali pong maipakita ko sa inyo, magbabago po yung sagot ninyo.
Pwede mo makita yung... Pwede mo makita yung...
Sa susunod na po kasi kulang na po yung panahon ko eh.
Tanda ko wala akong ganun sa audited financial
Sige
statements.
po, pero ipakikita ko pa rin sa inyo.
Sige po.
If the shares are pledged in favor of the security agent, ito po ba ay mga numero lang o specifically designated para doon sa mga holders ng PDRs?
Tunay na po na shares po yan na naka-pledge.
Ito nga, numbers lamang po ba o specified, designated sa mga PDR holders?
Hindi po. It's fungible po. So a total of 132 million shares ang naka-pledge. Wala pong corresponding certificate number 1 for PDR holder number 1.
So yun po yung nagiging problema, Mr. Chair. Napakarami po ng maaaring mangyari, magpapaikot-ikot po sa napakaraming holding companies. Kung minsan po yung transaction, hindi po natin malaman kung ito'y nakarehistro bilang asset, bilang liability, o kung kanino libro dapat matala, sapagkat makikita natin, napakarami po ng holding corporations na humahawak sa mga korporasyon din nila na mahihirapan po siguro, kahit siguro yung pinakamagaling na accountant, Kaya nga po, nakita natin bilang isa sa maaaring pagdudahan ay yung paggamit ng Philippine Depositary Receipts. Hindi po pangkaraniwan na ito'y ginagamit kapag ang isang korporasyon ay kaugnay ng mass media. In regular corporations, Mr. Chair, I would probably concede that some kind of legal maneuvering can probably be tolerated. 60% lang po ang kailangan 70% kaya. Pero kapag kayong mahigpit na kautusan po, 100% Pilipino, wala sanang mangingimi na gagamit ng isang kaparaanan na maring pagdudahan, kagaya po itong nangyayari ngayon. Yung holding companies kasi, Mr. Chair, allow Lopez groups of companies to raise large capital through PDRs. They can avoid risks and avoid taxes in the process by selling to itself and avail of tax avoidance schemes when financials are consolidated. In other words, Mr. Chair, yung holding companies na gagamit para mamanipula through corporate layering yung pag-aari at pati yung pamamalakad ng mass media, isang bagay na nauwi sa monopolyo na ipinagbabawal ng batas. Mr. Chair, ito po yung gustong tindigan ng representasyong ito sapagkat ang ating saligang batas ay dapat nating sundin, lalong-lalo na po kung ang pinag-uusapan at ang kanyang kautusan ay naglalayon na ang mass media ay kailangan lamang maging pag-aari at ito'y pamamahalaan ng Pilipino lamang. Napakabigat po nito, Mr. Chair. Kahit kailan napakahirap tuntunin kung sino-sino na ang nagsibili ng Philippine Depositary Receipts. Sa ating pong record, Mr. Chair, ang number one na bumili ng PDRs, mga dayuhan, 198 million Philippine Depositary Receipts, representing 61% of over 320 million Philippine Depositary Receipts already sold. Matanong ko nga po pala, Attorney, hindi po ba
Bago po magtanong, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, suspend ko muna yung hearing. Hearing suspended. Hearing resumed. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, kagaya po ng aking binanggit, dito lamang po umiikot yung involvement ng Philippine Depositary Receipts sa mga korporasyon ng pamilya Lopez. Lopez Incorporated bilang ultimate parent, Lopez Holdings Corporation, ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, ABS-CBN Corporation. Ang Lopez Inc., Mr. Chair, ay siyang nagme-may-ari ng ABS-CBN Corporation 54.42%. Siya rin ang may-ari ng Lopez Holdings Corporation 54.40% na sila po ang nag-i-issue ng Philippine Depositary Receipts. Siya rin po ang may-ari ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation 60%. Ngayon po, yung security agent, ito po yung PCD, Nominee Corporation, na siyang pinaglalagakan ng Philippine Depositary Receipts, siya rin ang may-ari ng Lopez Holdings Corporation. 30.67% Pilipino, 9.89% non-Filipino. At siya rin po ang nagme-may-ari ng 39.77% ng ABS-CBN. Sa harap po ng katotohanan ito, Mr. Chair, paano pa po natin hindi makukonclude o paano nilang matatanggihan na hiwalay na personalidad ang Philippine Holdings Corporation? Mahirap po yatang palitawin na hindi kasangkot lahat ito sapagkat sabi nga natin, nagre-rigodo ng lahat ng mga kumpanya at para nagpapatintero na lamang kung pag-uusapan ay itong involvement po ng Philippine Depositary Receipts. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. At sa kaalaman po ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, kayo po ay nakakonsumo ng 30 minuto, kaya minus 6 minutes po ay 24 minutes na ibibigay natin sa kabilang panig naman po mamaya. At sa mga pro-ABS, magagamit nyo po ito, lalong-lalo na doon sa mga author ng new franchise ng ABS-CBN, ay magagamit nyo po yung 24 minutes na karagdagang oras na yan kung kailan nyo gustong gamitin. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair,
Congresswoman Biolago.
ano lang po, inquiry lang.
Okay,
Just want
sa inquiry mo po ay babawasan po natin yung oras nyo na nakalaan sapagkat hindi ka po nakalista sa pagtatanong na ito, Congresswoman Biolago. Okay po ba sa inyo yun?
Okay po, Mr. Chair.
Sige po.
Thank you po and good afternoon to everyone. I just want to know if all the major broadcasting companies submitted their secure copies of PDRs to the Secretariat, Mr. Chair.
Channel 7 pa lang po yung nakapagbigay ng kopya sa Secretariat at binasa ko po yung mga PDRs. Mukhang ang pagkakaiba lamang ay yung presyo doon sa PDRs ng ABS-CBN. Yes, Congresswoman Biolago.
Can we have some copies of that PDRs, Mr. Chair?
The committee secretariat is directed to give copies to all members present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Tapos na po ba ang iyong pagtatanong? Napakabilis po pala.
Chair.
Next to interpolate is, Congressman Zarate.
Chair, just a query. Because there were questions being raised earlier by the Honorable...
Pakilakasan po. Nahihirapan po ako marinig.
Meron mga katanungan si Congressman Marcoleta kanina na siguro ay nararapat na bigyan din natin ng pagkakataon na sagutin ito nung ABS-CBN para hindi ho parang hanging kasi kami ring nakikinig ay mukhang
Congressman Zarate, I will give you your needed time now. Okay. Tanungin mo sila, pasagutin natin sila. Gagamitin natin yung sumobrang oras kanina. Yung, siguro ikaltas na lang natin 1 minute kay Congresswoman Biolago. Meron pa kayong 23 minutes, Congressman Zarate.
Okay. Maraming salamat po. Attorney Del Castillo, earlier may nabanggit ho na tanong sa inyo no, sa usapin ng holding company. No? Kung ito ba ay kumikita o hindi. No? At meron kayong gustong isagot kanina, I don't know if that was the correct question, the right question. No? Pwede po bang magliwanag kayo doon sa katanungan yun?
Ang tanong po ba ay kung anong business ng holding company. Ang holding company po ay hindi naman naiiba kasi marami po tayong holding companies na nakarehistro sa Securities and Exchange Commission. Hindi lang po ABS-CBN Holdings yan. Legitimate po ang business ng holding companies at ang kanilang business ay dahil nagmamay-ari sila ng investments in other companies or in other forms of investments. So normal po yan na may holding company na ang kanila lang business ay mag-invest sa other companies. At ang kanila pong kita ay nanggagaling sa dividendo na binibigay ng mga kumpanyang kanilang ininvestan. So ganito din po ang nangyari sa ABS-CBN Holdings. Nung una tinanong po kung yung liability, I think si Attorney Quezon already explained na yung PDRs, yung underlying shares ng PDRs at the beginning were considered liabilities kasi hindi po fully paid yan. So as they got to be fully paid, so they became assets of the company. Insofar as the voting that Congressman Marcoleta po has said, I think I just want to make a distinction. My voting po ang PDRs among themselves at my voting sa ABS-CBN. Yung sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting po, ang shareholder po niyan ay ABS-CBN Holdings Company. So ang bumoboto po ng shares niyan ay ABS-CBN Holdings Company kasi sila po ang nagmamayari ng shares. Yung voting po ng mga PDR holders, separate po yun. Kasi hindi naman po sila owners at hindi sila bumoboto sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. Bumoboto lang sila among themselves kasi po meron silang mga resolutions din that deal only with the rights of the PDR holders. So gusto ko lang po linawin yun. And lastly, yung sinabi po ni Congressman Marcoleta na about piercing the veil of corporate fiction, I think we stand on our ground na wala pong pananagutan ang ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company na inilipat sa ABS-CBN Holdings. Hindi po yun in-structure para makaiwas sa pananagutan ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting. So it was not organized for purposes of fraud or perpetuating fraud for that matter. At hindi po siya alter ego ng ABS-CBN kasi po siya po ay shareholder lang ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. Hindi naman po siya nagmamayari ng lahat ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. Public company po ang ABS-CBN Holdings, ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company. So isa lang po siya sa mga nagmamayari ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Company.
Maraming salamat, Attorney Del Castillo. Curious lang ako, ito bang ABS-CBN Holding Company ang source of financing niya dahil nagre-raise siya ng investment doon sa mga gusto niyang kumpanya na mag-invest naman siya. Among this is the ABS-CBN Corporation. No? Ang the sole source ba of investment niya ay itong PDRs?
Totoo po yan kasi nagbenta po siya ng PDRs. Binayaran po ng PDR holders yun, yung tinatawag na deposit. Yun po ay pumasok sa libro ng ABS-CBN Holdings Company at yun po ay ginamit ng pang-invest.
Salamat po. So as a holding company, kumikita rin siya. Tama po ba yun?
Opo. Kaya nga po pwede siyang magbigay ng cash distributions.
Okay. But as a holding company, dahil korporasyon din siya, nagdi-distribute din siya, of course, cash distribution doon sa mga PDR holders. Pero doon sa kanyang mga stockholders naman ay nagdi-distribute din siya ng mga dividendo. Tama po ba yun?
Wala po siyang income na para mag-distribute.
So ang dinidistribute niya ay itong cash doon sa mga PDR holders.
So ngayon po, wala pa po siyang income na accumulate to distribute to its shareholders.
So nabanggit nyo kanina na ito namang holding companies ay hindi na ito bago, no? Maraming mga, in fact, major corporations ay nagtatayo ng holding companies. Kaya nga nung mga nakarang hearing, sabi ninyo dahil para mangalap ng investment, no? Especially during the time ng financial crisis in the 90s, kaya na-introduce din itong PDR. So ang siguro gusto ko lang itanong uli, even as we speak now, wala hong question o wala hong sa mga regulatory agencies natin na nagsasabi, ihinto nyo na yan, itigil nyo na yan dahil labag sa ating saligang batas yan, dahil kayo ay 100% kinakailangang owned wholly by Filipino citizens. Attorney Del Castillo.
Yung holding company structure po is all over. Marami pong ganyan. In fact, kung titignan nyo yung mga kumpanyang nakalista sa stock exchange natin, marami po dyan ay holding company. So completely legitimate po ang structure ng holding company. At in the case of ABS-CBN, it was not organized for purposes of as Congressman Marcoleta was saying, para ilipat ang mga pananagutan ng ABS-CBN Corporation, Broadcasting Corporation. Wala pong nilipat na pananagutan. Ito po ay structure para po ang ABS-CBN Holdings Company ay maka-invest in the shares of other companies. At in this case po nga, ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation.
Salamat po sa paglilinaw. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Zarate. And may we call on Honorable PD Barsaga para sa kanyang pagpapatuloy ng kanyang mga tanong. Congressman PD Barsaga, our NUP President, Party President, hindi po kita puputulin habang ikaw ay nagtatanong. Yung pong sobrang minuto mo ay ibibigay ko rin sa kabilang panig, Congressman Barsaga. Okay po ba sa iyo yun? Pakipindot po.
Unang-una, kagalang-galang na chairman, dahilan sa kakulangan ng oras, hindi na ako magtatanong sa mga kinatawan ng ABS-CBN. Magpe-present lamang ako ng isang simpleng PowerPoint presentation tungkol sa PDR at para ipaliwanag kung bakit sa aking pag-aaral ang aking paniniwala nagkaroon ng violation ang ABS-CBN sa ipinagbabawal ng ating saligang batas, yung requirement na 100% Filipino-owned and managed ang ABS-CBN. At narito ang aking maikling PowerPoint presentation. Number one, ito po ang number one. Ang ABS-CBN, hindi naman natin pagtatalunan, ay isang telecommunications company. At base sa provision ng ating saligang batas, particularly Section 11 of Article 16, pati na Section 14 ng Foreign Investments, at pati na Section 2 ng Presidential Decree 1080, kinakailangan ABS-CBN Corporation must be 100% owned and managed by Filipinos. Inuulit ko po, 100%, not only the management, but also the ownership. Sumunod po, next number please. Katulad ng isang ordinaryong korporasyon, alam po ito ng ating Vice Chairman Defensor. Para magkaroon ng equity o capital o pera ang isang korporasyon, kinakailangang mag-issue ng shares of stocks. At pag nag-issue to ng shares of stock, mayroong magsusubscribe, mayroong magbabayad sa shares of stock ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Number 3, ang shares of stock ng ABS Network Corporation, pangkaraniwan ang bumibili ay ang Lopez Group of Companies. Lopez Holdings, Lopez Incorporated, etc. At sa kanilang pagbili, nililinaw natin na sa accounting procedure, nagbabayad ang Lopez Group of Companies para sa konsiderasyon ng shares of stock na kanilang kinuha at yun namang binabayad nila na papapunta sa equity ng ABS-CBN. Next number please. Ang ginagawa naman ng Lopez Group of Companies, pag sila na ay merong shares of stocks, ibinebenta nila o tinatransfer sa ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Siyempre, yung pagtatransfer nila, may bayad din ang ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation either in cash or accounts receivable, katulad ng sinabi ng mga kinatawan ng ABS-CBN. Hindi muna binabayaran ng ABS Holding Company ang mga Lopez Group of Companies, nilalagay lamang yan ng holding company as accounts receivable, as liability, yung kanilang pagkakautang. Pagkatapos, ang gagawin naman ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, magkakaroon sila ng security agent, mostly foreign corporations. At ang gagawin naman ng mga security agents ay maghanap ng investor para sa PDR na i-issue ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Next number, please. As of March 2020, the total number of PDRs issued by ABS-CBN Holding Corporation is 298,827,100 with a market value of 46 per PDR. At ang computation, Filipino PDR holders, 111,761,335 PDRs, 46 pesos, representing 37.4%, at ang total value ay 5,141,021,410 pesos. At yun namang PDRs na ang nag-invest ay mga foreign nationals, umabot to sa 187,065,765 PDRs, and at the rate of 46 pesos for every PDR, ang total value ng PDR na nasa kamay ng foreign nationals ay umabot ng 8,605,025,190 pesos, representing 62.6%. Itong lahat ng figures na to, number and amount, ay binigay ng Corporate Secretary ng ABS-CBN doon sa huling hearing natin last Thursday. At nais ko ring banggitin na ang lahat ng PDR ay mayroong underlying share na isang common share belonging to ABS-CBN Holdings, at yung one share ay nanggaling sa ABS-CBN Corporation. Kasi nakalagay naman dito, sa Philippine Deposit Receipt Certificate issued by ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, this certifies Jose de la Cruz is the registered holder of PDR, etc., and is entitled to the delivery or sale of one existing share of stocks of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. Ito po yung sinasabi natin that for every PDR issued by ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, there is an underlying share. At sa last paragraph pa, nakalagay, the PDR represented by this certificate does not represent shares of stock, but only compares a right to delivery or sale of existing shares of stock of ABS-CBN Corporation owned by the issuer under the terms and conditions, etc. Lahat po ng aking binanggit at binasa ay nasa Philippine Deposit Receipt Certificate na in-issue ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation at binigay sa ating committee. Next slide, please. In Gamboa versus Tebes, sinabi po ng kataas-taasang hukuman, mere legal title is not enough to meet the required Filipino equity. Full beneficial ownership of the stocks is essential. Dito po mayroong konting pagkakaiba. Kasi po doon sa Gamboa versus Tebes, ang pinag-uusapan dito ay yung 60-40 requirement insofar as public utility is concerned. At dito sa asuntong to, mayroong mga shares of stock na bumili yung Indonesian tycoon si Salem. At ang sabi ng Korte Suprema, kinakailangan 60% of control must belong to the Filipino citizens. Not only 60% of the ownership, pati na 60% ng management. At ang example na binigay ng Korte Suprema, kung magkakaroon tayo ng 60-40, 40% ay sa foreigners, 60% ay sa Filipinos, assuming na yung 40% ay common shares at yung 60% ay Filipinos, compliant tayo with the requirement of 60-40 ownership. Pero ang tanong ng Korte Suprema, compliant ba tayo sa requirement that the management of public utilities must also belong to Filipino citizen? And sabi ng Korte Suprema, hindi. Sapagkat yung 40% ng mga foreigners, kung yun ang mga common stocks, sila ang mamimili ng board of directors na magpapatakbo ng korporasyon. Kaya kahit na 40% lamang ang kanilang interest, they can manage the corporation in violation of the constitutional mandate. Kaya ang sabi ng Supreme Court, kinakailangan ang control na 60%, ownership as well as management shall belong to Filipino citizens. Pero dito po sa kaso ng ABS-CBN, hindi natin pinag-uusapan yung 60-40. Ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, 100% Filipino-owned and 100% ang management ay sa Pilipino. At sa issue ng PDR, ang pag-uusapan natin, 100% ba ang pag-aari ng mga Pilipino sa mga shares of stocks ng ABS-CBN? Next slide, please. Based on Roman law, and even under the provisions of the Civil Code, full beneficial ownership means that the owner of a thing, real or personal property, has the benefits or the rights of being the owner, including the right to enjoy, right to possess, right to dispose, and right to the fruits. Ito po ang karapatan kung ang isang tao ay mayroong pag-aari ng isang bagay. Mayroon siyang karapatan to enjoy. Mayroon siyang karapatan na ipagbili o ibigay ang kanyang pag-aari. At kung mayroong kinikita yung kanyang property, sa kanya yon sapagkat siya ang may-ari ng ari-arian. Ito ang sinasabi ng Korte Suprema, mere legal title is not enough. Full beneficial ownership must belong to the owner. At para natin siguro malinawan, magbigay tayo ng example. Si Juan de la Cruz, may-ari siya ng isang bahay at lupa. Pwede siyang manirahan sa kanyang bahay at lupa. Nagkaroon ng COVID pandemic, nawalan siya ng trabaho, nawalan ng pera, pwede niyang ibenta yung kanyang bahay at lupa because he has the right to dispose of his property. At kung sakasakali namang hindi niya ibebenta at hindi niya titirhan at iparerenta niya, there will be a lease contract at yung rental ay kay Juan de la Cruz mapapapunta because he is the owner, he is entitled to the fruits of the thing which he owns. Kaya yun po ang ating tinatanong. Number 8, please. While the legal title to the PDRs are in the name of ABS-CBN Holding Corporation, the holding company does not have the full benefits of ownership or the right of an owner over the shares of stock underlying every PDR. Wala pong full beneficial ownership ang holding company doon sa mga PDR underlying the PDRs issued to foreign national. Number 1, they are not in possession of the same. At alam naman natin, when it comes to possession, it might be physical possession, it might be constructive possession, it may be legal possession. At dito ang possession ay nasa legally Philippine Central Depository. Number 2, ABS-CBN Holding Company. Although the legal title over the shares of stocks is in the name of the holding company cannot dispose of the shares of stock because it is the pledge, because it is a security to every PDR issued to foreign national. At pangatlo, kahit na ang may-ari ng PDR ay ang ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, kung anuman ang kahit na ang ABS-CBN Holding Corporation ang may-ari ng shares of stocks ng ABS-CBN, nonetheless, yung holding company, they will not be entitled to the fruits. Kung mag-declare ng cash dividend ang ABS-CBN, a portion of the cash dividend will go to the PDR, to the holder, to the foreign national who is the holder of the PDR. Halimbawa, mag-declare ang ABS-CBN ng cash dividend sa lahat ng stockholder ng ABS-CBN na mayroong share of stock, the cash dividend is 3 pesos. Sa agreement ng PDR holder at saka ng ABS-CBN Holding Company, yung 3 piso hindi mapapapunta sa owner of the stock, the ABS-CBN Holding Company. Ang mapapupunta lamang sa ABS-CBN Holding Company ay yung kanilang gastos for their operation plus the taxes to be paid, and the remainder will go to the foreign national who is the owner of the PDR. Sa madaling sabi, we assume na piso ang nagastos ng holding company ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation for their operation plus taxes. 2 piso ang mapapabigay sa foreign national who is the holder of the PDR. In which case, yung beneficial ownership, that the right of the registered owner, ABS-CBN Holdings, to be entitled to the fruits of the income of his property is absent. Kasi pumupunta sa foreign national. At ito ang sinasabi ko, kinakailangan 100% Filipino ownership, and the 100% Filipino ownership, the owner, be it a naked owner or registered owner or real owner, must have all the benefits arising from ownership. Right to dispose, right to the income, right to the enjoy. Next slide, please. On its face, it would appear that ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation did not directly violate the constitutional prohibition regarding the 100% Filipino ownership. Sasabihin ng ABS-CBN Network Corporation, hindi namin nilabag ang saligang batas. Ang lahat ng aming stockholders ay mga Filipino citizens, Lopez Company, etc. But through that scheme of the so-called intricate corporate layering, indirectly, binayolate ng ABS-CBN ang constitutional provision. Inisyu nila ang mga shares of stocks sa Lopez Group of Companies, another set of corporations. Ang ginawa ng Lopez Group of Companies, ibinenta naman sa holding company, at ito namang holding company, kumuha ng investment sa mga foreigners. At ito ang sinasabi nating indirect violation of what is directly prohibited under the Constitution. Kasi pinaliwanag ko na, cash dividend pupunta sa PDR foreign holder, yung shares of stock underlying the PDR issued to a foreign holder cannot be sold or transferred by the holding company. Next slide, please. Oh. ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, through this scheme and by means of corporate layering, violated 100% Filipino ownership mandated by the Constitution. Ano po ang mga layers ng corporation? The first will be ABS-CBN as the issuer of the shares of stocks. The second layer will be the Lopez Group of companies na bumili ng mga shares of stocks sa ABS-CBN network. And the third group of corporation would be ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. These are the three layers of different corporations, and under our corporation law, a corporation has a juridical personality separate and distinct from another corporation, even though the stockholders are the same. Pero ang sinasabi ng aking kaibigan na si Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, if the corporation was organized for the purpose of evading the application of a law, most especially a constitutional prohibition, darating na tayo doon sa tinatawag nating piercing the veil of corporate entity. Alisin na natin o ipapakita na natin yung belo ng corporate fiction. And we shall consider that since the stockholders of the three layers of corporations are actually the Lopez Group of companies, we shall consider that all these corporations are one and the same, and we have to apply the constitutional limitation. At ito po ang aking posisyon dito sa pinagtatalunan natin whether or not ABS-CBN Corporation has violated the constitutional provision. And of course, admitted natin, walang jurisprudence insofar as the issue is concerned. But I know that we have the case of Rappler pending before the Supreme Court. We have the co-warrant of petition filed by the Office of the Solicitor General, and hopefully in the near future, we shall be having a pronouncement on this regard. Pero dito naman sa Kongreso, pinag-uusapan natin, mayroon na bang violation? Binayolate ba ng ABS-CBN? And therefore, in the process of determining whether there is a violation of not under the Constitution, tayo po ang magpapasya muna. Marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat, Kong PD. Next po natin.
Congressman Bersaga, before we recognize Congressman Lagman for his summation, we'd like to give the floor to Congresswoman Villago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kasi kanina sinabi ni Chairman Alvarado, all the PDRs of all major broadcasting companies are almost the same, like sa GMA and the ABS-CBN. The only difference is the price. In aid of legislation, in the near future po sana, Mr. Chair, maybe we can also investigate do sa PDRs ng ibang broadcasting companies the way we investigate the PDRs of ABS-CBN. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that is for a member of the House to file the corresponding resolution on that matter. In the meantime, we will abide by the investigation that we are conducting right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, so Congressman Zarate.
Thank you, Chair. Just an inquiry. Earlier, ang nabanggit ni Chairman Alvarado, yung may extra time na allotted to sa authors. Gusto ko lang itanong, Mr. Chair, pwede bang gamitin ito doon sa susunod na issue at hindi rito sa PDR? No? Dahil
well, that is the way that the committee functions. The time can be carried over.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dahil nagpapaabot lang yung ibang kasamahan natin na nasa Zoom, like si Congressman Lau Fortun, if he can be given additional time doon sa next issue para makapagtanong siya.
We can give him the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So the chair recognizes Congressman Dagman for his summation.
Joint Chairman, can I now proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Joint Chairman. The Philippine Deposit Receipts, or PDRs, of ABS-CBN, which are issued to foreign investors, are completely compliant with the Constitution and do not constitute a scheme to circumvent the constitutional requirement on 100% Filipino ownership and management of mass media enterprises. The criticism that PDRs achieve indirectly what the Constitution directly prohibits is regrettably utterly baseless speculation. There is no need to invoke the piercing of the veil of corporate fiction with respect to PDRs because, one, there is nothing secret or furtive about the issuance of PDRs, as the issuance is permitted both by the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Philippine Stock Exchange for public transactions. Two, the relation of ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation and ABS-CBN Corporation are open and made public. ABS-CBN Holdings is the issuer of PDRs over the shares of ABS-CBN owned by it as underlying shares. There is nothing illegal or irregular about this. Three, to reiterate, the PDRs are not used to avoid or circumvent the pertinent provisions of the Constitution. They are compliant with Section 11.1 of Article 16 of the Constitution. Also, there is no need to make a distinction between American depository receipts and the Philippine deposit receipts based on the difference that in the US, unlike in the Philippines, no corporation has a nationality or citizenship requirement because both the American depository receipt and the Philippine deposit receipt are instruments of investments, not infusion of capital. In other words, the corporate ownership is not affected by the investments of holders of American depository receipts and Philippine deposit receipts upon the issuance of the deposit receipts, whether American or Philippine. It is not surprising that majority of those who purchase PDRs are foreigners because PDRs were available in the Philippine setting after the late 1980s financial crisis, principally to secure foreign investments because the traditional source of financing were not anymore available. Also, the right of an alien PDR holder is limited to his ownership of the PDR. For example, his right to fruits or cash distribution, as well as option to have the underlying shares to which he is not entitled to own, sold in the stock market, and receive the proceeds of the sale. PDR holders are not stockholders because they have no voting rights and full beneficial ownership of a mass media corporation like ABS-CBN. Neither do they have title over the underlying shares. The Supreme Court ruled in Gamboa versus Tebes and reiterated in Roy versus Herbosa that, quote, control, unquote, with respect to nationalized businesses refers to, and I quote, shares with voting rights as well as full beneficial ownership, precisely because the right to vote in the election of directors coupled with full beneficial ownership of stocks translates to effective control of a corporation. These Supreme Court decisions, although judicial interpretation of Section 11 of Article 12 on the 60/40 Filipino ownership of public utilities, apply by parity of constitutional intent to the requirement of 100% Filipino ownership and management for mass media under Section 11.1 of Article 16, which mandates, and I quote, the ownership and management. Let me underscore that ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations, cooperatives, or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens. Without voting rights and title over the underlying shares, the PDR holders do not have ownership and management of ABS-CBN Corporation. The practice of issuing PDRs to secure investments is not an innovation of ABS-CBN because almost 100 years ago in the United States, American depository receipts were already part of the corporate practice to secure investments, not capital infusion, just like the European depository receipts of later vintage. In fact, GMA7 has its own PDRs similar to ABS-CBN, which do not transfer control to the foreign holders of PDRs. The rights of PDR holders are limited to the following. One, receiving cash distribution consequent to the declaration of dividends accruing to the underlying shares of stock after the issuer, in this case, ABS-CBN Holdings, deducts cost of operation and payment of taxes. Two, option to convert the PDRs to shares of stock if they are qualified to own shares as Filipinos. And three, being ineligible, alien holders of PDRs can only receive the proceeds of the sale of the shares in the stock market. The stringent limitations on PDRs are stipulated in the following documents. One, PDR certificate. Two, PDR instrument. And three, PDR pledge agreement wherein the pledger issuer retains ownership and voting rights over the underlying shares of the stock. The sale of ABS-CBN PDRs, let me repeat, is authorized both by the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Philippine Stock Exchange. Honorable Joint Chairman, no avalanche of adverse comments and speculative innuendos will alter the operative fact that PDRs are not vested with voting rights, ownership entitlements, or management prerogatives, and cannot be converted into shares of stock in favor of alien PDR holders. Thank you, Honorable Joint Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Lukman. Next, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Mike Defensor for his summation. Congressman Defensor.
Thank you so much, Congressman Chukoy Alvarez, to the Joint Chairman. Before I begin my summation, I'd just like to ask Attorney Del Castillo, is the ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation listed in the US Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange, or any foreign exchange?
It's not po, only in the Philippines.
Thank you for that. Kanina ho, sinabi kanina na ito daw po ay hindi na bago at matagal na pong ginagawa. But I beg to disagree. Ito po ang kaunahang ginawa, ang Philippine Depository Receipt. Ito lang po ay unique sa ating bansa. Sa kadahilanan po ang ADR or American Depository Receipts o Global Depository Receipts, may German Depository Receipts. Bago nyo po gawin yan, pupunta ka sa New York o sa Amerika. Ipapalista mo ang iyong korporasyon. Merong mga requisitos po yan. At mula doon, magkakaroon ng isang depository bank na siya mag-i-issue ng PDR at ang mga Amerikano, pwede sila mag-invest doon sa korporasyon na naglista sa kanilang stock exchange. Kaya ako po tinanong si Atty. Del Castillo tungkol dito dahil ang Philippine Depository Receipts, hindi po yan pwedeng o hindi po yan nakalista sa ibang bansa. Dahil pong ABS-CBN, dahil sa limitasyon ng konstitusyon, hindi naman din po pwede maglista sa ibang stock exchange, sa foreign stock exchange. So iba ho ang American Depository Receipts sa Philippine Depository Receipts. Nagkapareho lang po sa pangalan. At sa isang banda, nagkapareho po siguro doon sa tinatawag nating relasyon ng share ng kumpanya at ang PDR. Ang diferensya po sa American Depository Receipt, pag ikaw ay bumili ng share, talagang nasa iyo, sa iyong pangalan. Pero ito'y kinakatawan ng isang PDR. Ang Philippine Depository Receipt, wala sa iyong pangalan. Nasa pangalan ng ABS-CBN Holdings. Nasa pangalan ng Lopez Holdings. Gusto ko po linawin na yung corporate layering, hindi lang po isa. Maaari po natin sabihin isa, dalawa o tatlo. Dahil magmula po sa ABS-CBN, merong ABS-CBN Holdings. Yun naman po Lopez Inc. na humigit kumulang 50% ang kanyang pagmamayari ng ABS-CBN, meron din pong Lopez Holdings. Kaya nga po nung nakaraang ako'y nagkaroon ng presentasyon, hinihingi ko kung maaaring ipakita sa atin yung PDR ng Lopez Holdings. Kasi po ang Lopez Inc. hindi naman po listed company. The only reason why these were all revealed, kasi sabi po kanina, bukas naman, talaga namang dinideklara na may PDR. Ito po ay dahilan sa sila po ay listed company. And they have to divulge kung ano ang nangyari sa kanilang korporasyon. So ang Lopez Holdings, nakalista po yan. Ang ABS-CBN Corporation, nakalista po yan sa Stock Exchange. At maging po ang sinasabi nating Lopez Holdings Inc. Ngayon, nagulat po ako. For the first time, Atty. Del Castillo mentioned, nagbobotohan pala po yung PDR holders. Tama po ba, Atty. Del Castillo? Nag-uusap po sila, bumoboto, pero sa holdings lang po, hindi sa ABS-CBN Corporation.
Opo, yun lang pong mga rights ng mga PDR holders. Meron po din silang meetings because there's a group. So, iba po yun sa mga owners ng ABS-CBN, mga shareholders. Iba po yung meeting ng ABS-CBN broadcasting shareholders where ABS-CBN Holdings vote the shares.
Tama po. Kanina ho, binanggit ni Congressman Barsaga na ang PDR foreign holders po ay umaabot sa 8 bilyong piso. Sa ABS-CBN Corporation po, yung sinasabi lang PCD nominee, nandiyan pong PDRs, almost more or less 40% ownership ng ABS-CBN. Can you imagine yung influensya na pwedeng gawin ng PDR holders foreign? Having 8 billion pesos, nagmamayari ng 8 bilyong piso, hindi ba nila pwedeng sabihin sa ABS-CBN Holdings, ito gawin ninyo, ito yung dapat, dahil malaki ang ininvest namin sa inyo. At syempre, natural lamang ang ABS-CBN Holdings, given that this is the biggest shareholder within the company, ilalabas nila yung sentimento ng mga PDR holders. Of course, that remains to be seen. Pero kahit saan pong negosyo, kung sino ang may pinakamalaking nilagay na pondo, siya po ay pwedeng mag-influensya either directly or indirectly kahit wala siyang control. Ngayon po, sinabi, maraming nagsasabi, hindi lang po dito, maging sa labas, bakit naman ABS-CBN lang ang pinarurusahan? Bakit hindi parusahan ng GMA? Bakit hindi parusahan ng Rappler? Ang Rappler ho, nagkakaso na. Tama po yun. Hindi ko naman po sinasabing exempted ang GMA sa usaping to. Pero hindi po ibig sabihin na nagnakaw si Juan, pwede niyang ituro si Pedro at sabihin niyang, bakit si Pedro hindi niyo ikinulong? Kami lang kinukulong niyo. Malayo po sa usapin. Pag may kalaban, may kasalanan, at mayroong violation na sa ligang batas, kailangan po nating tingnan yan. And I'm very happy that some of our colleagues would like to look into GMA. I agree. But let's not be diverted from the issue. Ang issue po dito, was there a violation of ABS-CBN of our Constitution? Noon pa lang pong 1994, nagkaroon na po ng issuance ang ating pong foreign investment negative list. Kasi sinasabi, investment to, hindi naman shareholder. Number 1 po dyan, ang nakalagay, there shall be no foreign equity pursuant to Article 16, Section 11 of the Constitution and Presidential Memorandum dated May 5, 1994. Mass media is the very first on the negative list, the most important, and it must be 0% foreign and 100% Filipino. Paulit-ulit na po sinabi, yung share na yan may katumbas na isang common share. Kung ang ABS-CBN po ay 1 billion worth at 300 milyon ang nilagay natin para sa PDR, 300 milyon din po na pag-aari o share ng ABS-CBN Corporation ang tinatabi at binabangga dito. Kung ano ang kita ng 30% yun, pupunta sa PDR holders. Pag ibinenta ang PDR na yun, ang binibenta rin niya ang common share. Attorney Del Castillo, if I am now a Filipino and I buy the PDR owned by a foreigner, can that be translated to a common share if I want to and say, I don't want a PDR anymore, but 10 million common shares, which is equivalent to 10 million PDRs. Is that possible?
That's possible po. He can exercise the rights granted under the PDR to convert the PDRs into common shares.
So exactly my point, Mr. Chair. The ownership of a PDR is an ownership of the common share. Itinago lang po. Excuse me, attorney, forgive me for this, pero itinago lang po yung pagmamay-ari. For example, and if I may ask Attorney Del Castillo this, bawal po mag-ari ang banyaga ng lupa, di po ba, na Pilipino?
Apo.
At kung ako po ikukuha ng isang Pilipino at sabihin kong ilagay mo sa iyong pangalan at yung renta dyan, ibigay mo sa akin, may balato ka na lang, iyon po'y pinagbabawal.
Opo, pero magkaiba po yun. Kasi...
Opo. At kung sakali pong ibenta yung lupa at sinabi kong akin na yung pera, ibibigay ko rin sa iyo bigyan kitang balato, pero sa akin yung kita, yung din po ay pinagbabawal kung ako'y banyaga.
Opo.
So, of course, si Atty. Del Castillo will have their chance in court when this will be discussed. Pero sa akin lang pong interpretasyon, ganun po ang nangyari sa PDR. It represents a dummy. Yung pong dummy is the paper, which is the PDR. Sa atin po ngayon, marami po ang mga kasama natin na naniniwala na dapat ang ating lupa ay pag-aari ng Pilipino, wag dapat buksan ang ekonomiya. For that matter, Mr. Chairman, I would like the Constitution to be amended. No, I would like that there would be a more liberal investment coming in from foreign investors. But as it is, sa ngayon po, wala tayong magagawa. Iyon ang ating saligang batas. Isipin niyo po, kung lahat pala ng lupa sa ating bansa, lahat ng magsasaka, ginawa ko yung lupa, lagyan ko ng PDR, wala sa pangalan mo. Nandun pa rin kay Juan de la Cruz, pero may PDR. Ang kita, sa'yo. Pag binenta yung lupa, sa'yo. Kawawa naman po mga Pilipino. Kawawa naman yung ating mga magsasaka. Sa ilalim pala ng isang creative arrangement, sa isang magandang pagsasaayos ng ating mga papel, ng ating mga batas, pwede tayong magkaroon ng PDR, marami ng banyaga na pwedeng makuha ang lupa ng ating mga magsasaka, ang lupa ng ating mga Pilipino na mayroong mga sariling bahay at lupa na kanilang pagmamay-ari. Mr. Chair, sinabi po nila, at ito yung napakagandang punto, inapprove po kami ng SEC, inapprove kami ng PSE. I beg to disagree that the sale was the approval. Ang pinayagan po ay yung PDR instrument. Just like any other listed corporation, sasabihin ko po, I am company A and I would like to issue stocks. Ito po yung aking basis for issuing stocks. These are the assets that I have. Sasabihin lang sa SEC, oh, tama naman, wala kang binainig. Sasabihin ng Philippine Stock Exchange, oh yes, okay, you can issue that out. Pero yung bibili ng banyaga, walang alam ang SEC doon. Andito po ba ang SEC? Is the Commissioner Ramatong here?
They're in Zoom.
Yes, Commissioner Ramatong, tama po ba ako? Yung PDR instrument ang inapprove nyo. Pero yung pagbili ng banyaga ng foreign national ay wala kayong alam.
SEC? Commissioner Amatong?
Well, the reason, Mr. Chair, ito na po. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Honorable Congressman Defensor. Yes, I am representing the SEC this afternoon. That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Kaya ako po binanggit yan. Naawa na rin ako sa SEC, bugbog na. Sabi pa ho ng abogado ng ABS-CBN, pag kami nagkamali, SEC may problema dahil siya nag-approve. Hindi po. Walang kinalaman ang SEC sa pagbenta sa banyaga. Ang pinag-aprubahan nila ay yung PDR instrument, just as any shares sold to the market are approved by the SEC, but they do not know whether or not criminal elements, terrorist groups are buying the shares. Wala hong alam ang Securities and Exchange Commission doon sa usaping yun. Tama po ba, SEC?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, just to be fair, I see Ms. Attorney Del Castillo raising her hand. Maybe she can say something.
Your Honor, when we applied for registration of the PDRs with the SEC and the listing with the Philippine Stock Exchange, we had fully disclosed po that the PDRs can be sold to anyone regardless of nationality. Nakalagay po yan sa prospectus at lahat po ng disclosures na isinibiti namin sa Stock Exchange at saka sa Securities and Exchange Commission. Wala pong itinago dyan. Hindi po nila alam ang pangalan ng mga taong bumili, pero alam po nila ang terms and conditions of the PDRs na wala pong restriction in terms of nationality.
Would SEC like to reply?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We would like to emphasize that when the PDRs were presented to us and we issued an action on the same, the term that was used was it was rendered operative. The documents that were issued by SEC did not use the word approved. So it means that the SEC, after going through the documents and confirming that it has complied with the requirements prescribed by laws, rules, and regulations, rendered these documents or the registration statement operative, Mr. Chair.
Suspended. Hearing suspended. Okay, hearing is resumed. Congressman Defensor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, again, ito po'y usapin na kailangang ayusin ng ABS-CBN at ng Securities Exchange Commission. Pero katulad po na sinasabi ng SEC, hindi namin alam, ang sinabi lang namin, operative. Ang sinasabi ng ABS-CBN, alam ninyo. Pero again, we have lawyers here, we have lawyers in the SEC, yan po'y kailangan yung resolve. Pero for the first time, maganda po yung lumalabas kasi nagtuturoan na kung sino talagang kung may kagalagawan, hindi ko sinasabing may kasalanan, nagtuturoan na ho kung sino talaga. Ang sabi ng ABS, ipinayagan nyo kami. Sabi ng SEC, hindi namin kayo pegan, ito lang ginawa namin. Ito po'y resolve natin sa korte. No? Dahil ito naman po'y resolve sa korte. Dahil meron akong co-warranto na ipinasok ang ating pong Solicitor General regarding Rappler. And I'm sure this would affect the ownership, in particular, ng PDRs of ABS-CBN and GMA. Mr. Chairman, I see yes, Congressman PD, this is my time, but yes, you can please intervene.
Just a very important question, and I will be addressing my question sa kinatawan ng Securities and Exchange Commission. Ang tanong ko, noong bang nag-apply ang ABS-CBN para magkaroon ng authority o kapangyarihan na mag-issue ng PDR, isinama ba sa kanilang mga dokumento o application ang sample ng Philippine Deposit Receipt Certificate?
SEC?
Yes, sir. That was included in the documents that were submitted.
At inyo bang napansin na nakalagay rito ang mga prices relating to existing shares of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, underlying shares?
That is correct, sir.
Is correct. At nakalagay din dito na kung sino man ang may hawak ng PDR, he shall be entitled to the delivery of one existing share of stock.
That is also correct, sir. That is why, sir, if I may, sir.
Alaman nyo,
Yes, sir.
dito sa last paragraph, nakalagay din dito, the PDR represented by this certificate does not represent shares of stock, but only confers a right to the delivery or sale of existing shares of stock of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation owned by the issuer under the terms and conditions stated herein and in the PDR instrument.
That's correct, sir. We confirm.
At siguro sasangayunan mo ko na base sa mga dokumento, sa Philippine Deposit Receipt Certificate na kasama ng mga dokumento sa application, walang prohibition na mag-issue ng PDR sa foreign nationals.
Sir, with all due respect, the issuance of PDRs to foreign nationals, yes, we confirm that that is the case.
There is no prohibition.
Yes, sir.
At hindi nyo rin sinabi sa ABS-CBN, baka naman kung ibebenta nyo ito sa foreign nationals, baka naman magkaroon kayo ng violation ng 100% requirement under the Constitution and under pertinent laws.
So we did not do that, sir. That's why in our position paper that we submitted to the Honorable Committee, we emphasize, sir, that the act of the SEC was limited to the making operative the registration statement. We also emphasize that how ABS-CBN Holdings made use or operationalized the PDR is another issue that needs to be determined or that needs further investigation if we will be able to look into any violation of the Constitution, sir.
Ganong karami o ilang beses humingi ng application, nagbigay ng application at approval ang ABS-CBN para sa pag-issue ng PDR?
Mr. Chair, just before the resource person answer, may I just inquire if he already took his oath as a resource person and the name of the resource person, because previously it was as Chairman Amatong who was here.
Have you taken your oath of office, Attorney Padilla?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, If the Honorable Barsaga is
Balik ako
already...
sa aking katanungan. Ilang beses na nag-apply ang ABS-CBN para humingi ng approval sa Securities and Exchange Commission sa pag-issue ng PDR?
Sir, twice, sir. One in 1999 and one in 2013. 2 registration statements, sir.
2 registrations. Okay, I think that would be all.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Defensor, you may continue.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Kumari ko lang pong tapusin na yung aking sinasabi tungkol sa pagkaklaro ni Honorable Barsaga.
Mr. Chair, may I have 1 minute only because this is very relevant also in relation to Congressman Barsaga's point.
Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify that I recognize my right as the holder of the time, but I defer to the seniority of Honorable Barsaga and Honorable Marcoleta. I defer only because of age, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Congressman Marcoleta, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take advantage of the presence of the Securities and Exchange Commission's official. May I continue on that particular point if the SEC is still there? I'd like to draw the attention of the Securities and Exchange Commission on the first page of the prospectus dated January 6, 2014, which accompanied the 2014 registration statement of ABS-CBN. The following disclaimer is written, and I quote, "The Securities and Exchange Commission has not approved these securities or determined if this prospectus is accurate or complete. Any representation to the contrary is criminal offense and should be reported immediately to the Securities and Exchange Commission." Question: does this mean that the approved permit to sell PDRs as securities only involved the sale of the PDR and did not extend to the validity or constitutionality of the terms thereof or the qualification of the actual holder of the PDR? Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And is it not correct to state also that in approving the sale of the PDR, the SEC merely relied on the information provided or not provided by ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation?
That is also correct, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Defensor.
Maraming salamat, Congressman, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Boying Rimulya, Chairman Alvarez, in Zoom. Sa dalawang katanungan ng ating makasama, Congressman Barsaga at Congressman Marcoleta, malinaw na malinaw po na sa sitwasyon po sa ngayon, itong sinasabing PDR, talagang representasyon ng pagmamayari. Maganda. At naiayos naman yung kanilang ginagawa. Naiayos nila yung forma ng kanilang PDR para nga itago sa ilalim ng papel kung paano nagmamayari ng isang common share. At sa loob ng mga korporasyon, nabanggit ko na kanina, ang paglilayer ng bawat korporasyon para maiayos yung pagmamayari sa ABS-CBN Corporation. Binanggit na po kanina na nga na ang kita ng bawat share na yan, hindi naman pumupunta sa ABS-CBN Holdings. Yan po ay pumupunta sa PDR holder. Pagka ibinenta naman po ng PDR holder yung kanyang share, kaya po tinanong ko si Atty. Del Castillo kanina, kung ako'y Pilipino, gusto ko bang gawing common share? Pwede, pwede. Kasi yun po talaga ang parabang pagsasaayos na ng pagmamayari ng Pilipino. Binanggit ko na po kanina, doon po sa ating Foreign Investment Act, sinasabi po talaga bawal na mag-invest ang mass media sa ating pong bansa. Hindi pa pwedeng makapag-invest ang foreign individual, foreign corporation sa mass media. Number 1 sa ating negative list. Sinabi na rin po yung batas na PD 1018, the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens. Yan po ang batas na kabilang na rin doon sa ating provision ng ating konstitusyon. At dito po sa ating anti-dummy law, sinasabi na rin po dito sa Commonwealth Act 108 na ang batas na ito, any citizen of the Philippines or of those specific country who allows his name or citizenship to be used for the purpose of evading constitutional or legal provisions which require Philippine or any other specific citizenship as a requisite for the exercise or enjoyment of a right franchise, or privilege. Any alien or foreigner profiting thereby may also be held liable. ABS-CBN and those that support the PDR issuance will say, hindi naman hindi naman itinago, idineklara. Yes, it should be declared because again, it is part of the listed company's responsibility to declare such PDR. But is it legal? I do not think so. And I hope the Supreme Court will finally decide on this. So, Mr. Chair, bilang hong pagtatapos, yung pong binabanggit nila sa lisensya na binigay ng SEC at PSE, para po yung lisensya sa pagdadrive. Binigyan ka lisensya ng pagdadrive, pero hindi ibig sabihin legal yan na mambunggo ka. O hindi ibig sabihin na pwede kang uminom at kapit mo lisensya. Ang inaprubahan yung lisensya mo. Pero kung paano mo ito gagawin, yun po ang hindi pinagbibigyan at merong mga batayan ng batas na hindi pinapayagan. In this case, ito pong pagbenta sa atin pong mga foreign nationals o mga banyaga. So Mr. Chair, sa pagtatapos, katulad ko ng aking nabanggit nung una at uulitin ko lang ulit, unang-una ho ang ADR, ang Global Depository Receipts ay kaiba sa PDR. Kahit na ho magbasa na pa lahat ng mga nag-aaral sa capital markets, lahat ng mga investment experts, ibang-iba ho, you should be listed in the country where you will be doing Global Depository Receipts or American Depository Receipts. Dito po, wala naman listing ang ABS-CBN sa New York Stock Exchange or sa London Stock Exchange. Definitely, because that will not be allowed. Pangalawa po, ang SEC, ang PSE, at ngayon po, nililinaw, nag-uusap sila, sinasabi, hindi na ito pinayagan. At yan po, pwedeng sabihin ng ABS-CBN, hindi, pinayagan nyo kami, pero nakikita nyo na ho, may pagtatalo na. Ayaw nang kunin ng responsibilidad ng SEC yung nangyaring issuance ng PDR, or else they will say so. If they will really take responsibility for the approval and sale to foreigners of PDR. And last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, kasama po ito sa negative list, hindi po ito pinapayagan ng batas, may anti-dummy component po ito, at ito po ay pag-circumvent sa saligang batas ng ating bansa. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Defensor. We'd like to recognize Congressman Lagman for his manifestation. Congressman Lagman? Otherwise, kung gayon po, narinig na po nating lahat ang dalawang panig ng PDR. Nagsalita na po ang mga sumusuporta sa PDR ng ABS-CBN at gayon din yung mga nag-oppose. At mula doon ay maraming salamat po sa inyong mga presentation na ginawa ng magkabilang panig at excuse na po lahat ng resource persons na dumalo dito para sa topic ng PDR. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Kong Boying. Nandiyan na po si Congressman Lagman, kakabalik lang. May manifestation po ba? Kong
Yes,
Lagman.
Mr. Chairman. I would like to make it very clear that what the Securities and Exchange Commission permitted was the sale of securities like the PDRs. The best evidence would be the certificate itself, whatever our distinguished members said or whatever the representative of the SEC said or stated. Let me go to the first certificate of permit dated October 4, 1999, which has been marked as Exhibit A. It is captioned Certificate of Permit to Offer Securities for Sale. And the second certificate of permit dated January 7, 2014, which is Exhibit A-1, is denominated as the same certificate of permit to offer securities for sale. So what the Securities and Exchange Commission permitted is the sale of PDRs as securities, not the PDR instrument, which is part of the submission of ABS-CBN holdings, together with other documents and representations. That would just make this very clear. What the Securities and Exchange Commission permitted was the sale of PDRs as securities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Kong Lagman. Ngayon, pwede tayong pumunta sa pangatlong issue, sa constitutional issue ng kisa ng ABS, whether or not the acquisition of ABS-CBN by the Lopez family after the EDSA revolution was pursuant to the Constitution. Atin pong tatawagin yan ng ABS-CBN para sa kanilang statement sa isyong ito. ABS-CBN, you have the floor now.
Maraming salamat po sa liderato po ng kapulungan ito, sa mga chairpersons po, mga miyembro ng dalawang komitiba, at sa lahat po ng miyembro ng kapulungan ito. Salamat po at magandang hapon. Ayon po sa ating saligang batas, sa Bill of Rights, no person should be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Number 1 po yan sa ating Bill of Rights. At number 2 po ay private property shall not be taken for public use without just compensation. I was one of the legal counsels of ABS-CBN who handled the 1994 arbitration case between ABS-CBN and the government for the return of the possession of all its real estate, especially the one at Bohol Avenue and all its broadcast facilities and equipment nationwide. Ang ABS-CBN po sa pagmamayari ng Lopez family ay hindi po nawalay ang pag-aari ng Lopez family sa ABS-CBN at mga broadcast facilities and equipment even from the time that martial law was declared until today. Isa pong patunay dito ay ang titulo na sinubmiti na po namin ang kopya sa mga komitibang ito na na-issue po sa ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation noong 1967 at nung ka po kahit isang segundo nawalay ang pag-aari ng Lopez or ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation sa titulong ito at mga broadcast equipment ng ABS-CBN. Nandito po sa akin ang original na kopya ng titulo. Kahit po ang shares of stocks nung nagsimula po ang ABS-CBN when it was incorporated ay hindi po nawalay sa mga stockholders nito. What was taken from ABS-CBN was the mere possession of all its real estate and broadcast equipment. It's as a matter of fact, on June 8, 1973, a letter lease agreement was signed between ABS-CBN and Radio Philippines Network Inc., or RPN9, then controlled by Ambassador Roberto Benedicto. Pagkatapos po na masunog ang studio po ng RPN9 sa Rojas Boulevard noong 1973. At nagkaroon po ng lease letter agreement 2 araw makalipas na nasunog po ang mga studios nito na pinahintulutan at pinirmahan ng both parties na gamitin under a lease agreement. Kanya nga po tinatawag na lease dahil hindi po nawalay ang pag-aari ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation sa mga lupa at broadcast facilities. ABS-CBN was deprived of its right to use the facilities from the declaration of martial law and even after the EDSA revolution, when forces led to the People Power Revolution continued to possess ABS-CBN facilities under the Cory Aquino administration. Pagkatapos po ng EDSA Revolution, nagdeklara po ang pamilyang Lopez na maaari pong gamitin muna ang mga facilities and broadcast equipment ng ABS-CBN ng Cory government habang po may krisis or hindi pa natatapos ang emerhensya noong panahong iyon. Ngunit po, on April 17, 1986, si Senator Lorenzo M. Tañada bilang abogado ng ABS-CBN sumulat po kay Presidente Cory Aquino na ibalik na po ang possession ng mga propriedades ng ABS-CBN pati ang mga broadcast facilities dahil nga po wala na yung crisis or emergency. This paved the way for the execution of the agreement to arbitrate on January 6, 1987. Several amendments thereto and supplements were likewise executed between the Cory administration and ABS-CBN so that the return of possession would be transparent and of record. The said agreement to arbitrate was even assailed by a group led by Chito Gascon before the Supreme Court in GR 78389. And the Supreme Court en banc on October 16, 1989 upheld the agreement between the Cory administration and ABS-CBN. The Cory government allowed the return of the possession of the properties and equipment of ABS-CBN on a gradual basis. In November 1993, this was already under the Ramos administration, another agreement to arbitrate was again executed as a continuation of the previous agreements, and the second board of arbitrators was constituted. The government nominee was the Government Corporate Council and ably represented by the Office of the Solicitor General. The head of the Board of Arbitrators was no less than retired Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Amuertina Melencio Herrera. As a matter of fact, the government filed its answer on April 12, 1994 under the Ramos administration already. Pagkatapos po ng ilang paglilitis, mga testigo at ebidensya iprinisinta sa arbitration board. Itong arbitration board po ay nag-issue ng decision noong May 23, 1995. At yan po namang desisyon na yan ng Arbitration Board ay inaprubahan ng Branch 65 ng Regional Trial Court of Makati in a judgment dated June 23, 1995 in accordance with the Arbitration Law Republic Act 876. No appeal was ever filed on the said RTC judgment. The arbitration merely settled the reasonable compensation for the use of the real properties and equipment of ABS-CBN for a period of 6 years, from 1986 to 1992. A more detailed narration of facts in relation to the takeover of the possession and return thereof to ABS-CBN were again cited by the Supreme Court in the case of ABS-CBN et al. Versus Ombudsman et al. GR 133347, October 15, 2008, 569 SCRA, page 59. Two administrations gave imprimatur for the return of the possession of ABS-CBN of its real estate, properties, and broadcast equipment. And even the Supreme Court, one validating the agreement to arbitrate and another one for the factual circumstances, lends constitutionality to the return. Maraming salamat po, Your Honors.
Maraming salamat po. Para po sa unang andyan din po kasama natin ang PCGG at DOJ para bilang resource persons natin. Para po magsimula ng interpellation, tinatawag po natin si Congressman PD Barsaga na kung saan binigay din po ni Congressman Bambol Tolentino, Eric Yap at Congressman Advin Cula ang kanilang mga oras. Congressman Barsaga, meron po 20 minutes.
Maraming salamat, Chairman. Bago ako magsimula, hihingi ako ng ilang minuto para aking makita ang original ng transfer certificate of title na binagit ni kompanyero. Kasi katulad ng sinasabi ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, yung Xerox copy hindi na namin mabasa. So may request for a 5-minute suspension in order to see the TCT, the original.
Hearing suspended.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Chairman. Unang-una, nais kong banggitin na bilang isang Pilipino na ninirahan sa bansang Pilipinas mula na ako ay isilang hanggang sa kasalukuyan, 3 istruktura ng pamahalaan ang aking nasaksihan at naranasan. Pinanganak ako noong 1950 hanggang noong 1972. Naranasan ko ang mabuhay sa isang bansa na mayroong demokrasya. May mga dyaryo noon, iba-iba. May mga television stations. Nakaboto pa nga ako noong 1971 local election. Ngunit noong September 22, 1972, sa edad na 22 taong kulang, habang ako ay isang working student sa Far Eastern University, nagkaroon tayo ng batas militar. Malaki ang naging pagbabago sa karapatan ng ating mga mamamayan. Yung ating freedom of the press, halos hindi natin nakikita sapagkat iisa lamang ang television station, iisa lamang ang pahayagan at pangkaraniwan, lahat ng labas ay pro-government, pati na articles sa mga pahayagan. Pati na yung right to form organizations na patigil, nawala ang mga student council, nawala ang civic organizations because of martial law. Kaya ako nung maging abogado noong 1976, sapagkat naranasan ko ang demokrasya, nadatili akong nakipaglaban para magkaroon muli ng demokrasya ang bansang Pilipinas. Kasama ako sa mga rallies, nag-organize ako ng mga symposium, nagsasalita ako, and ultimately, in 1986, nagkaroon tayo ng EDSA Revolution, nagkaroon ng bagong pamunuan. Ngunit pagkatapos ng 1986 Revolution, maraming issues ang lumabas. May nagsasabi, yung mga di umano'y nakaw na yaman ay hindi na napasauli, at may nagsasabi rin na yung mga ari-arian that di umano ay inagaw ng ating pamahalaan katulad ng mga properties ng ABS-CBN ay hindi naging tama ang proseso sa pagsasoli. At yan ang nais kong linawin kung paano napabalik ang mga ari-arian ng mga Lopez, at dito ang pag-uusapan lamang natin ay yung television station. Hindi natin pag-uusapan ang Meralco, hindi natin pag-uusapan ang PCIB. Nagsimula si Attorney Rendon sa kanyang statement under the Bill of Rights. Every person shall be entitled to due process. No person shall be deprived of his life, property, without any due process of law. And also, meron tayong provision that private property cannot be taken for public use without just compensation. Ang una kong tanong, Mr. Chairman, sa abogado ng ABS-CBN na sinabing he participated practically in the documentation ng iba't ibang dokumento sa pagsasoli ng ABS-CBN, nagkaroon ba ng violation ng due process sa mga properties ng ABS-CBN nang ideklara ang martial law?
ABS-CBN, nung panahon po ng martial law, because of letter of instructions, napunta po ang control ng broadcast facilities ng ABS-CBN at na-shutdown po nga ito at hindi na nag-operate until after magkaroon ng People Power Revolution noong 1986.
Sumasang-ayon ba ang kinatawan o abogado ng ABS-CBN na walang violation ng due process na naganap sa pagkuha ng ari-arian ng ABS-CBN sa pagdedeklara ng batas militar.
Noong panahong yun kasi po, yung salitang sequestration was used. Sa letter of instruction 1, letter of instruction 1-A. Ang sequestration po ay may definite definition po sa ating civil code. Kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, Articles 2005 at 5 po yan, ay dapat po may court order. Kasi po ang sequestration ay paglalagay lamang, parang nilalagay lang po sa korte bilang administrador. Bago gawa ng pinal na desisyon ng korte kung anong gagawin po doon. Ngunit po at the time, ay hindi naman po korte ang nag-issue ng sequestration orders, Your Honors.
Noong ideklara ang batas militar, nag-issue si Ginoong Marcos ng Letter of Instruction number 1, Series of 1972. At dito sa Letter of Instruction number 1, nakalagay rito na nagte-take over ang ating pamahalaan sa lahat ng newspaper, magazines, radio, and television facilities and other media communication. Nang ito ba ay inisyu ni Ginoong Marcos at inimplement ng iba't ibang sangay ng pamahalaan, nagkaroon ba ng paglabag sa ating saligang batas na umiiral noong 1972?
Ito po, kaya nga po inumpisahan ko yung constitutional provision na hindi po pwedeng kunin ang pag-aari ng isang tao, whether natural or juridical, kung wala pong due process. At kung kukunin mo po ito, ay dapat may just compensation.
Sumasang-ayon ba ang aking kompanyero, Mr. Chairman, na base sa saligang batas, in times of national emergency, sa ating saligang batas, may karapatan ang ating pamahalaan na kunin ang kontrol at pamamahala ng mga television stations katulad ng ABS-CBN?
Dapat po nirirespeto pa rin ang saligang batas.
Ang aking pong tanong, sumasang-ayon ba ang manananggol ng ABS-CBN na sa ating saligang batas, kahit na panahon ng martial law, kahit na hindi panahon ng martial law, basta may national emergency, may karapatan ang pamahalaan na kunin ang control ng mga television stations pati na ng pahayagan?
With all due respect, Your Honor, ang paniniwala ko po ay kailangan pa rin pong dispituhin ang konstitusyon o saligang batas. Dahil po ito po ay proteksyon ng mga mamamayan against the excess of government. Yan po ang aking sagot, Your Honors.
So sa inyong paningin, mayroong paglabag sa ating saligang batas nang mag-issue si Ginoong Marcos ng Letter of Instruction number 1 at nilagay sa kontrol ng pamahalaan ang mass communications katulad ng ABS-CBN?
Sa palagay ko po ay meron po dahil ito po ay hindi naman ay karapatan ng bawat tao na dapat respetuhin kahit anong mangyari po.
Well, masyadong haba ang ating pagtatalo kung pag-uusapan natin yung due process. Just for the record, every right is not absolute. There are certain limitations, and in this particular case, the limitations are provided for by the Constitution. Sa madaling sabi, ngayon ang ABS-CBN ay merong prangkisa. Totoo.
Sa pagkakaalam ko po,
May prangkisa kayo?
as of this time po, ay
Before?
nagkaroon na po nga ng lapse. Ngunit hindi ko po expertise po yan.
Okay,
Ako po ay
sasabihin ko na lang
humawak
sa iyo,
lamang po
Attorney.
ng arbitration case po.
Ang ABS-CBN ay mayroong prangkisa Republic Act 7966. Hindi ka kinakailangan maging ekspertong abogado para malaman natin na mismo sa prangkisa na inisyu ng Congress sa lahat ng telecommunications may nakalagay reservation in favor of the government na pwedeng kunin or take over ang gobyerno sa inisyuhan ng prangkisa in times of national emergency. Naniniwala po ba kayo na yun ay nasa prangkisa ng Republic Act 7966 ng ABS-CBN?
I'm sorry po, Your Honors, hindi po ako pamilyar sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN.
Siguro pwede mong itanong sa iyong mga kasama. Who are
Sino po
more
sa
familiar?
ABS-CBN ang pamilyar tungkol sa
Ito naman,
prangkisa?
alam na nating lahat na
ABS-CBN,
pakibasa.
Section 5 po.
Pakilakas lamang po.
Section 5 po. A special right is hereby reserved to the President of the Philippines in times of rebellion, public peril, calamity, emergency, etc., to temporarily take over and operate the stations of the grantee or to authorize the temporary use and operation thereof by any agency of the government upon due compensation to the grantee for the use of the stations during the period when they shall be so operated.
So, base sa inyong prangkisa, meron tayong national emergency, meron tayong pandemic, meron tayong COVID-19. At i-assume natin na ang ABS-CBN is still operating. Kung mag-i-issue ng mga statement through mass media ang ABS-CBN na baliwala yung COVID, mali ang ginagawa ng gobyerno because this is a national emergency, inaamin ba ng mga kinatawan ng ABS-CBN na ang Pangulo, based on the Constitution and based on the franchise of ABS-CBN, ay pwedeng mag-take control over ABS-CBN?
Yes, Mr. Chair, yung
Okay,
sinasabi
yes.
po is...
Thank you very much.
Yung sinasabi po is temporarily take over
Okay,
or temporary use. Opo.
Temporary. We know that it will be temporary. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Carlo Katigbak. So sa madaling sabi, nagkaroon ng EDSA revolution. At siguro sapagkat kabisado ng ating kaibigan, ang mga nangyari tungkol sa ABS-CBN para mapabalik ang kanilang property, matatandaan siguro niya kung ano ang unang executive order na inisyu ni Pangulong Cory right after the EDSA revolution.
Sa totoo po, hindi ko po alam.
Okay. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ang unang executive order na inisyu ni President Cory 3 araw pagkatapos ng February 25 ay Executive Order number 1 creating the Presidential Commission on Good Government. At doon sa executive order ng ating Pangulo, binibigyan niya ng kapangyarihan ang PCGG na mag-issue ng writs of sequestration against the properties ng sinasabing Marcos Crony. There was no judicial procedure made. Sa tingin ba ng abogado ng ABS-CBN, sapagkat writ of sequestration ang in-issue, kinakailangan pang dumanto sa husgado at katulad ng sequestration ng ABS-CBN noong 1972, kinakailangan pang dumaan sa husgado o hindi na?
Ayon po sa ating civil code ay kailangan pong dumaan sa husgado.
So mali ang sequestration order na inisyu ng PCGG sa libo-libong properties ng mga cronies ni Marcos sapagkat hindi ito dumaan sa husgado.
At that time po, there was a people power revolution and the President Cory Aquino was exercising both legislative and executive powers. At yun nga po, ginamit po ulit yung word na sequestration. That is only po to control the possession, parang administrator lang po.
Hindi ba ang nangyari sa ABS-CBN, katulad nyo ng sinasabi nyo? Yung properties ng ABS-CBN, hindi nawala sa inyo ang ownership. In-administer lamang ng pamahalaan. Yun ang inyong posisyon sa inyong opening statement. You remain to be the owner of the properties.
Tama po, kaya nga po yung sa arbitration lang po.
Okay.
6 years.
Balik tayo riyan. Maraming salamat, Tanyero. Pasensya na. Marami nang nagtetag sa akin. Naiinip na. So, simple lamang ang tanong. Paano at kailan napabalik ang ABS-CBN pagkatapos ng EDSA Revolution?
Paano po yung inalaw po ni Presidente Aquino na
Sandali po, attorney. Comsec, pakipalitan po yung microphone ni attorney.
Hello po. Salamat po. Inalaw po ng Cory administration na maibalik paunti-unti yung possession at paggamit ng broadcast facilities ng ABS-CBN mula po nung nag-demand po si Senator Tanyada noong 1986 din po.
Kailan ang kauna-unahang pagkakataon na nakapag-ere ang ABS-CBN Corporation pagkatapos ng EDSA Revolution?
As ABS-CBN po, hindi ko po alam. I do not have personal knowledge po kung kailan.
Kasi wala naman tayong lahat ng personal knowledge to eh. Kasi dumidepensa kayo sa ABS-CBN, inaasahan namin, alam nyo kung kailan nag-broadcast ang ABS-CBN ng EDSA Revolution. Perhaps you can ask yung mga kasama mo rito. Kailan ang kauna-unahang pagkakataon na nag-broadcast ang ABS-CBN pagkatapos ng EDSA Revolution? As simple as that.
Hindi ko po alam.
Meron po bang nakakaalam? Kung hindi niyo po, excuse me, Congressman Barsaga, kung po hindi niyo po nalalaman, maaari po bang, kasi kayo po ang counsel ng ABS-CBN, nakakahiya naman po sa committee ito kung lahat po ng isasagot niyo ay hindi niyo po alam. Ngayon po, kung hindi niyo po nalalaman, binibigyan po namin kayo ng pagkakataon na magtanong po sa kasama ninyo kung sino po ang nakakaalam. Maraming salamat po, Attorney.
Salamat po sa reminder, Your Honors.
Pasensya na po, Mr. Chair. I don't think any of us were present during that time. Siguro, Mr. Chair, if you can give us a few minutes. Magtatanong lang kami sa opisina. Baka may alam po.
Bibigyan siya ng pagkakataon muli si Congressman P.D. Barsaga para itanong ito sa huling lista po ng first round o ng last round, ng first and only round ng ating interpellations.
Ang susunod kong tanong, Mr. Chairman, sinasabi ng ABS-CBN ni Attorney Rendon na pinayagan ni President Cory Aquino ang pagsasauli unti-unti ng mga properties ng ABS-CBN. Yung po ba ay tama?
Tama po yun.
Okay. Sinabi ni Attorney Rendon, Mr. Chairman, na mayroong pagpayag si Ginang Cory Aquino. Yung pagpayag ni Cory Aquino ay boka-boka o merong dokumento?
Ayon po sa mga arbitration agreements, tax credit lang po yun. Wala pong binitawan ang gobyerno ng cash.
Ang tanong ko, yung bang pagpayag ni President Cory Aquino para isauli ang mga properties ng ABS-CBN ay mayroong order, whether oral or in writing, o hindi niyo ulit alam?
kanya nga po nagkaroon ng arbitration agreement para po maging malinaw at transparent yung pagsauli
Teka
po.
muna. Pasensya na, Panyero. Ang tinatanong ko lamang, ang sabi mo kanina, pinayagan ni Cory Aquino na ibalik yung properties ng ABS-CBN. Ang tanong ko lamang, yung bang pagpayag ni Cory Aquino ay merong dokumento in writing o wala at boka-boka lamang? Huwag na tayong pumunta sa arbitration agreement. Masyadong malayo yun.
I cannot recall.
Move to
Your
suspend,
Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
Suspended.
While suspended, Mr. Chair, nandun naman sa affidavit ni hearing, just a short presentation or a short discussion, if we may invite former Senator Enrile to shed light also on the history of ABS-CBN.
Si Senator Enrile po.
Opo, kasi sa palagay ko, silang dalawa lang po ni Mr. Almeida yung talagang may first-hand knowledge of what really transpired in ABS-CBN and the history of ABS-CBN. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Defensor. Nung isang araw lang napanood ko yung YouTube ni Senator Enrile. May kasama siya mga dinosaur doon sa YouTube. At magiging masaya ako na maimbitahan natin. The COMSEC is hereby directed to give an invitation to former Senator Enrile na sabi nga nila ay ang nag-execute ng
sequestration order, Mr. Chairman.
Ng sequestration order para sa ABS-CBN at sa lahat ng broadcasting companies sa susunod na hearing.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Congressman Defensor.
Yung napanood niyo po sa YouTube, TikTok po yun, TikTok.
TikTok ba yun? Okay. Ibabalik na po natin kay Congressman Barsaga ang linya po ng pagtatanong at nasabihan na rin po ng inyong abang lingkod, ang ABS-CBN, na lahat po ng tanong na hindi masasagot ng ABS-CBN ngayong araw na ito ay ililista ng ating committee secretary at kahit po natapos na ang matapos natin ang issue tungkol po sa pagkakabalik ng ABS-CBN sa Lopez family matapos ang EDSA Revolution, ito pong mga tanong na hindi na masasagot ay pasasagot po sa kanila ng chairman sa susunod na hearing. Yes, Congressman Zarate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pwede po bang malaman lang, Chair, kung yung pagkakasunod-sunod nung mag-i-interpolate after Congressman PD? Thank you, Chair.
Pagkatapos po ni Congressman Barsaga ay si Vice Chairman Bambol, si Vice Chairman Eric Yap, at si Congressman AA Advincola. Pero binigay na po nila yung oras nilang lahat kay Congressman Barsaga. Ang susunod po ay si Congressman Edsel na binigyan naman ng oras ni Congressman Belmonte. Ang susunod po ay si Senior Majority Leader Boying Remulla. Ang susunod po ay si Congressman Bordado. Sunod kayo po, Congressman Zarate. Pagkatapos naman po ay si Congressman Rufus Rodriguez na binigyan ng oras ni Congressman Garbin, Arenas, Tambunting at Castro. Pagkatapos po nito ay si Congressman Mickey Bielago ay bibigyan natin ng pagkakataon na magtanong. At si Congressman Lo Fortun na binigyan naman ng oras ni Congressman Amatong. Pagkatapos po ay si Deputy Speaker Dante Marcoleta na binigyan ng mga oras ni Kong Jun Datol, ni Congressman Edcas, Congressman Guya at Congressman De Jesus. Pagkatapos naman po ay bibigyan natin ng pagkakataon na magtanong si Congresswoman Josephine Ramirez Sato. Pagkatapos po ay si Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. At last but not the least ay si Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Yan po ang linya natin ng mga magtatanong at para po wag na natin patagalin pa, ibalik po natin ang floor, ibigay natin muli kay Congressman PD Barsaga.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Ito po, simple lamang ang tanong ko. At pwedeng sagutin ng sino mang kinatawan ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Sa pagbabalik ba ng ABS-CBN Corporation, pagkatapos ng martial law ng kanilang mga equipment, mayroon bang binayad ang ABS-CBN Corporation sa pamahalaan na pinamumunuan ni Cory Aquino? At kung mayroon, magkano? At kung wala, then nothing.
Tulad po ng nabanggit ko, Your Honor, if papayagan niyo po, ay ang basihan po nito lahat ay yung agreement to arbitrate. At nilitis po ito at nagkaroon po ng desisyon, ngunit po ang gobyerno ay wala naman po talagang binitawan na pera. Binitawan na pera po.
Tama ba ang sabihin ko na ang mga Lopez ay hindi nagbayad, not even a single centavo, sa pamahalaan ni Cory Aquino kahit na binalik sa kanila ang ABS-CBN together with all the facilities?
Yun pong issue po doon sa arbitration ay ang ABS-CBN po ang claimant na paggamit ng mga equipment nila mula 1986 hanggat na ibalik po fully for about 6 years.
Para matapos na natin, doon sa arbitration agreement, of course, nagkaroon ng arbitration agreement, pinirmahan ng Executive Secretary Joker Arroyo representing the Philippines.
Yun po ang una.
Una. At sino naman ang kinatawan ng ABS-CBN?
At that time po si Mr. Augusto Almeda Lopez.
Pagkatapos, sino ang chairperson?
Nung arbitration board po.
Yes.
Ang una pong arbitration board, ang chairperson po was retired Supreme Court Justice Abad Santos. Dalawa po kasi naging board
Abad Santos sa una.
Opo, yung
Sigurado
una po.
ka riyan?
Opo.
Panyero, okay. Walang nangyari sa unang arbitration.
Kasi nga wala po dahil challenge po sa Korte Suprema ni Mr. Chito Gascon.
Pero kahit na challenge doon sa kaso ni Gascon, walang restraining order na inisyu ang Korte Suprema.
Basta po yung arbitration, tumigil muna po.
Tumigil muna. At ang sabi ng Concon delegate na si Chito Gascon, sa ating saligang batas, ipinagbabawal ang oligarchy. Ngunit sa ginawa nitong arbitration ng Cory Aquino, bumalik na naman yung mga oligarchs sa bagong pamahalaan. Well, anyway, those are the issues. Itinuloy ang susunod na arbitration. Sino ang representatives ng subsequent arbitration?
Sa gobyerno po ay yung Government Corporate Council at ang abogado po ay the Office of the Solicitor General.
Sa ABS-CBN,
si Attorney Andres Bautista po.
at sino ang third person?
Ang chairperson po si retired Supreme Court Associate Justice Amorpina Melencio Herrera.
At ano ang nangyari doon sa arbitration na yon?
Nagkaroon na lang po ng compromise agreement yung gobyerno at ABS-CBN at nagpirmahan po, inaprubahan po ng arbitration board.
Doon sa arbitration proceedings, base sa aking nabasa, initially, humihingi ang ABS-CBN ng 147 million as rentals. Tama po ba yun?
Totoo po yun, more or less po.
Rentals mula kailan at hanggang saan?
1986 po hanggang 1992 lamang po.
So rentals sa gobyerno na pinangungunahan ni President Aquino at sila ang gobyerno ang magbabayad. Tama po ba?
Opo, that was the claim of ABS-CBN.
Pagkatapos sa arbitration, binaba ng ABS-CBN yung kanilang initial demand na 147 million, ginawa na lamang 100 million.
Actually po, tumawad pa ang gobyerno, naging 97 million 500,000
Okay,
po.
97 million. At itong settlement, number one, i-apply sa utang ng ABS-CBN sa gobyerno sa mga taxes na hindi nabayaran.
Tatlo pong components po.
Hindi, yung
yun.
una.
Yung una po ay...
Ang una ay i-apply sa utang ng ABS-CBN sa gobyerno representing the unpaid taxes.
Yun po ang...
First component.
Isa po. Totoo po yun. Yung
magkano yung
kaso po
first
sa Court of
component?
Tax Appeals po.
Magkano yung first component?
Basta po yung pinakamalaki po dyan was about 57 million. Doon po yan sa interpleader case.
magkano yung taxes sa compromise agreement? You have the documents.
Yung sa taxes po ay 13,291,000 lang po yung
13
sinet.
million.
Opo,
Okay.
13 million po.
Ang pangalawa naman ay yung $54 million.
Tama po yun, Your Honors.
Sapagkat ang ABS-CBN dinimanda ng Banahaw ba ang nagdemanda sa Makati?
Opo, meron pong kaso. Ayon po sa mga records na pinagbasihan po namin during the arbitration case po.
Hindi nagbayad ang ABS-CBN sa rental. Kaya sila ay napademanda. Base sa records ng Makati Regional Trial Court.
Opo, doon sa interpleader case po.
Pagkatapos yung balanse na 29 million ay i-apply naman as tax credit in the future.
Tama po yun, Your Honors.
So base sa arbitration agreement at base na rin sa dokumento, not a single centavo was paid by ABS-CBN sa pagbawi ng kanilang facilities mula sa ating pamahalaan. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, yung agreement nga po is, yung ABS-CBN nga po ang claimant.
Ang sinasabi ko, base sa records. At para malaman ng ating mga kababayan, bagamat nakapag-broadcast ang ABS-CBN, napasauli ang kanilang property, not a single centavo was paid by ABS-CBN to the Cory government. Walang binayaran.
Wala po kasi nga po sila po yung claimant po.
Claimant. Pangalawa, hindi na nagbayad ang ABS-CBN, practically, nagbayad ang gobyerno ng 97 million. Although this is not actual payment, but set up sa Banahaw, sa tax liability, and future credits. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun.
Tama. Okay. Now, maraming kaso ang pinail ng ABS-CBN. Nag-file sila ng criminal case laban kina Benedicto. On the ground na si Benedicto ang gumamit ng facilities ng ABS-CBN. Criminal case. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun, base sa case ng ABS-CBN versus Ombudsman po.
Ano yung mga kasong pinail?
Criminal cases po yun, theft, yung
theft, estapa, coercion, etc.
At saka yung yung sa pagkuha po, pag-exercise po ng real rights over real property without...
At dito sa asuntong to, dinismisto ng Ombudsman yung mga criminal cases, dinila ng ABS-CBN sa Korte Suprema, pagdating sa Korte Suprema, sustained ang Ombudsman. Yung sinabi mo kanina, ABS versus Ombudsman.
Totoo po yun, Your Honor.
Okay. At siguro bilang abogado ng ABS-CBN, ang ABS-CBN nag-file din ng civil case against the estate of Roberto Benedicto. Sapagkat ang sabi nga ng ABS-CBN, sina Roberto Benedicto ang gumamit ng aming facilities noong panahon ng Marcelo. Tama po ba?
Totoo po yun.
Okay. At doon sa civil case na pinal ng ABS-CBN, natalo ulit ang ABS-CBN at mga Lopez sa civil liability sa Court of Appeals.
Totoo po yun, Your Honor.
Totoo yun, okay. Pagkatapos, wala namang desisyon ang husgado na illegal, unlawful ang pagkuha ng ating pamahalaan sa mga properties ng ABS-CBN noong panahon ng batas militar.
Sa pagkakaalam ko po ay wala naman po akong alam ng desisyon ng Korte Suprema kasi pa nga po walang kasong na-file except lang po yung Benedicto case.
Okay. Sa iyong pagkakaalam, ano ang posisyon ng mga Lopez sa pagkuha ng property nila noong panahon ng martial law? Mayroon bang coercion? Mayroon bang puwersa, etc., etc.?
Yun po ang legal position ng mga Lopezes or ABS-CBN.
That's the legal position.
Legal position po yun.
Although iba ang factual situation na sinabi ng Korte Suprema sa kaso ng Lopez versus Ombudsman. Huling tanong ko na lamang. Tinignan ko kanina yung TCT original na dala ni Attorney Rendon. At bagamat mabilis ang aking pagkakatingin, may nakita akong mortgage registered and that is dated 1975. Pwede bang pakitingnan yon? Nasa likod.
$1975. Meron po dito naka-inscribe po.
Just for the record, pwede bang pakibasa mo yung entry ng mortgage dated 1975?
Ito po, babasahin ko po for the record. PE 3263-T125702, a mortgage. The Philippine Commercial and Industrial Bank to guarantee a principal obligation in the sum of 13 million mortgaged di ko po mabasa, no? Necessary in case subsequent encumbrance or alienation of the property, either condition set forth in document number 367, page numbered 75, book 6 of the Notary Public of Manila, Cesar Catalan. Ang date po ng inscription ay March 10, 1975. Date of instrument rather, I'm sorry, Your Honors. And date of inscription, March 13, 1975 at 3:20 p.m. po.
Base sa titulo na nakapangalan sa ABS-CBN, nagkaroon ng mortgage, nagkaroon ng sanla noong March 1975.
Base po sa portion na pinabasa mo po sa akin.
At ang pagsasanla ay ginawa ng ABS-CBN Corporation, hindi ng Marcos government.
Hindi naman po.
Sapagkat kung pinwersa yan ng ating pamahalaan, unang-una, yung titulong yan, yung owner's copy, ay nasa pag-aari ng mga Lopez. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
At base riyan sa dokumento, the proceeds were given to the Lopez's or ABS-CBN Corporation.
That would be the legal consequence po.
Oh, that is the legal consequence. And that mortgage was executed when?
Yung date of instrument po ay March 10, 1975. Ang date of inscription po, March 13, 1975.
March 10, 1975. At siguro, magkakasundo naman tayong lahat na March 10, 1975, nasa ilalim pa tayo ng batas militar.
Opo.
Okay. I'll just reserve my other questions, Mr. Chairman, when the competent person would be available to testify regarding what transpired immediately after the HR revolution. Maraming salamat, kompanyero.
Salamat
Mr.
din
Chair.
po.
Congressman,
Mr. Chair.
yes, Congressman Suarez.
Point of clarification lang. Earlier, My fellow colleague from Cavite mentioned that in the arbitration, it wasn't ABS-CBN that paid government. It was government that paid. It was government that paid ABS-CBN. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, please.
In the line of questioning earlier, correct me if I'm wrong. It was government. It wasn't government that paid ABS-CBN. It was ABS-CBN that it was ABS-CBN who received payment from government. Correct.
That is correct because we claimed for rentals and at the same time, instead po na yung gobyerno po magbayad ay in-apply na lang po doon sa 3 elements na po yun.
No. Yung point of clarification ko doon, Mr. Chair, if we can also ask for the same documents. Does this principle also apply to all the other companies that were sequestered during the martial law era?
ABS-CBN, alam niyo po ba yung sagot dyan?
Other corporations po, hindi po. Hindi ko po, I'm not, I do not have personal knowledge of that po.
If so, Mr. Chair, maybe we can ask our committee to find out. Kasi kung ito po talaga yung naging general course of action during that time, especially we're going back in history and we also need to find out how government worked with the other companies during post-martial law period. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, kasama natin ngayong araw na to ang PCGG. Alam kaya nila yung ano? Yun nangyari dyan. Before I recognize PCGG...
Mr. Chairman, I just have a short question.
Yes, Congressman Remulla.
Since the witness is not competent to testify on other matters, maybe he's competent to testify on his written statement that he read earlier in the beginning of this hearing. Mr. Chairman,
Vice Chairman Remulla, maraming tanong ba yan?
It's only, actually, there's just 2 provisions in the letter na magkasunod, no? Ang sabi niya sa line 4 or a 3rd paragraph, a lease agreement was entered into between RPN9 and ABS-CBN, and thus ownership was retained by ABS-CBN. So, do you admit that there was an actual lease agreement between RPN9 and ABS-CBN?
ABS-CBN?
Totoo po yun. Mayroon pong dokumento dyan. Ngunit po, hindi po nakabayad dyan dahil nga po sa sulat or sa lease letter agreement, dapat po talaga pag-uusapan na yung lease, yung compensation po. Ngunit,
hindi, kasi ano ito in your letter, sabi, very clear a letter lease agreement was signed between ABS-CBN and Radio Philippines Network, and on the end, sabi mo, ownership was retained by ABS-CBN. So this is your statement, di ba? In the next paragraph, you said, ABS-CBN was deprived of the right to use the facilities from the declaration of martial law and even after the EDSA revolution. How can it be a deprivation of right when there was already a lease agreement? Can you distinguish between the 2 paragraphs that you wrote and read to this body?
ABS-CBN?
Your Honors, ito po ay agreement nga, kaya lang hindi naman po nagbayad during the martial law years.
Were you there to say that hindi nagbayad? Or by what authority are you saying hindi nagbayad? Because you cannot testify on something that you were not present in unless you have the original document with you and a receipt for 1 peso.
Ito po ay nalalaman po doon sa affidavit ni Attorney Augusto Almeda Lopez po na sinubmit na rin po namin sa komitiba. Kanya nga po, in fact, they said the provisions of this lease letter agreement were quoted in toto in the ombudsman case po.
Who signed the lease agreement?
This lease letter agreement was signed by Alfredo Montelibano as chairman of ABS-CBN, and illegible po, hindi ko po ito alam kung kaninong pirma po ito, with the conformity of Radio Philippines Network po. Nandyan po na yan na sinubmit na sa committee ba po.
So after all of these years, you are contesting that there was a lease agreement, although you are the one who introduced the concept that there was a lease agreement.
There was a lease agreement po. Kaya lang po hindi nagbayad kasi nga po hindi na pag-usapan kung magkano talaga ang
Mr. Chairman, ang
dapat
problema
bayaran.
kasi dito, it's hearsay. Yung hindi nagbayad is not personal knowledge. So, hindi siya competent to even state what he wrote in his introduction to this committee, Mr. Chairman. We have a problem here.
Congressman Remulla, I'm allowing you to continue your interpellation, and I already timed you. Hindi ko na po ipabibigay sa iyo yung oras mo mamaya. Idiretso mo na po yung
Mr. Chairman,
interpellation mo.
in the matter of giving time, I think that it's just about fair that we are able to discuss all the issues here so people can understand what we're talking about. I mean, sometimes you miss the forest for the trees. Time is important, but in regard to the understanding of people, I don't think that that is the most important aspect of why we are here to discuss ABS-CBN. Sana ho, wag tayo magsasabi na ito binigay yung time, ito binigay yung time. Hindi po ito Mr. Chairman Hindi po malinaw kung talaga ba gusto natin tapusin ito o gusto natin i-time lang ng pagsasalita ng isang tao.
Congressman Remulla, malinaw naman po na gusto nating ituloy itong proceedings natin. At sinabi ko lang po sa inyo na yung oras na ibibigay nyo dapat kay Congressman Marcoleta ay gamitin nyo na po dahil maganda po yung punto ninyo patungkol sa ABS-CBN, at ayoko namang putulin kaagad yung napakagandang punto po na iniraise mo na sa committee ito. Ituloy mo po ang pagtatanong mo, Congressman Remulla, para sa mas maintindihan po, para mas lalong maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan ang patungkol po doon sa iyong pagtatanong.
So, Mr. Rendor, was there a lease contract executed or was there not a lease contract executed?
Meron po through a letter, although po dun sa lease, sa letter po, hindi na pag-usapan po kung magkano po talaga ang renta. Ito po ay yung, kung mamarapatin nyo pong masagot ko, ipagpatuloy ko po ang aking sagot, ay ito po yung during the martial law years.
Did Mr. Montelibano have the authority to sign the lease agreement?
Ayon po sa affidavit ni Attorney Jake Lopez, and even in the Supreme Court case of the Ombudsman, siya nga po ang pinili ng grupo ni Mr. Benedicto. Kasi nga po siya na lang po naiiwan dito at the time, at alam naman po natin yung nangyari sa ibang pamilya ng Lopez po. So siya po ang pumirma at ito po ay pinag-usapan. Ngunit po hindi na finalize kung magkano ang dapat bayaran, yung rate po.
But in your statement, sinabi mo that a lease agreement was signed between the two.
Opo.
And at the same time, sabi mo ABS-CBN was deprived of the right to use facilities.
Opo, dahil at that time, wala na po sa kanila yung possession po. Kasi nga po, nung nasunog po yung KBS stations, pinakiusapan, at ito nga po yung agreement na habang po nagpapagawa yung KBS Channel 9, RPN 9, kagamitin po muna pansamantala yung equipment at facilities ng ABS-CBN po. Ayon po dito sa June 8, 1973, letter lease agreement po.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with two conflicting sentences in his introduction, I don't think that there is any clarity in the declarations made today by the witness of ABS-CBN on whether there was vitiated consent. Kasi he's saying that there is vitiated consent without any evidence to prove that fact, Mr. Chairman. This is just a kwentong kutsero lang ang lumalabas dito, Mr. Chairman. Wala hong kabagay-bagay ang kanyang pag-testify sa bulwagang ito ngayong araw.
Paalala po sa ABS-CBN, sana po ay bago po tayo dumako sa susunod na hearing, sana po yung mga ebidensya po para sa katanungan po na naibigay po ni Congressman Remulla ay madala po sa committee ito. Pwede ko po bang malaman sa ABS-CBN kung kaya nyo pong madala yung mga official documents kung meron po tayo? ABS-CBN?
Opo, dadalhin po namin yung mga dapat na mga dokumento po.
Maraming salamat po. Next to interpellate will be Congressman Edsel Lagman at ibinigay po ni Congressman Belmonte. Ang oras ni Congressman Belmonte kay Congressman Edsel Lagman, meron po siyang 10 minuto. Congressman Lagman, you're now recognized. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is alleged that the reacquisition by the Lopez family of ABS-CBN without paying any consideration to the Republic of the Philippines is a violation of the Constitution. May we know what in particular is the provision of the Constitution purportedly violated?
Your Honor, yun nga po na tinake over yung facilities without paying rentals.
No. Panyero, could you please comprehend the question so that your answer will be responsive and we will not be wasting time? Let me repeat my question. It is alleged that the reacquisition by the Lopez family of ABS-CBN without paying any compensation to the Republic of the Philippines violates the Constitution. Is there any provision which has been violated in the Constitution by the reacquisition of the Lopez family? Or there is none?
There was none, Your Honor.
None. Okay. Granting arguendo that the reacquisition is not legal, this would only result to a civil infraction. Is this correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Has there been any civil or even criminal action filed against the Lopez family for illegal reacquisition of ABS-CBN?
To my knowledge po, wala pong final na kaso laban po sa mga officers or Lopez family po.
Considering that any violation regarding this reacquisition by the Lopez family of ABS-CBN in 1986 is only civil in nature. After 34 long years, has prescription set in?
Hindi po nag-set in ang as far as the obligation, kung meron man po ang ABS-CBN, ay kung civil po ito, nag-prescribe na po.
Nag-prescribe na. Under the civil code, what is the longest period of prescription for the institution of action? Is it not 30 years with respect to the recovery of immovable properties?
That is correct po. For real properties po, 30 years prescription.
So that has long expired because from the EDSA People Power Revolution up to the present time, 34 years have already elapsed. Is that correct?
Totoo po yun, Your Honor.
In reality, who is the aggrieved party in the seizure of ABS-CBN facilities in premises and its provincial TV and radio stations at the onset of martial law and later at the height of the 1986 EDSA revolution.
It was ABS-CBN po that was prejudiced.
Okay. Is this violation of the rights of the Lopez family and ABS-CBN violative of any provision of the Constitution?
The reacquisition po of the family never violated any constitutional provision as far as the Lopez family is concerned.
No, I think the answer is not responsive. Could you kindly understand well the question before you reply, Attorney Rendon? My question is, you claim that the aggrieved party in the takeover of the ABS-CBN properties and facilities at the outset of martial law and subsequently at the height of the EDSA People Power Revolution is ABS-CBN. My question is,
that is correct.
As the constitutional provision is violated, is this not the due process clause of the Constitution?
Opo, yung binanggit ko po kaninang dalawang nasa Bill of Rights po.
Yung Section 1 of Article 3 on the Bill of Rights, which says that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law and the payment of just compensation to the aggrieved party. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
It is fundamental that an illegally seized or confiscated property must be returned to the rightful owner without delay. Is that correct?
There is a principle po na if you are a builder in bad faith, you do not even have to be compensated.
Let us not introduce alien concepts here. My question is very simple, Attorney Rendon. It is fundamental that an illegally seized or confiscated property must be returned to its rightful or legal owner without much delay. Do you agree to that?
Illegally seized po, ibig sabihin, that they have to be compensated po because ABS-CBN should be legally compensated because the takeover, as far as ABS-CBN is concerned, as the legal position, was not in accordance with law po.
Aside from compensation, is there need to return the property to the rightful owner under our laws? Is that correct?
There is a need to return to the rightful owner po.
The return to the Lopez family of ABS-CBN is pursuant to this very fundamental tenet that the rightful owner should be given back a property illegally seized. Is that correct?
That is correct po, Your Honors.
After the EDSA People Power Revolution in 1986, was it incumbent on the new Cory administration to return ABS-CBN to the Lopez family as majority owners pursuant to this fundamental tenet?
Yes po, Your Honors.
It is admitted that at the onset of the martial law, government forces seized the facilities and premises of ABS-CBN at the then Bohol Avenue, including the provincial TV and radio station, as well as Channel 4, which was also being operated by ABS-CBN together with Channel 2. Is this correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
During the 1986 EDSA People Power Revolution, was the same properties of ABS-CBN seized by the Cory and Enrile Ramos forces?
Yes, Your Honor, at the beginning, Your Honor.
But consequent to this takeover by the Cory and Enrile Ramos forces, ABS-CBN issued a statement that it is authorizing the new government to use the said facilities during the crisis and emergency. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
When the situation normalized in April 1986, what did ABS-CBN do? Did it request for the return of the broadcast facilities, considering that the crisis and the emergency was already over?
Yes po, through a letter from Senator Tanyada as counsel of ABS-CBN po.
May we know whether ABS-CBN has submitted to the joint committees a copy of that letter from Senator Lorenzo Tanyada?
I am not sure, but I have a copy of that, Your Honor, because I was not the one who submitted the submissions from ABS-CBN. But if meron po, just kung meron, I cannot recall. But I also have here.
Could you please submit your copy of that letter from Senator Lorenzo Tanyada to President Cory Aquino way back in April 1986?
Your Honor, it was attached to the affidavit of Attorney Jake Almeda Lopez as an annex, yung April 17, 1986 demand letter ni Senator Tanyada po.
Okay.
It is now with the committee po.
Yes. So that answers my initial question that ABS-CBN has submitted a copy of this letter.
Yes po.
And in July 1986, was there any positive response from the Office of the President officially approving ABS-CBN's request to resume its broadcast operation? In other words, was that request granted by President Cory Aquino?
Yes po, gradually po sinosoli na po yung mga property ng ABS-CBN.
Now, there was an earlier question whether the approval of the request from Senator Tanyada on behalf of ABS-CBN was reduced to writing. And could you just recall what was your reply?
I was about to say, Your Honors, that the agreement to arbitrate is the answer of to the question that led to, or can be construed as a response by the Cory government para maging transparent po ang pagbalik ng possession ng ABS-CBN in answer to the demand letter of Senator Tanyada po.
The agreement to arbitrate came later. In the affidavit of Mr. Augusto Almeda Lopez, is the positive response or approval by the Office of the President then mentioned or annexed to this affidavit?
These were all attached also as an annex to the affidavit of Attorney Almeda Lopez, yung mga agreement to arbitrate po.
In other words, the timeline and sequence of events had been detailed in that affidavit of Mr. Augusto Almeda Lopez. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
Now, after the operation of ABS-CBN was returned to the Lopez family, may we know whether it was able to secure a provisional authority to operate, more particularly Channel 2 and radio stations DCMM AM and DCRR FM?
Meron po, as a matter of fact, in the submissions to these honorable committees, meron pong approval yung NTC, National Telecommunications Commission po.
I recall that the Cory and Ramos and Relief Forces took over ABS-CBN at the height of the People Power Revolution. Do you know whether there was any action taken by PCGG on this matter, considering that the takeover was subsequently legalized as a sequestration by the PCGG?
I do not have personal knowledge of that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Of course, I am not requesting for any personal knowledge, but on record, is there any record that on June 18, 1986, PCGG approved the return of Channel 2 to ABS-CBN? If you are not ready to answer that question, can we ask the responsible officials of ABS-CBN if they could submit to the committee that PCGG approval on the return of Channel 2 to ABS-CBN on June 18, 1986? Mr. Chairman. After this, what happened next?
After the gradual return po of the facilities, after the Supreme Court decided the gas court case, the arbitration proceedings proceeded again.
Now, let me just put this in proper time perspective. There was a need to agree to arbitration because despite the repeated demands of ABS-CBN for PTB4 to vacate the premises of ABS-CBN, they refused and instead assigned to ABS-CBN a small portion of about 1/6 of the broadcast center for its television and radio operations. So there was need to resolve this problem. Consequently, there was this agreement to arbitrate. Is that correct?
That is correct po.
Congressman Lagman?
Yes.
Yes, you have 1 more minute, so...
Mr.
please-
Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes. Congressman
So that Congressman Lagman can continue with his interpellations. Earlier, meron hong binigay na oras ng mga authors. We can allow Congressman Lagman to partake or take some of those.
Actually, Congressman Zarate, included na po yung oras na inallocate natin sa kanya.
So,
Mr. Chair, I have my original 5 minutes. The Honorable...
Congressman Lagman, you may continue.
Okay. On October 6, 1987, the Office of the President, on behalf of the Republic, agreed to submit to arbitration the dispute regarding the return of the entire broadcast center and the radio and television stations then occupied and operated by PTB4. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
Then subsequently, the validity of the arbitration agreement was questioned before the Supreme Court. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, in the Gascon case.
This is the Gascon versus Jocor Arroyo, GR number 78389, October 16, 1989. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
Then in an in-bank decision by the Supreme Court validated or held that the agreement to arbitrate was valid, and consequently, the arbitration continued. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And subsequently, there was an arbitral decision or award. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
And among the salient dispositions, or even the principal disposition in the arbitral award or decision, is that ABS-CBN was awarded the total amount of 97,880,000 as rentals in arrears of PTB4, which the government obligated itself to pay in non-cash basis, like tax credit. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
In other words, the bottom line is, instead of ABS-CBN, the aggrieved party, paying any compensation to the Republic, it was the Republic which obligated itself to pay ABS-CBN. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
In sum, the reacquisition of ABS-CBN was covered by legitimate issuances like the following: letter of the Office of the President effecting the reacquisition as requested by Senator Tanyada; 2, order of the Presidential Committee on Good Government releasing the assets of ABS-CBN under sequestration; 3, grant of provision authority to ABS-CBN to resume operations by the National Telecommunications Commission; 4, agreement to enter into arbitration; 5, Supreme Court decision in Gascon versus Arroyo upholding the validity of the agreement to arbitrate; and finally, the rendition of the arbitral award. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
May we know, Attorney Rendon, whether any of these issuances have been challenged then or up to now?
None, Your Honors.
Honorable Joint Chairman, may I request that these issuances, being official actions, be given judicial notice, so to speak, or be recognized by these joint committees?
The said documents requested by Congressman Lagman, the committee is therefore ordered to provide all of this as requested. Yes, you may proceed.
In 1995, Republic Act number 7966, entitled, and I quote, an act granting the ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, install, operate, and maintain television and radio broadcasting stations in the Philippines and for other purposes, was enacted. Is this correct?
That is contained, Your Honor, in the order of the NTC, Your Honor. Yes.
So, so there was this franchise granted in 1995 under Republic Act 7966. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor, under that Republic Act.
Now, the enactment of Republic Act number 7964 has put to rest any challenge to the reacquisition by the Lopez family of ABS-CBN. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, Joint Chairman, thank you very much for this opportunity to make this interpellation.
Thank you so much, Congressman Lagman. Next to interpolate, Congressman Bordado. Congressman Bordado, you have the floor.
Let me just give my brief. Okay, thank you. Let me just give my brief manifestation on the issue of whether or not the acquisition of ABS-CBN by the Lopez family after EDSA revolution was pursuant to the Constitution. We must be guided by the words of our Constitution. It is imperative that we look at the constitutional guarantees on private property enshrined in our Bill of Rights. All our three constitutions, the 1935, the 1973, and the 1987 constitutions contain exactly the same provisions in the Bill of Rights protecting property rights. All three constitutions guarantee that no person shall be deprived of property without due process of law. All three constitutions guarantee that private property shall not be taken for public use without just compensation. Excuse me. Even at the time of martial law, the wordings of our Constitution on the guarantee of protection to private property had not changed. In raising this issue on the return of assets to ABS-CBN, is the government claiming a right over the assets returned to ABS-CBN? By what right does the government claim ownership rights over these assets? Was it through the sequestration order of then President Ferdinand Marcos, through letter of instruction -A? While there was a seizure of private property or assets, there was no transfer of ownership from the private entity to the government. While the seized assets cannot be used, transferred, or conveyed for purposes inimical to national security, they can still be used, transferred, or conveyed so long as such use, transfer, or conveyance is not inimical to national security. While sequestration includes taking over and assumption of the management, control, and operation of the assets seized, the government did not take over and assume the management, control, and operation of the assets. Instead, the government allowed the assets of ABS-CBN to be used by Radio Philippines Network, or the RPN, which was mentioned a while ago. Did such use by RPN of the assets of ABS-CBN Corporation transfer ownership over those assets? Is there any private entity claiming a right of ownership over the assets reacquired by ABS-CBN? The decision of the Supreme Court in ABS-CBN Corporation versus the Office of the Ombudsman is instructive on this matter. By recognizing the letter agreement between the ABS-CBN and RPN, the Supreme Court decision recognizes ABS-CBN's corporation's ownership of the sequestered assets. Without any contrary court decision, Congress is bound to respect this pronouncement of the Supreme Court. In raising the issue of constitutionality of the reacquisition of ABS-CBN of the sequestered assets, the oppositors to the franchise application are actually questioning the act of then President Corazon Ojanco Aquino of returning the assets of ABS-CBN. Without a court ruling that such act of then President Aquino is unconstitutional, this committee or committees and even Congress cannot declare the same act as unconstitutional. Since there is no action filed in court questioning the act, this is presumed to be valid. Congress cannot pass upon the constitutionality of those acts in this proceeding. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Bordado. Next, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Caloy Zarate.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. I certainly agree with the manifestation of the Honorable Bordado na hindi ko rin maintindihan kung bakit naging question kung constitutional nga ba ang pagbalik ng mga ari-arian ng ABS-CBN sa kanila pagkatapos ng EDSA Revolution. Malinaw, Mr. Chair, sa mga inihayag dito ngayon at hindi naman kinokontest ito kahit ng mga ibang kasamahan natin na tinake over ng rehimen ni Marcos nung magdeklara ito ng batas militar by letter of instruction number 1, tinake over niya ang mga ari-arian ng ABS-CBN. At hindi natin sabihin ito, pwedeng sabihin na simpleng take over lang ito dahil batas militar nga. May duress talaga yon. And in fact, pagkatapos na tinake over ng diktador na si Marcos ang mga ari-arian ng ABS-CBN, hinuli pa nga, no? Hinuli ang kanilang chief executive noon na si Mr. Lopez at nakakulong siya for 4 years and 10 months, no? Nung mahuli siya November 27, 1972. Pagkatapos nung ma-take over itong mga properties ng ABS-CBN, ginamit ito ng mga crony ni Marcos. In fact, nagkaroon na lang ng isang istasyon at that time, ang Pilipinas. So, then EDSA Revolution happened. No? At during the revolutionary period, when the Cory administration then was exercising executive, legislative powers, no? Dito lumabas yung nabanggit kanina na sumulat ang dating lawyer ng ABS-CBN, si dating Senador Tanyada. Before that, sinabi nila gamitin niyo muna yung properties ng ABS-CBN dahil nasa emergency pa naman. Then on April of that year, 1986, sumulat si Senator Tanyada at sinabi na nga doon na kung tapos na ang emergency ay April 17, 1986, nababawiin na, no, ng ABS-CBN ang kanilang mga ari-arian na kinuha nung panahon ni Marcos, no, under letter of instruction number 1. Then after that, pinayagan na ang ABS-CBN, no, na bumalik sa ere. May approval ito ng PCGG at in fact noong ang NTC nung mag-operate na sila ng ang ABS-CBN ng kanilang radio station and TV station, July of 86 bumalik na ang radio ng ABS-CBN and September of 1986 bumalik na yung TV. Binigyan ito ng provisional authority ng NTC. We have to remember, at that time, nasa revolutionary, isang revolutionary government pa rin ng Aquino administration. Ito na yung gobyerno noon. No? Wala na yung gobyerno ng diktador na si Marcos. So as a result of that letter, nung ni Senator Tanyada, eventually nagkaroon ng pag-uusap, no? Ang mga kinatawan ng ABS-CBN at ang gobyerno ng Pilipinas. So ito na yung agreement to arbitrate dated January 6 of 1987. Is that correct?
Totoo po yun, yun yung una po.
So na-establish po natin yun, no?
ang gobyerno ng Cory administration, no, dahil yun na nga ang bagong gobyerno, sumulat kayo na ibalik na yung inyong mga ari-arian, hindi naman sinabi ng gobyerno, hindi namin ibabalik yan dahil sa gobyerno na yan. Wala hong sinabi ang gobyerno at that time na kanila yung mga ari-arian na yon. Tama po ba yon?
Tama po yun, Your Honors.
Yes. Wala hong sinabi. Katunayan, sinabi ninyo nga na pinayagan ng bumalik sa area ang ABS-CBN. No? At nandito ito sa sulat o affidavit ni Attorney Almeda na in September of 1986, bumalik na nga sa area ang TV. And in July of 87, January of 87, ay nag-arbitrate na kayo. So, dito sa arbitration na ito, hindi po ba ito ay pagrekognisa ng gobyerno ng Pilipinas at that time, no? Nasa administrasyon ng Aquino, pagrekognisa ito na ang mga ari-arian na inaangkin ninyo ay talaga namang hindi nawala sa ABS-CBN ang pagmamayari nito. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun, Your Honors.
At kahit na doon sa letters of instruction number 1, ang sinabi naman doon, tinake over lang, kinontrol. Di po ba yun yung lingwahe noon? Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun, yung sequestration.
Okay. So, at nabanggit nyo rin kanina, sa hinaba-haba ng panahon ng mga arbitration, at dumating pa ito sa Korte Suprema, eventually yung desisyon ng Arbitration Board na nirekognisa yung karapatan ng ABS-CBN at karapatan ng ABS-CBN na makatanggap ng danyos sa pamamagitan ng pagbabayad ng renta, no, between March of 1986 up to 1992 ay pinayagan din ng korte. Tama po ba yun?
Totoo po yun, Your Honors.
And yung arbitration agreement na yan na niratipika ng korte ay hindi naman po kinontest ng kahit sino man sa pamahalaan.
Wala pong nag-contest. In fact, natalo pa nga po yung si Attorney Gascon at the time.
Yes, there was this petition filed by Attorney Gascon. And yung arbitration agreement na yan na kung saan ay narekognisa nga, no, yung karapatan ng ABS-CBN, yung pagmamayari niya sa kaniyang mga properties, no, yung karapatan niyang tumanggap ng renta, ay matagal nang naging final and executory yung arbitration agreement na yan. Tama po ba yun?
Totoo po yun, Your Honors.
Yes. And nabanggit nyo rin kanina, nung tinake over ba, no, if you have a personal knowledge of this based on documents and records that you reviewed, nung tinake over ba ito ng diktador na si Marcos, no, ang ari-arian ng ABS-CBN, pagdeklara niya ng batas militar, ang prangkisa ba ng ABS-CBN noon ay wala na? No, Marcos time. Marcos time.
Congressman Sarate, while they are reconciling their notes, Congresswoman Castro has allotted her 5 minutes to your additional time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on the records, in 1974, as a result of the declaration of martial law, PD 576-A was issued, which terminated all congressional franchise by December 31, 1981.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the answer of Attorney Poblador. So, at the time, it was taken over by
May I just ask the resource person to say it again? Dahil parang mahina yung volume nung mic. Pakiulit lang yung baka hindi narinig ng mga kasamahan natin na naka-Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor. The presidential decree is PD 576-A, 1974. 1974.
So that presidential decree was issued in 1974. The properties of ABS-CBN were taken over in 1972. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, in
So, at that-
1972.
In fact, at that time, buhay pa yung prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Is that correct, Panyero?
That should be the case.
Yes. So, from 1974 onwards, dahil kinansila nga nung presidential decree na yan, yung prangkisa ng ABS-CBN, wala nang prangkisa, lahat ng mga broadcast industry, hanggang nangyari yung EDSA revolution. So nagkaroon lang ng prangkisa uli ang ABS-CBN, as you mentioned kanina, you admitted, in 1995, as also mentioned in the interpellation of Attorney Lagman. Tama po ba yun, Attorney Rendon?
Tama po yun.
Okay, thank you. Again, nung binigyan kayo ng prangkisa in 1995, wala namang for example, ang Solicitor General's Office or the Department of Justice or the PCGG ay hindi naman nila tinutulan ito for whatever reason. Is that correct?
Your Honor, the 1995 franchise was actually a congressional franchise.
Yes, but in the deliberation for the issuance of that congressional franchise in 1995, my question was, ito ba ay tinutulan ng kahit sino mang partido, especially from the government, the PCGG, the DOJ, or the Solicitor General's Office, citing that you don't own these properties, so hindi kayo dapat bigyan ng prangkisa. Meron bang ganon in 1995? I suppose wala dahil nabigyan kayo ng prangkisa. Tama po ba yun?
We have no knowledge or recollection of that event, Your Honor.
At any rate, Mr. Chair, just to wind up. Again, ang usapin kasi rito, constitutional ba yung pagbalik sa kanilang mga ari-arian pagkatapos na ito ay tinake over, kinontrol ng panahon ng diktador na si Marcos. At ngayon nga ay naibalik na sa kanilang kamay. To this representation, Mr. Chair, ay wala hong question yun. Na tama lamang na ibalik sa kanila. Para itong sitwasyon na ikaw na nga yung ninakawan, dapat ibalik sa iyo yung ninakaw sa iyo. I think naaayon sa ating batas yan, natural man or moral na batas, or batas na sa ating konstitusyon. Kasi mahirap naman ho, Mr. Chair, na ikaw na nga ang ninakawan, ikaw pa rin ang pagbabayarin pag naibalik sa iyo yung ninakaw sa iyo. Hindi ho siguro nararapat yan at walang hustisya dyan. Kaya hindi question bakit nung ibinalik sa kanila ang kanilang ari-arian ay nagkaroon ng arbitration, nagkaroon ng award na magbayad ng danyos. Yung pamahalaan at that time through tax credits, kung tama yung pagkakaintindi ko, at iba pang non-cash na usapin. That's a recognition to this representation that indeed na-recognize ng pamahalaan noon. At dapat i-recognize up to now ang mga ganitong pangyayari na tama yung pagkabalik ng mga properties ng ABS-CBN sa kanila at yung pagbalik nila sa ere. At walang question, dahil dumaan ito sa mga proseso na ayon na rin sa ating mga alituntunin at ayon sa batas. Even during the time that ang ating bansa ay nasa isang revolutionaryong period, during the time after the EDSA Revolution and just before the 1987 Constitution was ratified. Sumulat sila, hindi naman ito arbitrary, balik na yan sa inyo. Wala hong ganun. As sa nakita natin dito ngayon na mayroong sinunod na proseso. At yung proseso na ito, eventually, nagresulta doon sa pag-award ng, there was this arbitral award in favor of ABS-CBN. So maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga resource persons sa paglilinaw sa mga issues na ito.
Thank you very much, Congressman Sirate.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Zarate. Ang next po na mag-interpellate ay si Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. na kung saan binigyan din siya ng oras ni Congressman Carbin, Congresswoman Arenas at Congresswoman Tambunting. Congressman Rufus, you have 20 minutes po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I proceed, I have a preliminary inquiry to the committee and to the chairs. The first issue this afternoon is regarding the validity, the legality, constitutionality of the return of the ABS-CBN properties to the Lopez family. May we know whether the oppositors to this franchise or the committee motu proprio can cite the specific constitutional provision violated by the return of the ABS-CBN to the family, to the Lopez family?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Just to clarify as to the point raised by the Honorable Rodriguez, I don't think that there was any issue on the constitutionality of the return. It was just an issue raised by one of our colleagues as to the history of the return. But as to a violation of the provision of the Constitution, it was never raised, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Rodriguez.
Thank you very much. So therefore, in these proceedings this afternoon, there is no issue whatsoever of the alleged constitutionality of the return of the properties of ABS-CBN to the Lopez family. Now, I'd like to ask the oppositors and also the committee, is there a statute, a law, a presidential decree, or any statute in our country which is being cited by the oppositors in this committee that the return is illegal because of a violation of a certain statute and the sections of the statute? May we know, Mr. Chairman?
Congressman Rodriguez, Congressman Bersaga would like to be recognized.
Okay.
Congressman Bersaga.
I'll just make a very short manifestation after my good friend, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, has already completed his interpellation.
Congressman Rodriguez may continue.
So, Mr. Chairman, it is clear that this committee is hearing an issue which has no constitutional point or any illegality of statute. And so are we saying, Mr. Chairman, that this is a matter of discussion, academic discussions on propriety and morality of the transfer, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, on the Honorable Rodriguez, may we again clarify who are, as to whom your question being directed to?
The committee has set this hearing for this afternoon. And in the case of the Gabi Lopez citizenship, it is as Article 4 of the Constitution in 1935. In the case of the PDRs, Section 11, Paragraph 1 of Article 16. Now this one now, how can we discuss matters here in the committee when there is no violation of any constitution, provision, or any statute of our country? So maybe we know. How come this is an issue when there is no allegations or positions of anyone that there is a violation of this return of the properties of ABS-CBN to the Lopez family? That is a preliminary issue that we have to find out.
I agree with the Honorable Rodriguez, Mr. Chairman. This was in fact supposed to be the first part of the discussion, to discuss the history of the return of ABS-CBN. And I think it was not an allegation whatsoever, Mr. Chairman, but it may best be answered by the Honorable Alvarez, the chairman of the legislative franchises. Because if you recall, Mr. Chairman, this was supposed to be the first part of the discussion, but when Mr. Gabi Lopez was present during our first hearing, I made a motion. In fact, I was the one who made the motion to go into the subject of the citizenship of Mr. Lopez, since we already requested him and he was already there during our session. So, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'll
Congressman
just make a
Bersaga,
very short manifestation
you may proceed.
in response to the query of Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. Well, under the Constitution, we have the so-called Equal Protection Clause. Under the Equal Protection Clause, all persons similarly situated shall be treated alike. And the violation of the Equal Protection Clause, insofar as our discussion is concerned, because there are so many victims of martial law. Unfortunately, they were not equally treated. Preference was given immediately to ABS-CBN Corporation because right immediately after the EDSA revolution, they were able to get their properties, and at the same time, the government was able to pay them 97 millions. Pero maraming naghirap noong panahon ng martial law, maraming biktima. But those victims, up to now, not all of them had been properly compensated. Presidential Commission on Good Government was created 3 days after the EDSA revolution. Unfortunately, up to the present, pagkalipas ng napakaraming taon, more than 34 years, hindi pa rin natatapos ang PCGG. Kaya yun ang sinasabi. There is a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. Persons similarly situated should be treated alike. And under the Equal Protection Clause, guaranteed under our Constitution, there should be no preferential treatment to any person. But as what we have been discussing right now, preference was given to the Lopez family as compared to the other victims of martial law. So there is a constitutional issue concerned, not only, and also to mention that oligarchy is prohibited is not encouraged under the present Constitution. So yung constitutional issue, Equal Protection Clause. Persons similarly situated should be treated alike. Unfortunately, there was no equal protection or the same treatment insofar as ABS is concerned as compared to the other victims of martial law.
Thank you very much, Congressman Bersaga. Congressman Rodriguez, to the benefit of the other members of this committee, we will proceed with the agenda for today. So you may continue with your interpolation. It is now your time.
Yes, just a short rejoinder. Well, the equal protection of the laws is there, but in the case, is it therefore the fault of ABS-CBN and the Lopez family to assert their rights, while others may not have done so? In other words, after the removal of the Marcos regime, the Lopez family immediately, knowing the rights that were trampled upon, that were violated, this is really the article in the Bill of Rights, or no one should be deprived of life, liberty, or property. So therefore, others similarly situated could have also, if they were not returned the properties taken from them forcibly by the government, then they should have done so. So therefore, I believe that there is no issue even on equal protection of the laws. The Lopezes were vigilant and they were able to ask for the return. They got the return. There was an arbitration, and then therefore it was able to be clear at this point. It is also quite already an issue already quite finished. In other words, Mr. Chairman, the issue of because nobody can point about illegality statute and the equal protection does not apply here because it is the Lopez family which were deprived of property with a due process of law on, and that when the public emergency was there, yes, government can take private property, but always following that right is to be paid just compensation, and it was not paid just compensation. So let's now go to this to the matter at hand. I believe that this issue on the propriety of the transfer of the ABS-CBN properties back to the Lopezes is beating a dead horse, because here the issue has already been previously settled, and the conclusion has been reached, final conclusion. And why do I say that? Because, Mr. Chairman, this has been decided on a quasi-judicial body akin to a court, and this was the Board of Arbitrators. They recognized the ownership of ABS-CBN, and the Board of Arbitrators decided that rental should be paid to the owners. So, Board of Arbitrators, first in the hierarchy. Second, this was questioned and it went to the RTC, the Regional Trial Court, and the Regional Trial Court decided that this compromise agreement acknowledging the ownership of the Lopez family of ABS-CBN also entitles them to the rentals, and therefore the compromise agreement that was approved in the Board of Arbitrators was approved by the judicial process in the Regional Trial Court. So therefore, this is already res judicata, meaning that the matter has been adjudicated by a competent court. This is the Board of Arbitrators and the Regional Trial Court, and therefore it should not be pursued any further. Okay, that is on the side of res judicata. Now, we go now to the executive department. So the judicial department is there. In fact, in the case of Gascon versus Arroyo, the case of Gascon, there were two parts of the decision. One, there's no standing of Mr. Chito Gascon to file the case, so dismissible at that point. The second one is that on the merits, the Supreme Court ruled even if there's no standing for Mr. Gascon, because the Supreme Court said when the agreement to arbitrate, this is between Joker Arroyo and ABS-CBN, it said in Gascon versus Arroyo, GR number 78389, October 16, 1989, after stating there's no standing in court of the petitioners, here it says when the agreement to arbitrate was signed by Executive Secretary Joker Arroyo, the President exercised both legislative powers and executive powers of the government. Cabinet members are the assistants and agents of the Chief Executive. Where government takes private property, and this is where it's very important, because this is what gives the right to the Lopez family to get back what they own. When government takes private property for public use without legal process of expropriation or negotiated sale, the private property may be properly, the private owners may maintain a suit against the government, and there's no violation of the government immunity without its consent, because the same cannot be used as an instrument for perpetrating an injustice to a citizen. And so therefore, from the Board of Arbitrators to the Regional Trial Court to the case of Gascon, it is very clear that the matter of the return of the ABS-CBN broadcasting to the Lopez family is res judicata. It has been decided already by the courts. And so we go now to the other principles in law on the executive. Now, according to the case of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation versus Office of the Ombudsman, 5569 SCRA 59 October 2008, it was stated here that it is a fact, as stated in the decision of the Supreme Court, it is a fact that in June 1986, says here, the President, Professor Aquino, acting on the request of ABS-CBN through Senator Tañada, returned the ABS-CBN, these radio stations and TV stations, on a gradual and scheduled basis. It was also stated here in relation to the fact that the PCGG, it was mentioned earlier that the PCGG was the first creation by executive order of the President, creating the PCGG. And in this case of Gascon versus Arroyo, it stated that on June 18, 1986, this is the records of the case, facts of the case. stated in the Supreme Court, the PCGG approves the return of Channel 2 to the Lopez family. Two Supreme Court decisions that have therefore stated this. And so, in the administrative level, in the executive department, it is clear that the PCGG has returned these particular properties to the Lopez family, and the PCGG, under the qualified agency principle, represents the president, because the PCGG is the creation of the president. It's as if it's the president who has given back the properties back to the Lopez family. So that's one. The PCGG, the administrative agency, has already ruled and to return it. Second, also in July of 1986, a provisional authority was issued by the National Telecommunications Commission. This is the primary agency with the primary jurisdiction to be able to allow a broadcast station to operate and to be able to give the services. And very clearly in 1986, the NTC issued a provisional authority to operate television stations, Channel 2 and radio stations DZMM and DZRR. So we have now two agencies. And of course, the president being head of the NTC, being the one overall, as the president has supervision and control over the NTC and the PCGG, is also bound by her agents, unless the president would be able to cancel these decisions. They are impliedly the acts of the president, and that is the rule on the doctrine of primary jurisdiction that was given to the agencies. Therefore, in the judicial process, it is res judicata. In the case of the executive, all the executive agencies that has primary jurisdiction has ruled in favor of ABS-CBN. So now let me go to the questions to our legal counsel, Attorney Rendor. May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
You may proceed, Congressman Rodriguez.
Thank you. As mentioned earlier, in April 17, 1986, is it correct, Attorney Rendor, that the Lopez family, through former Senator Lorenzo Tañada, counsel for the Lopez family, requested the return of ABS-CBN to the Lopez family? Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
Yes. And then, because of this request, there was therefore the action of the president to allow his executive secretary, Joker Arroyo, to enter into an arbitration agreement. Was there an arbitration agreement that was signed between Joker Arroyo and the ABS-CBN in relation to the letter of the ABS-CBN for the president to return ABS-CBN?
There was, Your Honors.
Thank you. And the arbitration could not proceed because Mr. Chito Gascon filed a case in the Supreme Court. And this became the case of Gascon versus Arroyo. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
And in Gascon versus Arroyo, it was declared that Mr. Chito Gascon has no standing to question this because he will not be affected by any ruling that will come here, and he is not in any way damaged by this agreement. It was also ruled that precisely the acts of Joker Arroyo in signing as executive secretary this agreement to arbitrate is legal under the qualified agency doctrine. Is that correct, Attorney Rendor?
That is correct, Your Honors.
Thank you. Then, therefore, we go now to 1993. Before that, when was the second agreement to arbitrate? When did the arbitration, the second one, take into effect?
There was another agreement to arbitrate in 1993, Your Honors.
Correct. And in this agreement of November 13, 1993, there was agreement to submit to arbitration to the Board of Arbitrators between the Republic of the Philippines and ABS-CBN Corporation to resolve first the ownership, the return, and secondly, the claims for rental and damages. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
And on May 23, 1995, after these judicious proceedings of receiving evidences, on May 23, 1995, the Board of Arbitrators, headed by our revered former Justice Amarfina Herrera, we therefore had this compromise agreement. Can you tell us what this this compromise agreement approved by the Board of Arbitrators in this particular case contain? Just the salient points of this second Board of Arbitrators of the Republic of the Philippines and the Lopez family.
That was the award of the arbitral board, Your Honors.
That's correct. And the arbitral board recognized the ownership of the Lopez family and ordered the payment of 97,500,000 on a non-cash basis in payment of all the claims of ABS-CBN against the Republic. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
So the Board of Arbitrators decided that the ownership has been returned, is owned, these properties are owned by ABS-CBN, and therefore, as a corollary decision, then since they were deprived of the rentals, there was no rentals of payment paid as owner, the 97,500,000 was ruled in favor of the Lopez family, ABS-CBN, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, in accordance with the arbitral award.
That's correct. And then this arbitral award was brought to the Regional Trial Court for its approval. And is it correct that on June 23, 1995, the Regional Trial Court approved this compromise agreement recognizing the ownership of ABS-CBN and also ruling to give 97,500,000 to the ABS-CBN by the Republic?
That is correct, Your Honor, in accordance with the arbitration law, RA 76.
So therefore, clearly, the judicial process was met by the ABS-CBN and the government, and they were approved by the Board of Arbitrators and then also by the Regional Trial Court. Was the Regional Trial Court order or decision approving the compromise agreement, was it challenged in a higher court?
None, Your Honor, even until this date, Your Honors.
Up to this date, there has been no question, no challenge to the Regional Trial Court decision of June 23, 1995, and therefore, this is now the law of the case, correct? It is very decisive on this particular point. Is the law of the case that certainly ABS-CBN is the rightful owner of the property and that the payment of 97,500,000 is correctly adjudged to ABS-CBN to be paid by the Republic of the Philippines. Now we go now to the case of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation versus Office of the Ombudsman. Now in this case, you know, because the Lopez family filed this case against Roberto Benedicto et al. For the reason that precisely there were deeds, it was based on the revised penal code. And there were 5 counts of criminal cases. And the first count is that the execution of deeds, the Lopezes were forced by means of violence or intimidation. That's number 1. You confirm also that the other reasons why there was a case against Roberto Benedicto was because there was usurpation of real rights in property committed by Benedicto against the Lopez family. Do you confirm that?
I'm sorry, I did not quite understand the last portion of the question.
Yeah, the cases are 1, execution of deeds the Lopez family is charging Benedicto for an execution of deeds, which in the revised penal code, if you force a person to write a deed or an agreement by means of violence or intimidation, that is a violation of the revised penal code. And number two, there is also the revised penal code provisions for usurpation of real rights and property. In other words, Benedicto usurped the rights of the Lopezes in the properties mentioned. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
And of course, as you have mentioned earlier, there were also counts of robbery and theft, correct?
I did not get the last portion again, Your Honor.
Robbery, theft, and estafa, because lima yun eh. There was also allegation of theft under the revised penal code, and then robbery, and also estafa. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors, the three felonies.
Yes. And the only reason why the case was dismissed as far as the Benedictus was because he died together with Mr. Salvador Tan, correct? He died. And therefore, as any law student would know, when there is a criminal case, you cannot proceed criminally if the accused is dead. Is that correct?
That is the ruling of the Ombudsman as sustained by the Supreme Court that the death of Ambassador Benedicto does not survive the action.
That's correct.
In the criminal case.
In this dispository portion, it really said that, it cannot survive and there is no grave abuse discretion of the Ombudsman for dismissing because of the death. But then, clearly in that case, it said that, and I quote now, the Supreme Court decision in this case of ABS versus Ombudsman, while a criminal case against Roberto Benedicto et al. Are dismissed, it is without prejudice to file civil actions against the estate. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
In other words, while the criminal case may not proceed, there can be civil actions. So now, Attorney Rendor, so clearly, we can see here that as found by the courts, the PCGG had returned the properties, the NTC had also issued provisional authority, and are you aware also of the second provisional authority that was issued by NTC on June 11, 2008, because the first one was after of course 1986, when they were allowed in July after the the removal of President Marcos. So they were given authority, and then on June 11, 2008, the NTC once again in an application for provisional authority to operate Channel 2, DZMM, and DWRR. Can you tell us the ruling of the NTC on the application to grant a provisional authority to ABS-CBN to operate these three broadcast and TV stations? June 11, 2008.
That is correct, Your Honor. In fact, that NTC decision quoted in toto the decision, the arbitral award, and even the judgment, I think, of the Regional Trial Court of Makati.
In other words, Attorney Rendor, the NTC in its decision cited what has already been res judicata in the courts by the Board of Arbitrators and also the RTC that really recognizes the ownership of ABS-CBN. And are you aware that in this particular order of June 11, 2008, it says here that the NTC grants the provisional authority to operate Channel 2, DZMM, and DWRR because first, the applicant, that is ABS-CBN, is legally, financially, and technically qualified. Is it not that in the body of the decision of the NTC?
That is correct, Your Honor, in the June 11, 2008 decision of the NTC, Your Honors.
Yes. That is the first phrase on that particular dispositive portion, and this is where it's very important because here, this appears also in the decision of the NTC, which is primary jurisdiction in granting broadcast media to operate. And here, would you confirm that this particular decision of the NTC states they're granting the provisional authority because there appears no pending case or proceeding before any agency, court or tribunal which puts in issue the ownership of ABS-CBN of the equipment and facilities used by ABS-CBN. Is that, can you confirm that that is coming from the decision of the NTC, the primary body which has primary jurisdiction on the operation of broadcast media?
That is correct, Your Honors.
In other words, under the principle of the doctrine of primary jurisdiction, the NTC has found that there is no issue on ownership of the ABS-CBN over the equipment and facilities of Channel 2, DCMM, and DWR. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
And also, under the doctrine administrative law, the doctrine of qualified political agency, that both the PCGG, a commission created by the President, and also the NTC, which is under the office of the President, under the doctrine of qualified agency, the acts of these agencies bear an implied approval of the President. Ilusan Bayan versus Dominguez, 205 SCRA 92. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, under the principle of qualified political agency, Your Honor.
And then also under another principle on regularity of performance of official duties, the actions of the PCGG in returning the properties, the action of the NTC in giving a provisional authority. The principle applies that public officers generally enjoy the presumption of regularity in the performance of official duty. And in this case, is this not, are their discharge of their functions that they enjoy the presumption of regularity of the functions of the NTC and PCGG?
That is correct, Your Honor, on the doctrine of presumption of regularity, Your Honor.
And my question now, has there been any challenge on the action of the PCGG returning the properties to ABS-CBN?
There was no appeal or challenge to the return of ABS-CBN through this arbitration agreement, Your Honor.
And has there been a challenge also of the NTC issuing the two provisional authorities in this case? In other words, was there a question of the regularity of their performance of their official duties?
None, Your Honors.
None. Up to this time, Counsel?
None, Your Honors.
Thank you. Also, very clearly in this particular case, in the case of here, can you also tell us, Pañero, the doctrine of operative fact? What is an operative fact doctrine in administrative law?
The doctrine of operative act, Your Honor, is that acts that were done prior to any challenge are deemed valid.
Exactly. Have you teach law, Mr. Rendon?
That
Have
is
you taught law?
in administrative law.
Yeah, that's right, because you know these provisions. So in this particular case, yes, the operative act that is pertaining today, as we have our hearing, is that there has been no question of these particular decisions of the NTC and the Board of Arbitrators, the PCGG, and anybody can depend on the existence of these executive acts. If there is no prior, there is still no determination of any court of law of its constitutionality and illegality. And therefore, the operative fact now is that these actions of the Office of the President, the PCGG, the Board of Arbitrators, and the NTC are operative acts that produce consequences that we in Congress should acknowledge and that cannot be erased ignored or disregarded. And so, Panyero, going back therefore to the issue, can you confirm that so far there has been no constitutional provision that can rightfully be invoked against the return of the ABS-CBN property to the Lopez family?
There is no constitutional issue, Your Honor. In fact, the return is in consonance with the Constitution, Your Honor.
That's correct. In fact, if there's anybody to invoke the Constitution, it will be the Lopez family for being illegally deprived of their properties or if we grant arguendo that under a public emergency like martial law, there can be a takeover, there has to be, when there's takeover of private property for public use, there has to be just compensation. Before the Board of Arbitrators, had there been a just compensation for the use of the properties, the broadcast properties of ABS-CBN by the government, especially during the time of President Marcos? Has there been a payment of just compensation?
Your Honor, from the time of, I did not quite get the last.
Did Marcos or his officials pay any compensation for the taking of the property of ABS-CBN of the control?
During the martial law years, Your Honor, there was no compensation at all.
So meaning that the constitutional provision for the use of private property for public use with just compensation was not complied by the government at the time. Correct?
Yes, Your Honors.
In other words, if there's any constitutional right that has been violated here, it is the ABS-CBN, which was grossly violated when the government took over ABS-CBN, DZMM, and all the other radio stations of the Lopez family, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The Lopez family did not violate any constitutional provision as regards the takeover, Your Honors.
And then therefore, justice dictates that the properties illegally controlled and taken over by government, once democracy is restored, should be restored democratically to the owners of the property. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
So therefore, in this particular case, there is no violation, Attorney Rendor, the violation of any constitutional provision. Do you agree with that?
There was none, Your Honor.
There is also no violation of any statute, any Republic Act, any Commonwealth Act, any presidential decree in the return of the properties of the Lopez family.
Nothing was violated by the ABS-CBN, Your Honor.
So therefore, the return is legally and constitutionally valid. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I end my interpellation and I'd like to give my time to the next interpellator who will take up also the cudgels for the authors of the ABS-CBN franchise. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just a very short
Thank you very much,
request.
Congressman Rodriguez. Congressman Bersaga, yes, you recognize.
Well, nasabi ng ABS-CBN, and in line also with the questioning of Congressman Rupus, and based also on my previous interpellation, I would be requesting ABS-CBN to present, if any, if there is a written order coming from the former President Cory Aquino for the return of ABS-CBN facilities to the Lopez family. Kung meron lamang.
If the document is available, ABS-CBN, please provide the same document. Is that it, Congressman Bersaga?
Yes, at least I'm giving them time. Second, we shall be discussing the alleged violations of ABS-CBN insofar as the taxes are concerned. And in order that we can be enlightened with the issue pertaining to taxes, I would request the financial statements of ABS-CBN for the last 25 years.
Okay.
And also ABS-CBN land holdings as early as 1999 up to the present, and all the subsidiary corporations of ABS-CBN.
ABS-CBN, you're instructed to provide this committee the documents as requested by Congressman Barsaga. Congressman Barsaga, is that it?
Well, I did not hear any confirmation coming from ABS-CBN.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you very much. At kung pwede sana, kung mag-hearing tayo ng Wednesday, kung maibigay na bukas ng umaga. para mabasa naman namin.
Chair, can we request for reasonable time to comply with the request? If, as you know, we received requests to comply with the requests of the committee on a Saturday afternoon po, no, for submission today on top of everything else. Baka naman po pwedeng pakiusapan lang na a reasonable time po. Yun lang naman po.
Just to clarify,
Congressman
what
Barsaga,
would be the reasonable time being asked by the ABS-CBN people?
yes. Actually, eventually, the committee will tackle the tax issue of ABS-CBN. So maybe even before that time, the said documents can be provided to the committee, and we can provide the members of the committee the copies of the said document.
Yes,
Is that
Your Honor.
sufficient?
Opo.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Chair,
When, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman,
Kailan? Kasi ang binibigay lang naman sa amin, USB. Pagkatapos ipiprint pa namin, sobra ang number ng pages, at kung minsan nakakahiya naman, pagpunta namin dito, hindi naman nababasa namin yung mga dokumento na galing sa ABS-CBN.
Is within the week sufficient time for ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, if I remember correctly po, ang napag-usapan po na rules is 3 days po before a hearing. I think the COMSEC will validate that po. So depende po kung kailan po yung hearing na naka-agenda po yung topic, we can work backwards po, Your Honor.
Yeah, but given the voluminous documents regarding this issue, I think the chair will rule that we be given more time to go through the said documents. So
I understand,
as soon
Your
as
Honor, but
possible
if you-
time that you can provide it within the week,
Yes,
the
Your Honor,
committee
we'll do
members
our
can prepare.
Opo, we'll do our best po, pero kung ang sabi nga po nung ni Congressman voluminous po, kami po we're going to have to produce 20 copies of those voluminous copies din po as well. So yun lang naman po ang pakiusap po namin. Salamat po.
So okay rin lang sa amin USB. We shall do the printing.
Yes, Congressman Barsaga.
3 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Kaya na, Mr.
Sige po.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
USB will be more than enough. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair,
Just out of curiosity, ABS-CBN, no? We're talking about the return of ABS-CBN to the Lopez family. Were there any other companies that was returned to the Lopez family after martial law?
We have no knowledge of that, Your Honors.
So
Mr. Chair, please.
just manifestation, yes, Congressman Marcoleta, because we have Congressman Law Fortune next on our list of interpolations. So
Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair,
I will only
because-
allow a manifestation, Congressman Marcoleta.
It's not a manifestation, it's just an inquiry because reasonable time is relative. I think the COMSEC of the two committees would recall that more than 3 weeks ago, I asked ABS-CBN to submit ALPA files of the benefits submitted to the SSS, Pag-ibig Fund, PhilHealth, employment compensation, and so on and so forth.
I remember, Congressman Marcoleta, this was requested to them. Has ABS-CBN complied with these requests?
Attorney Cherry, have we submitted?
Because those were given to Congressman Marcoleta, they complied today.
Today. So considering that Congressman Balsaga is asking for so many voluminous documents, it might take them years. Number two, Mr. Chair, last week, or was it 3 days ago, I asked for stipulations during the PDR hearing. There were 3 stipulations, and the lawyer of the ABS-CBN said they're going back to the records. Until today, Mr. Chair, I have not heard any of the lawyers of ABS-CBN if they can confirm the stipulations I asked them. I think that was two days ago, in regard to the hearing of the PDRs. Why is it that ABS-CBN seems to be so taking everything so slowly? When in fact the request is very simple, Mr. Chair, only stipulations and the records will bear me. Ito yung medyo nakikita ko na dinidelay nila.
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
not sure about their sincerity in attending this hearing, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, may I answer that question?
Yes, you may.
Yeah. I thought that the stipulations would be made orally, so I was prepared to make those stipulations orally. But if you would want to have it in writing,
It's
you
just
could
a
submit that
matter
tomorrow.
of saying yes or no. I was waiting. You said you'll have to check your records.
Yes, Your Honor.
Until today, I finished my interpellation. You have not made any effort to tell me that the stipulations are yes or no. Would you like me to repeat them?
Yeah, we could make those stipulations orally, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, earlier I invited the stipulations on the PDR hearings. There are only 3. Number 1, as of August 16, 2019, per beneficial ownership disclosure of ABS-CBN Holdings, Prudential Singapore Holdings, PTE Limited, holds 15,656,570 PDRs issued by ABS-CBN Holdings beneficial ownership disclosure. This is in their ABS Holdings beneficial ownership disclosure, October 28, 2019. Securities and Exchange Commission Form 18-A. What is so hard in stipulating whether it is yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, because
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Attorney.
that report was not filed by us. It was
So it
filed
is
by
yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Number 2, in May 2013, Mercury Media Holdings Limited, an affiliate of the Capital Group companies, acquired PDRs issued by ABS-CBN Corporation from Marathon Asset Management LLP, costing some 2.5 billion. Would you stipulate that, Attorney?
That we were not involved in that transaction, but we.
You were advised by CC Plo on June 14, 2013.
Our basis for agreeing to that stipulation is the same.
So you would not like to stipulate on this?
Our basis also what.
But did you check your records? Because that was the commitment you made.
Yeah,
Did you really check the records?
Your Honor, we don't have that in our records. Because
You don't have the record?
We don't have the records of that transaction. But we can stipulate that based on the website of CCP Law, it says there that
yes, it is.
was
So
acquired
you
by 2.3.
stipulate.
Yes,
Okay.
2.3 billion, I think, is the amount.
Yeah, 2.3 billion. Okay. In June 2013, a US-based fund, Capital International Private Equity Fund, acting through Mercury Media Holdings Finance, subscribed to some 2.5 billion worth of PDRs of ABS-CBN Holdings.
Yes, we can stipulate that, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So I would like to reiterate the position of this committee that all documents that were requested to the ABS-CBN, you were given sufficient time in fact, in some of those documents, you even gave when the deadline would be upon submission. So with due respect to this said committee and the hearings of these proceedings, can you please furnish all requested documents as requested?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. May I just put on the record, though, that the Honorable Deputy Speaker's request for alpha lists, which we did receive, did not indicate a deadline po, which I think the COMSEC will also
Yes.
verify. No. So this is not because we're delaying or anything po. Dahil yung iba naman pong mga hiningi sa amin, may mga deadline, inuuna po namin yung mga may deadline po. Yun lang naman po. Salamat po.
But ito lang yung sa issue lang ni DS Marcoleta. I remember that was taken up, I think sometime a week or 2 weeks ago, and he mentioned the request of those documents already.
Yes, Your Honor. But together with those, again, the COMSEC will attest that we have received multiple requests naman po for other documents. So inuna lang po namin yung mga may deadline po. Salamat po.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman,
much.
as to your question, Mr. Chairman, as to what companies were returned after the EDSA revolution, there are in fact 4, if I'm not mistaken. It's Meralco, PCI Bank, First Philippine Holdings, and ABS-CBN. ABS-CBN can correct me, but that is the historical, the history of the returns of those companies, Mr. Chair.
Actually, that was the point of clarification I wanted to make, Vice Chairman Defensor, regarding the other interests of the Lopez Group after martial law. So anyway, we will proceed with the interpellations of our members. Next to interpellate.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Congresswoman
since we are in the 50-year franchise na we are tackling that, may I manifest that I am giving my time to Congressman Lau Fortun for his interpellation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Arlene Rosas. So next to interpellate, with enough insufficient time, Congressman Lau Fortun, you are now recognized.
So, 15 minutes yan. 15 minutes yan. Total.
Kay Lau, ilan?
Okay. Can I start now, Mr. Chairman?
Total.
Congressman Lau Fortun, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in the determination of this issue, the transfer of ABS-CBN to the Lopezes after EDSA, it is very important to know and understand the events relative to the ownership and control of this network before the EDSA uprising and before the declaration of martial law and during martial law. Sino ba ang may-ari ng kumpanyang ito? Sino ba ang may-ari ng korporasyong ito bago ang batas militar? Paano ito napunta sa kamay ng gobyerno? At naibalik nga ba ng tama ito sa kamay ng dapat na nagmamay-ari nito? Unang tanong para sa ABS-CBN, perhaps the Council of ABS-CBN can answer this. Ano po ba itong ABS at CBN at MBS? How are these entities related to each other? And how are they related to the Lopez family?
May I know who will respond from the ABS-CBN group? Anyone can, please.
Sorry, Your Honor, we don't have all the details of that, but from what I remember, the CBN was the Chronicle Broadcasting Network, which was originally owned, set up and owned by the Lopez family. Eventually, they acquired Alto Broadcasting System, or ABS, from the Quirino family and merged the two companies together to form ABS-CBN.
How about MBS? Is this not also a sister company of ABS and CBN and also owned at least majority of the shares thereof by the Lopez family?
You're requesting Congressman Fortun on the CBN side?
MBS, Your Honor.
MBS.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge of MBS.
And Mr. Chair, I'm going to proceed. Kailan po kauna-unahang nagkaroon ng prangkisa ang ABS-CBN? At ano ang mga batas na pinangahawakan ng ABS-CBN sa mga prangkisang ito?
'50 po, yung pinakaunang prangkisa ng ABS.
1950.
Opo.
Now, prior to September 21, 1972, no? Tagal-tagal na rin palang may prangkisang ABS-CBN kung 1950 pa ito nag-uumpisa. And let me ask, no, prior to September 21, 1972, did ABS and CBS own and operate television and radio stations? And if they did, how many and where were these located? Tapos kung saan sila located, were the lands on which these stations, as well as the transmitter towers, owned by ABS and CBN?
I'm going to apologize, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. No, this is almost 40 years ago. None of us were present during the time, but I think we have permission to bring in Attorney Jake Almeda Lopez, former President or General Manager of ABS-CBN on Wednesday, and I think he will be able to answer those questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Katibak. Actually, I was about to suggest that to the committees that Attorney Augusto Almeda Lopez be also invited, probably in the next hearing, because actually I am basing my questions on an affidavit executed by him, where he described in detail the history of ABS-CBN from the time it got its first franchise up to the time that it was taken over by the government during the declaration of martial law.
Yes.
Anyway,
Well, Fortune, the Mr. Almeida is invited for the next questioning. However, during the discussion, the members agreed that they will just propound the questions. But if there are questions that need to be replied to by Mr. Almeida, then in the next hearing, he will be able to attend to answer some of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If ABS-CBN would know, Mr. Chairman, any of their representatives, for your operation in Metro Manila, ABS-CBN is said to have established a broadcast center in Quezon City. Can you please, for the information and guidance of the two committees, narrate to us in detail the establishment of that center, its location, its facilities, its ownership and operations?
The question is the transfer to Broadcast City. Is that correct, Honorable Fortune?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, because they had established many facilities, not only in Metro Manila, but also in the provinces. I'm asking about the establishment of a broadcast center in Quezon City. And for the enlightenment of everybody, if they can narrate to us the establishment of that center, saan siya located, yung facilities niya, at yung ownership nito at ang kanyang operations.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I understand your question correctly, if you're asking about the history of the broadcast center, then I would also like to request that Attorney Almeda Lopez be allowed to answer that particular question.
Okay. Just one question regarding that, Mr. Chairman. Itong broadcast center in Quezon City, is this the one that is located currently in Mother Ignacia, Quezon City?
Yes, sir.
And if you may know, I read somewhere that the broadcast center was considered a pride of the country, in that it was complete because when it was completed in 1969, it was touted to be the most modern broadcast center in the Far East, next only to Japan's Nippon Broadcast Corporation in Tokyo. Is that correct?
From what I've read, that's correct, Your Honor.
Now, that is 1969, and about 3 years later, the former President Ferdinand Marcos issued Proclamation number 1081 on September 21, 1972, placing the entire country under martial law and suspended the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. I need not ask you that because that is an established fact. It is also an established fact that the following day, September 22, 1972, the late Mr. Marcos issued letter of instruction number 1, series of 1972, where this is quite a long proclamation, a letter of instruction, but let me read a portion where it said, ordering the Press Secretary and the Secretary of National Defense, you are hereby ordered forthwith to take over and control or cause the taking over and control of all such newspapers, magazines, radio and television facilities, and all other media of communications, wherever they are, for the duration of the present national emergency or until otherwise ordered by me or by my duly designated representative. Can you tell us, as a consequence of the declaration of martial law and this letter of instruction number 1, series of 1972, issued by the late former President Marcos, ano nangyari sa ABS-CBN because of this declaration and issuance of letter of instruction?
The letter of instruction number 1 and 1A were implemented. That is why the government then, and during the martial law years, was able to take over the possession and operations of ABS-CBN facilities, Your Honors.
My next question would really require Attorney Almeda Lopez to answer this because probably none of you has personal knowledge, but I'm very particularly concerned with how the takeover was effected, where armed troops swooped over the facilities of ABS-CBN, fully armed in full battle gear, just to, I want this answer to demonstrate that it was really an oppressive kind of takeover. Anyway, now if you know, what was ABS-CBN singled out in this widespread takeover by the Marcos regime of the control of different TV stations? Or were there other TV and radio stations that government took over also, as far as control and operations?
The question is if there were other media outlets that were seemingly or similarly situated with ABS-CBN. I think there were. Yeah.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to know if ABS-CBN was singled out, or was the takeover not only true as far as ABS-CBN is concerned, but government also took over the control and operations of other TV stations and radio stations during the martial law?
The letter of instruction, Your Honors, ordered all forms of media. I was just 10 years old then, Your Honor. I did not know if other media companies similarly situated were also taken over. But that is the language of the letter of instruction, Your Honors.
But you did mention, Attorney Rendon, earlier that there was only one TV station that was allowed to operate. That was RPN 9. Is that not a manifestation or indication that all other TV stations were taken over by the government at that time? So that it was not only ABS-CBN, but all other TV stations and radio stations other than RPN 9.
The letter of instruction covers all, but from my reading of the affidavit of Attorney Jake Lopez, it seems that RPN 9 was allowed until its broadcast facilities in Rojas Boulevard burned down, Your Honors.
So in other words, if the letter of instruction applied to all TV stations, what was the reason for governments not taking over the operations and control of RPN 9?
Pardon, Your Honor, I did not quite get the question.
What was
Your
the
Honor,
reason why
please.
RPN 9 was allowed? Because it was the propaganda arm of the government. For I'm assisting ABS-CBN. The media was, many of the outlets were closed down. Arrested were, of course, Manila Chronicle was one of those was closed, ABS-CBN. Media personalities such as Sullivan were arrested, including Mr. Roses. And RPN 9 was retained as the broadcast media of the martial law regime. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have wanted to hear that from ABS-CBN. And that is the answer that I really expected. The reason why there was one TV station that was allowed to operate because government wanted to retain one TV station that would serve as a propaganda arm of government. All the others that did not cooperate were taken over or closed down. Now, in fact, Mr. Chair, because it was only RPN 9 that was allowed to operate at that time, ABS-CBN entered into a lease agreement with RPN 9. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honors.
Now, the lease agreement was entered into on what year?
What was the last part, please, Your Honors?
Kailan po ang lease agreement na ito ng ABS-CBN with RPN 9? Kailan po nangyari?
The signing of the agreement was in June 8 of 1973.
So June 8 of 1973, that's just like a year after martial law was declared. Is that correct?
Almost less than a year, Your Honors.
Less than a year. In other words, ABS-CBN continued to assert its ownership over the properties, although these were already seized and taken over by government. In fact, the control and operations were already being done by government, and yet ABS-CBN entered into a lease agreement with RPN 9. Do you agree with me, Attorney Rendon, that that is an exercise or an assertion of a right of ownership by ABS-CBN?
That is an attribute of ownership, Your Honor. But at that time, ABS was no longer operating as a broadcast corporation, Your Honor, because it was shut down right after the declaration of martial law.
Yes, we know that, no? Because nag-take over nga ang gobyerno, nag-cease na ang operation niya. Kung may operation man, it was controlled, no, by government. What I'm saying is, despite that, the fact that there was already a takeover by government, ABS-CBN still entered into a lease agreement with RPN 9. So what I'm saying is ABS-CBN, despite of the takeover, continued to assert its ownership over their properties. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. Kasi nga po, hindi naman nalipat yung mga real estate at mga broadcast equipment. Tinake over lang po.
Ang ibig sabihin, ang ABS-CBN ay hindi pumapayag na hindi na kanila ang pagmamay-ari ng mga properties na tinake over ng gobyerno.
Totoo po yun, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, nabanggit din kanina na meron naka-annotate doon sa titulo ninyo. May naka-annotate na mortgage sometime in 1975. Do you agree, Attorney Rendon, that this is also an exercise of a right of ownership?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact na nangutang at mortgage yung property ay hindi kanila pa rin po yung property na yon.
So all these years, Attorney, even during the martial law, when ABS-CBN had been deprived of control of its properties, the corporation has continued to assert ownership over these properties. And the parties that the corporation entered into, certain contracts with, recognize the ownership of ABS-CBN. of the properties that are subject to the said contracts. In other words, like RPN 9, for example, would not have entered into a lease agreement with ABS-CBN if RPN 9 did not recognize the ownership of ABS-CBN of the properties subject to the lease agreement. Same case with the mortgage agreement. No? The mortgagee with whom ABS-CBN entered a mortgage agreement with would not have also acceded to or agreed to that contract if it did not recognize the ownership of ABS-CBN of the property subject of the mortgage agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Now, may I ask about the mortgage mortgage that was annotated in the title? Is it right to say that it was the Register of Deeds who annotated that annotation in the title?
Yes po, it was annotated in the titles in the custody of the Register of Deeds, Your Honors.
So nag-annotate po ay ang Register of Deeds?
Yes po, that is what appears in the title itself, Your Honors.
Now, would it be right to say that the Register of Deeds would not have agreed or would have refused to annotate that mortgage in the title if the one requesting its annotation was not the legitimate owner or one authorized by the owner of the property subject to the mortgage agreement?
Actually po, Your Honors, under our torrent system, it is a ministerial job, ministerial duty of the Register of Deeds to annotate without even questioning whether or not it is still the owner or not. Basta po may pinarehistro kang dokumento, irerehistro po yan ng Register of Deeds because it is its ministerial duty, Your Honors.
Are you saying that anybody? Are you saying, sir, that anybody can just go to the Register of Deeds and have a contract annotated in the title?
As a matter of law, Your Honor, is the procedure, Your Honors.
Is that absolutely ministerial?
Ano po yun?
Ang sinasabi ko po, pwede bang ang hindi nagmamay-ari ng property na subject ng mortgage, pupunta na lang basta-basta sa Register of Deeds at magparehistro? Sabihin niya, there's a mortgage agreement between me and the owner and I would like this to be registered or annotated in the title. Can anybody just do that? And does the Register of Deeds just annotate that without going over the records at least?
Basta po kumpleto ang mortgage
Attorney,
deeds.
I think the question is, can anybody just go there and have the Register of Deeds annotate? Ang point lang po ni Congressman Fortun, which I think you want to say is, they just cannot be, it cannot be ministerial. They have to verify. And you have to have the complete documents for it to be verified. Is that correct, Attorney Fortun? I mean, Congressman Fortun?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's exactly the question of this representation.
Pwede na po ba akong sumagot? Yes po, basta kumpleto po, may deed of mortgage, it will annotate the deed of mortgage. Salamat po.
Thank you for that answer, Attorney Ridon. Let me just go fast forward to the arbitration agreement. Why was there a need to go to arbitration in the first place when all of those properties involved that were seized and taken over during martial law could have been simply returned right away to ABS-CBN?
That was precisely the reason kasi nga po meron monetary claim ang ABS-CBN and the Cory government wanted everything to be transparent and on record. That is why the basis was an agreement to arbitrate. Hindi naman po automatic na panalo na kaagad ang ABS. Lilitisin pa rin po at nilitis at nagkaroon nga ng actually compromise agreement between the government and ABS-CBN na inaprubahan po ng Board of Arbitrators. That was the basis of the decision of the Board of Arbitrators, yung compromise agreement po.
Now, ang tanong ko, itong arbitration agreement that was arrived at by the parties, was this approved only by an arbitration board, or was this further approved by a court of justice?
Ang una po, nagkaroon po ng statement of claims, sumagot po ang gobyerno, at nilitis po ng Board of Arbitrators composed of 3 arbitrators. Nagkaroon po ng decision based on a compromise agreement at saka po pinabalidate din po sa Regional Trial Court of Makati Branch 65 in accordance with the arbitration law po, Republic Act 876. Your Honors.
Attorney Rendon, banggit po kanina na doon po sa arbitration agreement, lumalabas na wala pong binabayaran ang ABS-CBN sa gobyerno batay sa arbitration agreement. But if you look at the arbitration agreement, meron tax liabilities, no, na inimpose, no, doon sa arbitration agreement, except that itong tax liability na to ay i-offset, no, doon sa bayarin din ng gobyerno sa ABS-CBN dahil doon sa paggamit ng properties, no, sa lease mula noong 1986 to 1992. So, is it completely correct to say that walang binabayaran ng ABS-CBN doon sa arbitration agreement na ito?
Meron pong utang yung ABS-CBN na taxes at kinwestiyon niya po ito sa Court of Tax Appeals. At nung nagkaroon nga po ng compromise agreement ay napagkasunduan na i-withdraw yung appeal ng ABS-CBN. So supposed to be po magbabayad ang ABS-CBN. Kaya lang po, mas malaki yung inaward ng arbitration board, kaya in-offset po doon yung pagkakautang ng ABS-CBN sa gobyerno in the form of taxes, Your Honors.
Yeah. Simple lang po yung tanong ko. Whether offset or nagbigay kayo ng cash or whatever form of payment, it's a form of payment. Is that correct?
It's a form of payment po pero hindi po nagbayad ang ABS kasi nga po may utang siya sa taxes.
Hindi po, Attorney Rendon. Kung in-offset yan doon sa bayarin ng gobyerno sa ABS-CBN, bayad yan. I don't think you can say na hindi nagbayad ng ABS-CBN. Kasi kung hindi nagbayad ng ABS-CBN, walang offsetting. Di ba? Since in-offset, binawasan, no, binawasan na yung bayarin ng gobyerno sa ABS-CBN, no, binawasan ng halaga na bayarin ng ABS-CBN in the form of taxes to the government. That's a form of payment. Di ba? I do not think it is right to say that because nag-offset, hindi na nagbayad ang ABS-CBN. Kaya nga in-offset kasi nagbayad ang ABS-CBN. Nangyari nga lang na may bayarin din ang gobyerno sa ABS-CBN at mas malaki ito sa babayaran dapat ng ABS-CBN. So there's a form of payment and there's payment. That offsetting is payment. Do you agree with me, Attorney Rendon?
That is true, Your Honor. Wala pong binayaran binayaran din po ng ABS kaya lang hindi in the form of us kasi nga po in-offset doon sa award.
Yun nga po. Yun lang gusto kong matinig sa inyo. Kasi you were saying that the ABS-CBN did not pay kasi in-offset. That offsetting is a form of payment. So ABS-CBN did pay, no, an amount corresponding to tax liabilities to the government, no, under that arbitration agreement. Now, nabanggit na rin po kanina, no, na ang NTC issued ABS-CBN a provisional authority on June 11, 2008, and this agreement cited the arbitration agreement arrived at by the parties, as well as the approval of this agreement by the arbitration board and the confirmation of the same agreement by the regional trial court. So it seems that all agencies concerned have actually approved and agreed with the arbitration agreement reached by the parties. Now, let me just ask you about the Gascon case, no? You said the arbitration proceedings were momentarily suspended because of a case filed by Jose Luis Martin Gascon, no? Or Chito Gascon, who's now currently chairman of the Commission on Human Rights. May I know the issues involved in this case?
Ano po yun? Hindi ko naintindihan. Hindi ko nakuha po yung huling
Sir,
part.
yung pong kaso na inihain ni Jose Luis Martin Gascon laban po kay Executive Secretary Arroyo, ano po yung main issues, no, na involved sa kasong ito?
Yung legal position po ni Mr. Gascon was that it was at a taxpayer suit na kapag that is his legal position na sina-challenge niya na hindi daw pwede kontrato or mag-execute yung gobyerno with ABS-CBN ng agreement to arbitrate. But the Supreme Court said that number one, he had no legal standing and it was not a taxpayer suit. And the Supreme Court gave validity to the first agreement to arbitrate as an ordinary contract between the government and a private entity na hindi diniscuss din nga po doon yung principle of yung winave po yung non-suability ng gobyerno po.
In fact po, sabi ng Supreme Court na yung Executive Secretary Arroyo at that time, no, had the power and authority to enter into the agreement to arbitrate with ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. And that as he acted for and on behalf of the President, when he signed it, the aforesaid agreement is valid and binding upon, not Cory Aquino, but binding and valid upon the Republic of the Philippines. Yun ang sabi ng Supreme Court, hindi po ba? At sabi niya, hindi po exclusive sa korte ang arbitration. Sabi ng Supreme Court, the settlement of controversies is not vested in the courts of justice alone to the exclusion of other agencies or bodies. Sabi ng Supreme Court, whenever a controversy arises, either or both parties to the controversy may file the proper action in court. However, sabi ng Supreme Court, the parties may also resort to arbitration under RA 876, which is a much faster way of settling their controversy compared to how long it would take if they were to go to the courts. And sabi ng Supreme Court, if I may, Mr. Chair, in entering into the agreement to arbitrate, the executive branch of government merely opted to avail of an alternative mode of settling the claim of the private respondent ABS-CBN Corporation for the return of their properties and the TV stations. Sabi din ng Supreme Court, no, na yung immunity of the state from suit cannot be invoked against the claim of the Lopez family. Kasi sabi niya, citing the case of Amigable versus Cuenca, the court held that where the government takes property from a private landowner for public use without going through the legal process of expropriation or negotiated sale, the aggrieved party may properly maintain a suit against the government without thereby violating the doctrine of governmental immunity from suit without its consent. Diba po? Yun ang laman po ng ruling ng Supreme Court sa kasong ito.
Before ABS-CBN replies, the Honorable Fortun, you have reached your limit. After the reply, you may want to say, you may give your last response. ABS-CBN is recognized.
That is stated in the Gascon case, Your Honors.
And this Gascon case ruling has already reached its finality, and it is already final and executory, and this remains until now valid ruling. It has never been superseded or overturned by any subsequent ruling of the Supreme Court. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. It has never been overturned by any decision of the same Supreme Court, Your Honor.
In other words, as the last question, Mr. Chairman, the transfer of the properties of ABS-CBN that were taken over during the martial law, the government, the transfer of these properties back to ABS-CBN has been ruled by the Supreme Court to be valid and legal, and the same ruling by the Supreme Court until now holds true and has never been overturned or superseded by any other ruling or any law for that matter. Is that correct?
The context, Your Honor, if I may, of the Gascon case merely involves the first agreement to arbitrate executed in 1987. Yun lang po yung tinakal doon sa Gascon case.
Yeah, but in the Gascon case, the Supreme Court said that the arbitration, no, the entering into that arbitration is valid and legal and recognized by the Supreme Court.
Yes, Your Honor, as another mode of settling disputes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Your Honors, for this opportunity.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Fortun. At sa pagtatanong ni Congressman Fortun ay nagamit niya yung extrang 3 minutes. Kaya meron pang natitirang 9 minutes na extra ang mga co-authors at authors ng ABS-CBN franchise. Ngayon naman po ay dadako tayo sa ating minamahal na Deputy Speaker Marcoleta na pinahiram po o pinagamit ng oras nila Congressman Jun Datol, Congressman Ebcas, Congressman Guya, Congressman De Jesus, at Congressman Vice Chairman JJ Suarez. Kaya magkakaroon po ng total na 30 minuto si Congressman D.S. Marcoleta. You're now recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Gagamitin ko po sana yung affidavit ni Attorney Augusto Almeda Lopez, may petsang August 8, 1994. Pero nandito po ba siya?
Salamat po, Your Honors. Wala po siya ngayon dito, but kanina po na pag-usapan na iimbitahin din nata po siya through Zoom.
Paano po kaya ito? Pwede po bang ipahayag ninyo sa kapulungan ito na kahit wala siya, kayo po ay magsisilbing siya ang tatayo para patunayan po itong mga nakasaad sa kanyang affidavit. Ibig sabihin po, parang kayo na rin po ang gumawa nito sapagkat sa tingin ko ito lamang po yung nakita kong nagsaysay ng mga kaganapan sa inakala ninyong pagkakabawi ninyo ng ABS-CBN mula po nang ito ay makuha noong panahon ng martial law. So kung titindigan po ninyo na lahat po ng nakasaad dito ay pinututunayan ninyo na nangyari at ito ay pinatunayan ni Attorney Augusto Almeda Lopez, dito po ibabase ko ang ilang mga katalungan ko. Kayo po ba ay binigyan po niya kayo ng karapatan na kayo ang tumistigo para sa kanya dito sa kanyang salaysay, sinumpa ang salaysay?
Mr. Chair, baka ho pumayag kayo na sa Wednesday na lang po sagutin ang mga tanong tungkol sa affidavit ni Attorney Lopez kasi siya mismo ang pupunta dito on Wednesday po. Kami po, wala po kaming personal knowledge doon sa mga...
Yun nga po ang Mr. Carlo Lopez kasi sa Carlo Katigbak. Ito po kasing inyong binasa kanina, Attorney Rendor, mukhang halaw lamang dito sa kabuuan ng kanyang salaysay.
Congressman Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, yan pong iyong salaysay na binabanggit ay parte ng mga dokumento na sinumite ng ABS-CBN. Kaya po ang presumption po ng committee ito ay dapat alam ng ABS-CBN, lalo-lalo na ng counsel ng ABS-CBN, yung nilalaman ng lahat po ng dokumento na sinubmit po ng ABS-CBN. Pinayagan po ng chairman ng committee ito na ipagpatuloy ni Congressman Marcoleta ang kanyang mga tanong kahit po wala yung mismong gumawa ng dokumentong nabanggit. Ngunit yung hindi po masasagot ng ABS ngayong puntong ito ay ibabalik po natin na katanungan sa kanila sa susunod na hearing, Congressman Marcoleta. Congressman Zarate, do you have a point of order?
No, just an interjection, Mr. Chair. In fairness to the counsel of ABS-CBN, he was saying that he was basing this on the documents they submitted, no? And as counsel, he can only probably answer questions based on the existence of those documents. Then since ang gusto ho ng ating kasama, kagalang-galang na Marcoleta, ay yung personal knowledge mismo doon sa gumawa nung salaysay, kaya sinasabi nila hindi masasagot ito ni Attorney Rendor. No? So by Wednesday, I think they already agreed na dahil ang katanungan ay doon sa salaysay ay yung tao mismo nag-execute noon. Dahil as a counsel, he can only say that this affidavit exists and these are the facts stated in this, these are the statement in this particular affidavits.
Hearing suspended. Hearing resumed. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sa paragraph 18 po, paragraph 17 po ng affidavit ni Attorney Almeida Lopez ay nagbabanggit po siya ng 18 parsela ng lupa allegedly belonging to ABS-CBN, na kung saan nakatayo po yung kanilang mga radio stations, transmitter towers, at mga buildings. Bakit po kaya isa lamang na titulo ang kanilang isinabit sa atin, Mr. Chair? Nasaan po yung 17 ibang titulo para naman po sa pagre-revisa ng committee ito?
ABS-CBN.
May I be recognized, Mr. Chair? Sir, we undertake to submit copies of these documents. Due to lack of time, we were not able to photocopy the other titles.
Medyo nagkakaroon po kasi tayo ng konting kabagalan dahil nga po hindi ninyo nagagawa lahat ang dapat ninyong isubmit. Katulad po nito, Mr. Chair, ito pong affidavit na to, kapag binasa po ninyo sa kanyang kabuuan, nagbanggit siya ng napakaraming annexes. Yung pong naka-attach na annexes dito po sa affidavit na ito, Mr. Chair, 5 lamang. Annexes C, D, E, F, and G. May binanggit po rito na 13 pero hindi kasali sa kanyang affidavit. Sa makatwid, ang lahat po ng annexes na dapat nandito sa affidavit nito, nawala 25, Mr. Chair. So, subject to submission of all these annexes that will support the affidavit signed by Mr. Attorney Almeida Lopez, I will continue, Mr. Chair. Ito pong nag-iisang titulo na isinabit ninyo, may nakita po akong napakarami pong lean annotations. Siyam na annotation ng pagkakasanla, 5 amendments to the mortgages, 5 supplements to the indenture in favor of Equitable PCI Bank, BPI, Capital Corporation, BDO, Universal Bank. Alam po ba ninyo kung ano yung total obligation nitong titulong ito? Kasi hindi ko po mabasa kung ilan po yung walang numero, medyo malabo po yung kopya ko. Sa kanyang kabuuan, sa napakarami pong pagkakasanla, alam po ninyo kung ilan ang total nito?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, po hindi ko po alam ang total at meron naman din po siguro mga naka-annotate dyan na kung nabayaran na po ito kasi kung minsan meron namang cancellation of the title.
Tama po kayo, merong 5 cancellations pero 10 po yung sanla, kaya may 4 pang natitira. Yung po kayang 17 na natitira na maaari nating makita, ganito rin po kaya yung sitwasyon nila. Ibig ko sabihin encumbered din kaya sila, heavily encumbered sa palagay nyo?
I have no personal knowledge of that, Your Honor.
Dito po sa paragraph 13 ng affidavit ni Attorney Almeida, sabi po niya, with the arbitrary and unwarranted seizure of our radio and television stations, the detention of media executives, the closure of most newspaper companies and broadcast stations, the lifting, baka ibig ko niya sabihin dito, suspension of the writ of habeas corpus, we felt that the powers that be at that time could just do anything that they please. Is this a statement of fact or an expression of opinion?
Yan po yung nakasaad sa kanyang affidavit,
Tama po.
Your
Ang
Honor.
tanong ko po sa inyo, is this a statement of fact or an expression of opinion?
Palagay ko po the best person na makakasagot po niyan ay si Attorney Almeida Lopez po.
Nabasa po ba ninyo itong sinulat niya? Kasi the unwarranted and arbitrary seizure, pansariling opinion niya po yun. Tama po ba? Maaari nating sabing unwarranted and arbitrary, depende po sa pagkakakita natin sa pangyari. Pero maaaring ibang tao, hindi ganun po yung appreciation. Kasi po, kapag binasa natin yung paragraph 36 ng kanyang affidavit, ang tinitindigan lamang po niya doon, this affidavit is executed to attest to the truth of the foregoing facts. Ibig sabihin, kung ano lamang po ang nangyari. Pwede pong huwag nyo nang sagutin yon kung sakasakaling hindi kayo komportable, attorney. Dito po sa paragraph 24 ng kaparehong affidavit, sinasabi po rito, April 17, 1986, si dating Senador Lorenzo Tañada ay sumulat kay President Cory to return the facilities. At doon naman po sa paragraph 25, ang sabi niya, July 1986, the Office of the President officially cleared ABS request to resume its broadcast operations. Paragraph 31 naman po, 28, paragraph 31 ang sabi po niya, since September 1986, PTB4 had been gradually returning and relinquishing works access in the broadcast center. At doon po sa paragraph 28, January 6, 1987, the Office of the President of ABS-CBN signed an arbitration agreement. Nandito po ito, kung susundan po ninyo, madali naman po. Nakita niyo po ba?
Nakita ko po, Your Honors.
Salamat po. Binanggit ko po itong mga timelines na to, attorney, dahil yung amin pong secretariat, ito pong committee ng legislative franchises, gumawa rin po ng technical report para lamang po makita yung pagkakapareho o hindi pagkakapareho nitong timelines na binanggit ko. Ito pong mga datos na nakuha ng aming secretariat sa committee ng legislative franchises ay kinuha naman po nila yung kanilang mga facts sa dalawang kaso na dinesisyonan ng Korte Suprema. Ito po yung ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation et al. Versus Office of the Ombudsman, GR number 133347, October 15, 2008. At saka yung pong nabanggit na ninyong isa, Gascon et al. Versus Arroyo, GR number 78389, October 16, 1989. Will you stipulate that based on the two decisions resolved by the Supreme Court, ito pong mga timelines na ito, meron pong nagkaparehong isa katulad po noong April 17, nandito rin po lumitaw, on April 17, 1986, Lopez family through counsel ex-Senator Lorenzo Tañada requested President Aquino to order the return of TV stations Channel 2 and 4 to Lopez family. Nagkaroon lang po ng konting pagkakaiba, pero papayag po ba kayo na Korte Suprema naman po ang nag-analyze ng facts at abogado naman kayo, ang kapag naglatag ng factual milieu or factual antecedents ang Korte Suprema, talagang malinaw naman po yung sa admission ng parties at saka yung mga records na isinamiti ng dalawang partido. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun, Your Honors.
Lumilitaw po kasi, on June 13, 1986, the Lopez family also made a written request to the PCGG for the return of TV station Channel 2. Ito po ay mula po doon sa halaw doon sa dalawang binanggit kong mga kaso. Katapos po, on July 17, 1986, PCGG sent a letter to the Board of Administrators directing the turnover of TV Channel 2 frequency and radio frequencies DWOK 630 kHz and DWWW 101 both in Metro Manila.
Tungkol po doon sa factual findings ng Supreme Court in the two cases po ay sa ngayon po tayo doon.
Okay.
But yung tungkol po doon sa huling tanong niyo po ay tungkol doon sa ano po ba yan?
Attorney, ito po, para madali tayo. Ito yung factual findings lang naman po. Palagay ko, hindi naman yung pagdududahan, yung pagkakalatag ng Korte Suprema ng facts. At ito naman po ay kinuha lamang ng technical staff namin. Mga abogado rin po ito dito sa secretariat ng aming committee. Tutuloy ko lang po, dalawa na lang. On July 21, 1986, the corresponding order by the PCGG for the turnover of said frequencies were issued. And then on September 6, 1986, TV station Channel 2 and radio stations were turned over to ABS-CBN on 14 December 1986. ABS-CBN resumed its operation. So ito po yung importante lang. September 6, 1986, yung TV station Channel 2 at saka radio stations na turn over po sa ABS-CBN. At noong 14 September 1986, nag-resume na po ng operations ang ABS-CBN. Ito po yung factual findings. Kung tatanggapin po ninyo ito na lang ang gamitin natin sapagkat medyo mga araw lang naman ang pinag-iba rito, isa naman tumama naman po yung kay Attorney Lopez. Mache-check naman po ninyo sa mga records na ito po talaga yung nangyari.
Opo, Your Honors. That is the factual findings of the Supreme Court in the two cases.
Salamat
Your
po.
Honors.
Dito po sa paragraph 27, Attorney, of the same affidavit, it was alleged that, I will quote, the office of the President that for the sake of complete transparency, the question of ownership should be submitted to an arbitration committee where ABS-CBN could present its torrents titles, plural po yun, to all the properties being claimed and also proof of ownership over the broadcast equipment in Bohol Avenue, Quezon City, and those in the provinces. Nakasulat po ito, Attorney. Tama po ba?
Totoo po yun, Your Honors.
Sa makatwid po, dito ay ang opisina po ng dating Pangulong President Cory, sabi po niya, for the sake of complete transparency, yung question of ownership should be submitted to an arbitration committee. Tama naman po yun, hindi ba? To the credit of the former President, I think she wanted a complete transparency and submission of all documents in order to prove ownership of ABS-CBN once and for all.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, salamat po. Mr. Chair, yun pong directive na yun ni President Cory Aquino, meron pong basis talaga eh. As a matter of fact, Attorney, in an executive order number 11 signed by former President Cory Aquino, dated April 8, 1986, ito po ang title niya, no? Creating the Board of Administrators for Banahaw Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, Radio Philippine Network, RPN, and International Broadcasting Corporation, IBC, television and radio stations, defining its powers and functions, and for other purposes. Basahin po natin ang dahan-dahan yung unang saknong. Itong whereas, Mr. Chair and Attorney, whereas, the Chairman of the Presidential Commission on Good Government had requested the temporary sequestration of the facilities, property, and equipment of BBC Channel 2, RPN Channel 9, and IBC Channel 13, located in Broadcast City, Capitol Hills, Quezon City, because substantial resources of government financial institutions were utilized in their acquisition and expansion by the owners who remain unidentified, and in order to properly maintain the assets and ensure continuous dissemination of true and accurate information to the people, pending investigation by the Commission and until the question of their true ownership is determined. Dito po, Mr. Chair, napakalinaw. Binabanggit po rito na kahit po ang ating pamahalaan ay namuhunan ng substantial resources, ang ating mga financial institutions were utilized in their acquisition and expansion by the owners who remain unidentified. Dito po, Attorney, hindi pa po kilala kung sino tunay na may-ari. Ito po ay executive order ni former President Cory Aquino. The very reason why, Mr. Chair, that the Board of Administrators were organized is for the purpose of being able to really determine the true owners of these facilities. Hindi po ba yun ang ibig sabihin nito, Attorney?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized po. The executive order po refers to Channel 2 BBC, RPN 9, and IBC 13 located in Broadcast City po. Hindi po ABS-CBN po ang pinag-uusapan ng executive order. Salamat po.
Pero ang sinasabi po kasi, facilities, property, equipment of BBC Channel 2. Kasama rin po yun, hindi ba? Hindi po natin itinatanggi ng BBC Channel 2, eh po yung ABS-CBN ngayon.
Broadcast City po ang nakasulat po dito. So ang binabantay, ang sinasaad lang po nung EO ang pinagbabanta, the basis of our response po. This is not ABS-CBN po.
Dito bang BBC Channel 2, hindi ba yung ABS-CBN?
Hindi po.
Bakit po niyo sinabi yun? Kasi po yung BBC Channel 2, yun din po yung ABS-CBN. Dahil nung naisara po yun, at napunta nga sa gobyerno, tinawag na BBC Channel 2. Ngayon, dito po, kasama po yung Channel 9 at saka yung IBC 13. Ang sinasabi po rito, pinagkagastahan ng gobyerno to at kailangan tukuyin natin ang tunay na may-ari. Hindi bali po kung gano'n ang pahayag ninyo, pero ito po ang nilalaman ng April 8, 1986 Executive Order number 11.
Excuse me, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, yung NTC po yata ay kasama natin via Zoom. Gusto nyo bang tanongin ang NTC tungkol sa BBC Channel 2?
Tsaka na po muna yung NTC, Mr. Chair.
Sige po.
Ang katotohanan po nito, Attorney, doon sa binasa kong paragraph 27, may idinugtong pa po roon eh. Ganito po yung nakalagay. Malacanang wanted the process public and formal with the proceedings properly recorded. Dito po ang pinag-uusapan natin ay yung pagbabalik ng ABS-CBN sa inyo na nagmula na nga po sa initiative ng Opisina ng Pangulo for complete transparency kung saan ay ipakikita ninyo ang lahat ng mga katibayan ng pagmemayari. Pero ang sabi ng Malacanang, Malacanang wanted the process public and formal with the proceedings properly recorded. Tama po ba yun, Attorney? So, pwede ko po bang ipalagay na kompleto po tayo sa proceedings nung sinabi ni former President na kailangan yung arbitration committee ay maging formal, maging public, at ito ay properly recorded. Pwede ko po bang ipalagay na ang mga records nitong arbitration proceedings na ito ay talagang nandyan pa at maaari ninyong isumite sa ating committee para naman sa aming sariling appreciation?
Pakipindot po yung inyong mikropono.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, meron pong secretariat yung arbitration board po. Sila po yung may recorded po lahat ng proceedings, may mga transcript din po yun, and lahat po ng submissions. It's just that it is an arbitration board. Hindi ko na po alam kung nasaan po yung records noon, nung arbitration board itself.
Nasaan po yung arbitration board ngayon? Nasaan po ba yung opisina nila ngayon?
Yun po, nag-umpisa po kaming nag-hearing dito po sa Quezon City at saka po noon sa HIGC. Kasi nga po, to my recollection, malapit po doon ang opisina ng Government Corporate Council.
Hindi po kasi ganun ang sinasabi rito sa affidavit. Kung titingnan po ninyo dito sa paragraph 28, parang ang proceedings po ay ginanap sa Executive House, Legislative Building sa Maynila. Dito po sa paragraph 28, yun po yung sinasabi. Ngayon po, hindi po ba kayo naging interesado na makakuha kayo ng records? Ito po ay arbitration ng pagmeme-ari ng ABS-CBN. Sa palagay ko po, ito po isa na sa pinaka-importanting record na gusto ninyong magkaroon kayo. Hindi po ba? Bakit po wala kayong record at gusto pa ninyo na hanapin natin yung secretariat po ng arbitration? Baka wala na rin po yun. Ibig sabihin ba, wala tayong makukuhang public records nito?
Meron din po kaming mga original records tulad po nitong decision mismo ng Board of Arbitrators.
Tsaka na po tayo doon. Ito munang, kasi po iba yung proceedings. Sa proceedings po kasi, ang sabi ng opisina ng dating Pangulong Cory, utmost transparency. Okay? Ang process po gusto niya maging public and formal. Kaya nga itatanong ko po sa inyo, kung public at saka formal, saan naganap ito, sino yung participants, para malaman natin kung talaga namang nakatupad doon sa kagustuhan ng Malacanang na maging public ang proseso at saka maging formal. Kaya lang po namin hinahanap yung records ng proceedings. Kasi sila po yung nagsabi, properly recorded. So kailangan po tindigan ninyo na kung properly recorded ito, ay may sasubmit ninyo sa committee ito yung complete records ng arbitration proceedings. Saan naganap, sino yung participants. Kasi kung wala pong participants, hindi po public ito. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, pwede na po ba akong sumagot?
Opo.
Mr. Chair, yung arbitration hearings were held at the 6th floor Philippine Sugar Center, North Avenue, Diliman, Quezon City. At yung iba naman po sa HIGC Boardroom, 5th floor, Morning Star Center, 347, Senator Hill, Puyat Avenue, Jupiter Side, Makati, Metro Manila. Binabasa ko lang po yung original na decision ng arbitration board na pirmado po ng tatlong miyembro ng arbitration board na yun po.
Mamaya na po tayo pumunta ron, no? So sa lahat po ng lugar na pinangyarihan ng arbitration, meron pong proceedings siyempre yun. Ito po yung complete record na gusto ng Malacanang na magkaroon ang pagdinig na yan. Hindi po ba? Sa lahat ng pagkakataon na kayo'y nagganap ng arbitration, kompleto po yung mga records natin.
Recorded po yung proceedings. Meron pong stenographer.
So, itindigan po ninyo na yung mga records na yan ay pwede po ninyong isumiti sa ating committee para sa ganun po, sa lalong madaling panahon, mabasa naman po namin. Sa lahat po ng pinangyarihan ng arbitration, dapat po recorded lahat ito.
As yung board itself po, hindi ko na po alam kung nasaan na po yung records nun. Kasi meron din po silang records.
Kayo na lamang po yung record ninyo. Siguradong may record naman kayo. Hindi naman po ako naniniwala. Napaka-importante pong arbitration ito. Ito po ang panggagalingan ng pagbabalik sa inyo ng inyong lahat na kine-claim na maibalik sa inyo. Hindi naman po siguro kami maniniwala na wala po kayong record. Sapagkat ito po ang gusto ng Malacanang. Nakasulat po ito eh. Sa mga meron po kayong record.
Mr. Chair, meron po kaming record bilang abogado ng ABS-CBN po.
Mr. Chair, mukhang hindi po kami nagkakaintindihan eh. Ito pong arbitration, ang sabi po ng Malacanang, there should be complete, basahin ko na para hindi ko magkamali, complete transparency. The question of ownership should be submitted to an arbitration committee. Complete transparency, Mr. Chair. Ang question po dito o ang issue is ownership. Kaya nga ang sabi, ipakita lahat ang ang reliable o mapagtitiwalaang mga ebidensya para sa ganon, maipakita ng ABS-CBN na silang may-ari nito. At sabi pa ng Malacanang, it should be public and formal and properly recorded. Ito po yung hinahanap namin sapagkat mismo ng opisina ng dating Pangulong Cory Aquino, and to her credit, siya po ang may kagustuhan nito. Ngayon po, gusto naming makita nasaan po yung mga records. Sapagkat ito lang, ang records na yon ang magpapatunay talaga na kapag present kayo ng mga ebidensya at talaga namang makikita doon na kayo pala ang may-ari. Kaya gusto naming makita yung mga records. Ngayon po, sabi po rito sa affidavit na ito, dalawa pong agreement to arbitrate, hindi po ba? Agreement to arbitrate. Dalawa po yun. Isang pinirmahan ni Attorney Almeida Lopez at isa naman na meron kayong binago sapagkat may konti kayong gustong idagdag. Kaya dito po sa kanyang affidavit, dalawang agreement to arbitrate ang nakalagay. Ngayon po, ang arbitration po, kayo na po ang nagsabi kanina, na ginamit pa nga ninyo yung Republic Act 876 sapagkat ito yung batas tungkol sa arbitration. Siyempre po natapos yung arbitration, hindi po ba?
Opo, natapos po, Mr. Chair.
Kanina pong tinatanong kayo ni Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, you made reference to an arbitral award. Tama po ba yun?
Totoo po yun, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Nasaan po yung kopya ng arbitral award?
Humihingi po kami ng certified true copy sa RTC. Dito po, meron po akong hawak ngayon, yung original mismo na arbitral award or decision ng arbitration board. Nandito po sa akin ngayon.
Ano po yung hawak ninyo, Attorney? Baka hindi po tayo magkapareho ng hinahawakang dokumento. Pwede po ba niyong banggitin kung anong titulo ng hinahawak niyong dokumento?
Ito po yung decision dated May 23, 1995 with the original signatures of the Chair, Muertina Melencio Herrera, Mr. Chair, and then si Oscar Garcia for the Republic of the Philippines, and si Attorney Andres S. Bautista as nominee of ABS-CBN.
Attorney, meron po akong kopya, kahit na medyo malabo pero nababasa ko compromise agreement. Ito po ba yung sinasabi ninyo?
Meron pa rin po kaming pinirmahan na compromise agreement. In fact, nandun po yan nakalapalaman sa NTC decision.
Ngayon, kung binabanggit po ninyo compromise agreement, hindi po yun ang arbitration. Kasi po ang sinabi ng opisina ng dating Pangulong Cory Aquino, arbitration, hindi po compromise agreement.
Mr. Chair, yung compromise agreement po, that was the result of the arbitration proceedings. Then after that po, if I may be allowed to explain, nagkaroon po ng judgment yung arbitration board based on the compromise agreement between the government and ABS-CBN po.
Hindi po yata ganun ang proseso ng arbitration, Attorney. Kung binasa po ninyo yung batas, yung arbitration po, arbitration, yung compromise agreement, iba po yun. Hinahanap po natin dito yung record ng arbitration na mismong ang opisina ng dating Pangulong Cory Aquino ang nagtakda. Sinabi niya, kailangan transparent, kailangan public, kinakailangan formal, and properly recorded. Hindi po natin pinag-uusapan ang compromise agreement. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito, yung arbitral award na sinasabi ninyo kanina kay Congressman Rodriguez, kasi po sa arbitral award, doon po sasabihin Kapag tiningnan po ninyo yung proceedings, maliwanag pong naipakita ninyo kayo ang may-ari, merong reception of evidence, wala pong iniwan sa litigation sa court yun eh. Hanggang sa magkaroon ng award, makikita doon sa pinaka-last paragraph, kung tawagin po yung disposition, talagang pinatitibay ng arbitral award na kayo po, ABS-CBN, ang tunay na may-ari. Pero may proseso yun. Ang sinasabi po ninyo is a compromise agreement. Hindi po ganun ang sinabi ng opisina ng Presidente. Kung babasahin po natin itong salaysay na ginawa ni Attorney Almeida Lopez. Attorney.
Mr. Chair, nagkaroon po kami ng paglilitis. May mga testigo po, prinsinta. At pagkatapos po nun, nag-offer po ang ABS-CBN na instead of 140 million, gawin na lang pong 100 million. Tumawad po ang gobyerno, Mr. Chair, and napagkasunduan na 97.5 million na lamang po. Kaya nga po after that, nag-compromise agreement na lang para matapos na po yung proseso at yun naman po ang pinagbasihan ng decision ng arbitral board noong May 23, 1995. Meron po kami bilang abogado po, Mr. Chair, mga records pero po sa haba ng panahon po ay medyo meron din po siguro mga kulang na doon. Pero ako mismo po may personal record po ang aming law firm na humandle po ng arbitration proceedings. Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, iba po yung sinasabi ko, iba naman ang sinasabi nila. Iba po kasi ang arbitration proceedings sa isang compromise agreement. Kanina po nilay down ko na po yung premises, Attorney, na ang gusto po ng Pangulo, arbitration. Kasi po doon nyo ipakikita in a very transparent manner yung inyong mga katibayan ng pagmimayari. Yung sinasabi po ninyong compromise agreement, yung claim po ninyo sa gobyerno, di umano sa pagkakagamit ng inyong mga pasilidad, at yun naman ang claim ng gobyerno sa inyo. Yung compromise agreement po ay offsetting agreement na kung saan lumilitaw na yung utang nyo sa gobyerno in-offset ng claim ninyo sa gobyerno. Ganun po yung nangyari ron. Pero dito po sa arbitration agreement na isinasalaysay sa affidavit na ito, wala pong closure dito eh. Wala pong arbitral award na kagaya ng sinabi nyo kay Congressman Rodriguez. Sa arbitral award lamang makikita pagkatapos ng appreciation of evidence na talagang ang ABS-CBN nakapagpatibay sa marami niyang ebidensya na siyang may-ari ng lahat ng pasilidad na gustong mabalik sa kanya. Hindi po nangyari ito eh. Wala po kayong record na ganito eh. Huwag po ninyong sasabihin yung compromise agreement. Kung babasahin ninyo, mga halaga lamang yun eh. Paano nyo mapapatunayan po, Attorney, na katulad ng binabanggit ninyo, meron kayong claim sa gobyerno. Example, meron kayong claim na binawasan na 97,500,000. Hindi po nyo napatunayan na kayo nga ang may-ari. Pagkatapos po, yung utang naman na sinisingil sa inyo, 13,291,000 at saka 54,294. Kapag pinagsama po ninyo yon, sa claim ninyo sa gobyerno, lilitaw meron pa pong utang ang gobyerno sa inyo na 29 million. Ito po yung kinompromise ninyo. Hindi po kailanman nakikita rito yung tungkol sa pagpipresenta ninyo ng pagmimay-ari. Wala pong nangyari sa mga records na kayo ay nagkaroon ng pagkakataon at napatunayan ninyo sa pamamagitan ng ebidensya na kayo nga ang may-ari. Ang pinag-uusapan na rito, claims na lamang po eh. Claims from and to. From Philippine government at saka kayo. Yun po yung kinompromise ninyo. Pero po yung paglilinaw, kung napatunayan nga ninyo in a very transparent manner, by way of arbitration, based on the desire of the office of the President that it should be public, it should be formal, and properly recorded, wala pong nangyaring ganon. Records are silent on that score. Ito po yung nangyari rito, Mr. Chair. Pwede po ninyo sabihin na mali ako, pero kung kailangan magpatunay Tony, iba po yung arbitration, iba po yung compromise agreement. Huwag nating iso-shortcut doon. Ipalitan mo po muna natin na sa arbitration, lumitaw po kayo ang may-ari. At maaaring mula dun sa yugto na yon, po pwedeng mag-compromise na kayo. Hindi po pwedeng mauna po yung compromise, walang pagpapatunay sang-ayon doon sa kagustuhan ng Presidente ng Pilipinas noong panahon na yon. Nasaan po yung complete transparency? Nasaan po yung sinasabi that ABS-CBN should submit all proofs necessary, hindi lamang po sa Bohol Avenue, kung hindi yung mga probinsya na sinasabi rito. Wala pong record na ganun eh.
Mr. Chair, pwede na ho ba ako sumagot? Meron po kaming formal offer of evidence after presenting our witnesses and witnesses po ng gobyerno. At instead nga pong humaba pa yung proseso, the parties came up with a compromise agreement. Hindi na, naging yun po ang basihan, Mr. Chair, ng decision ng arbitral board. Kanya nga po yung sinasabi niyo pong transparency and then recorded. Meron pong record ang arbitration board. It's just that we can no longer locate kung sino po yung secretariat po. But we will try our best. Pero kami po, as lawyers, meron po kaming sarili naming record at nagkaroon po yan ng pre-trial brief, nagkaroon bago mag-trial, sinamarize yung issues. And yun pong issue kasi ng ownership po ay hindi na po yung issue sa arbitration, kundi compensation na lang po ang pinag-usapan talaga doon, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Kung po nating papalitan ang pangyayari, Attorney, hindi po ganun ang sinaysay ni Attorney Augusto Almeda. Nagsimula po siya sa pag-create ng isang arbitration committee para doon kayo sa pamamagitan ng isang complete transparent process na kung saan kayo po ay makapag-present ng inyong mga torrents titles, to all the properties being, and also proof of ownership over broadcast equipment in Bohol Avenue, Quezon City, and in the provinces. Yun po yung sinasabi. Pagkatapos senior cut ninyo, ang sinasabi ninyo sa akin, nagkaroon na lang kayo ng compromise agreement. Bakit po kayo ay lalabag doon sa gusto mangyari ng opisina ng Presidente? Na kailangan arbitration, which should be public, which should be formal, and which proceedings should be properly recorded. Yun lamang po ang makakapagsabi kung talagang nakapag-present kayo ng ebidensya na kayo nga ang may-ari. Ito lamang po ang sinasabi ng record. Huwag po nating dadagdagan yun. Kung nagkaroon man kayo ng compromise agreement, darating tayo sa yugto na yun, pero yung pagpapatibay ng pagmimay-ari, yun ang unahin natin. Ito po yung nawawala, Mr. Chair. Tutuloy ko na po.
Mr. Chair, just a point of information.
Congressman Sarate, do you have a point of order?
No, point of information, Mr. Chair. Kasi nabanggit yung Republic Act 876, yun yung batas sa arbitration. At in Section 20 of that law, inaalaw po ang compromise agreement. No? Ang sabi po dito, in the event that the parties to an arbitration have, during the course of such arbitration, settle their dispute, they may request of the arbitrators that such settlement be embodied in an award which shall be signed by the arbitrators.
Maraming salamat, Congressman
that's the point of information,
Sarate.
Mr. Chair.
Pero sa pagkakaintindi po ng chairman ng joint committee ito, ay ang tinatanong po ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta ay kung sila ba ay nakasunod sa inatas na batas noong panahon ni Cory Aquino.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because this law is a 1950s law on the arbitration. So malinaw po dito na kahit na nag-undergo kayo ng process of arbitration, gaya na nabanggit doon sa affidavit ni Attorney Almeda, ay in the course of that arbitration, pwede kayong mag-compromise. Hindi ho totoo yun na hindi pwedeng mag-compromise settlement.
Maraming salamat sa paglilinaw ni Congressman Zarate. Bagamat maaaring ipagpatuloy ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta ang kanyang pagtatanong, dahil ang punto po ng pagtatanong ni Congressman Marcoleta ay hindi naman kung legal yung nangyaring compromise agreement. Ang tinatanong niya ay kung may tinalunan bang batas doon po sa paggawa ng compromise agreement. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, you may continue.
Yung pong agreement to arbitrate, ang petsa nito ay meron pong 1986, merong 1993. Dalawa po kasi yun, yung binabanggit natin kanina. Tama po yun?
Tama po yun, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yung pong sinasabi po ninyong desisyon na compromise agreement ay may petsang May 23, 1995. At kanina pa nga po niyo sinasabi na doon po natin gustong lundagin ang pangyayari. Hindi pa natin napagtibay yung arbitration. Dito na po tayo sa compromise agreement. Meron pa kayong binabanggit na judgment ng RTC Branch 65 na ang petsa naman nun ay June 23, 1995. Di po ba?
Totoo po yun, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kahit na ipalagay po natin, palagay lang po, no? Granting that the compromise agreement substituted what is supposed to be an arbitral award per directive of the Office of the President, nangyari po, natapos po yung compromise agreement, allegedly, doon po sa claims ninyo, May 23, 1995, pinagtibay ng judgment ng Makati RTC Court, June 23, 1995. Pero, Attorney Rendon, na-take over na po ninyo ang Channel 2 at saka radio stations, September 1986. Natapos po ang tinatawag po ninyong arbitration, kahit na hindi totoong arbitration, sa compromise agreement, 1995. 9 na taon bago magkaroon kayo ng compromise agreement, pero nakuha nyo na ang ABS-CBN 1986 at nakapagsimula na kayo na mag-ere September 14, 1986. Tama po ba yun? Paano po nangyari nakapag-take over kayo kagad, pero 9 na taon pa ang bibilangin natin para lang pag-usapan yung tungkol sa arbitration at sumunod pang mga compromise agreement. Ano po yung legal basis ng pagkaka-take over ninyo, samantalang sinabi na nga ni Mrs. Aquino, mag-arbitrate kayo. Kailangan nating matukoy ang tunay na pagmimayari. Pero, lumilitaw po sa pangyayari, nakapag-take over na kayo 9 years earlier before these compromise agreements were finally done. Di ba ganun nangyari? Ano po yung legal basis ng pagkaka-take over ninyo?
Yung agreement to arbitrate po, na pinayagan po ng Presidente ko.
Attorney, mag-arbitrate pa lang eh. An agreement to arbitrate is not the arbitration itself or the arbitral award. It's not even the compromise agreement. 9 na taon pa pong mangyayari itong mga bagay nito, pero nakabalik na kayo, naka-take over na kayo, nag-ere na kayo. Ang tinatanong namin sa inyo, what is the legal basis for prematurely occupying the facilities of ABS-CBN in the absence of these documents that would ratify the occupation?
Mr. Chair, yung total na pagkabalik po sa ABS-CBN happened in April 15 of 1990.
Ano po?
2. So, Kasi unti-unti po, gradual po yung pagbalik ng facilities ng ABS-CBN. Totoo po yun na nakapag-operate sila. Kaya nga po, even I think doon sa statement ni Attorney Jake Lopez na 1/6 lang po ang pinayagan ng PT before at the time. Kasi nga po, hindi pa totally nakakalipat ang PT before from the Bohol property of ABS-CBN po. Kanya nga po, yun po ang kasagutan doon. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Kanina po, Attorney, kaya nga po matyaga kung sinabi sa inyo, i-stipulate na lamang po natin sapagkat yung timelines po na pinagbasihan ng Korte Suprema lumilitaw na parang mas reliable. Pumayag naman po kayo doon. Sa pagpayag po ninyo yon, September 6, 1986, yung TV station ng Channel 2 at radio stations na turnover na po sa inyo. Hindi po 1992 na kagaya ng nakalagay sa paragraph 31 ng affidavit. Nakapag-airing nga kayo, September 14, 1986. Pumayag na po kayo dun eh. Kanina po, nag-stipulate tayo. Ngayon bumabalik na naman po kayo, April 15, 1992. Ipagpalagay po natin, tanggapin ko sandali, April 15, 1992. In 1995 po yung mga sinasabi po ninyong compromise agreement. So, adelantado kayo ng 3 taon bago po nangyari yung pag-uusap. Tama po ba? O, uulitin ko po yung tanong. Ano ang legal basis ninyo ng pagkakakuha nung September o nung sabihin na natin April 1992? Gayong darating pa lang at matatapos pa lang ang pag-uusap ninyo May 23, 1995 and June 12 something, 1995. Nauna po kayo sa pangyayari. Tama po.
Mr. Chair, tulad po na nabanggit ko, gradual po kasi yung pagbalik sa ABS-CBN.
Gradual na naman po ngayon. Kaya nga po, sinasabi ko na lang, April 1992 na lang. So kahit na gradual, April 1992, naibalik na sa inyo. Okay? Ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo, ano ang legal basis, bakit nauna pa kayo kesa doon sa compromise agreement? Kung totoo man na ito ang ipinalit nyo sa arbitration, bagamat hindi po yan ang nasa record.
Mr. Chair, naantala po kasi yan nung nagkaroon ng kaso ng Gascon.
Ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo, ano po ang legal basis ninyo? Nauna po kasi kayo eh. Kaya September 1986, kaya April 1992, nauna po kayo ng 3 hanggang 9 na taon bago po nangyari ang compromise agreement. Ang linaw naman po ng records eh. Ano po ang legal basis ninyo na ginamit para makuha nyo kagad? Kasi po ang sabi ni Mrs. Aquino, mag-arbitrate kayo. So gumawa kayo ng agreement to arbitrate. Agreement pa lang yun, kasunduan para mag-arbitrate. Ibig ko sabihin, gumawa kayo ng kasunduan ng arbitration, natapos kagad doon. Kaya na nga po nagsabi na tumagal to eh. Sa record po, inabot kayo ng 9 na taon. Pero wala pa po yung record ng arbitration. Ito po yung maliwanag. Ang meron kayo, compromise agreement. Ito po yung record, Tony. Ngayon po, sa kawalan po ng record o closure, kung paano ang nangyari sa arbitration, sa tingin namin walang closure. Ibig sabihin, walang pagpapatibay hanggang ngayon na talagang ABS-CBN ang may-ari. Sapagkat ang pinapakita nyo ngayon dito ay compromise agreement. Na kung saan, meron kayong claim sa gobyerno, ang gobyerno naman may claim din sa inyo, ang nangyari po offsetting. Kaya nga may sukli po kayo eh. Ang sinisingil niyo sa gobyerno, 97,500,000, kayo naman po ang sinisingil ninyo, mga 67,586,262.55 centavos. May sukli pa po kayo, 29,913. Ang tanong po dito, May hindi pa nga nyo napatunayan eh. Ibig sabihin, what is the basis of this claim against the government of 97 million when the arbitral award is not yet there? Huwag po ninyong sasabihin na nag-arbitrate kayo, pagkatapos nag-compromise kayo. Hindi po tama yung ganun. Wala pa po akong nakita. Ako po nakapag-attend na rin ako ng mga arbitration, mga 2 hanggang 3. Mabusisi po talaga yun. Pero wala pong compromise agreement. Yung talagang itutuloy yun. Merong reception of evidence. Ang sabi po ng Pangulo, Cory Aquino, kailangan transparent. Doon nyo ilalatag lahat ang inyong mga katibayan ng pagmemayari. At kompleto ang record, public and formal. Hindi po natupad yun. Sapagkat ngayon, ang pinakikita nyo sa amin, compromise agreement. Hindi po ganoon ang sinabi ng opisina ng Pangulo. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, pwede na ho ba akong sumagot?
Go ahead. Teka muna, ano po isasagot nyo doon? Ang tinatanong ko kanina, ano po yung inyong legal basis? Nauna po kayo, kahit nasusundin ko sa April 15, 1992, nauna kayo ng 3 taon. Susundan ko po yung sa Supreme Court facts, nauna kayo ng 9 na taon. Alin man doon, adelentado po kayo. Ano po yung basis at nauna kayong nakapag-occupy?
Meron, Mr. Chair, meron po kasing isang mga amendments po sa agreement to arbitrate. This is dated January 22, 1992. Maaari ko ho bang i-quote yung specific provision po?
Attorney Ridon, if I may assist for the guidance of the discussion, ang kailangan niyo pong ipakita, noong pong 1986, sumulat si Attorney Tanyada. Ang sabi niya, ibalik niyo na sa amin, kasi di ba ang unang sulat niya, you can use the facilities of ABS-CBN. After that, there was another letter. Sabi ni Attorney Tanyada, binabawi na po namin. If I may quote, yung letter niya kay President Aquino, Attorney Lorenzo Tanyada, that, Ms. President, to advise the ABS-CBN now desirous of regaining immediate possession of its aforementioned properties. Ito po yung letter ni Tanyada. After that, nag-arbitration kayo ng 1987 signed by Executive Secretary Joker Arroyo and Mr. Eugenio Lopez. Yun ho ang iniingi ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Magmula sa letter ni Tanyada, paano kayo nabigyan kaagad ng possession in 1987?
Mr. Chair, tulad po ng nabanggit ko kanina, gradual po yung pagbalik. And in 1992 po, January 22,
So meaning, there was no letter, no legal basis, it was just parang an arrangement. You just went in and operated ABS-CBN and then you formed an arbitration committee. Tama po ba?
After the announcement na yung demand letter nga po ni Senator Tanyada,
Opo.
binalik, and at the same time, in the same demand letter ay humihingi po
Doon
ng
po sa pagbabalik,
compensation.
wala pong kahit anong kasulatan.
The basis po was the agreement to arbitrate. Kanya nga po na sinasabi ko kanina na gradual po kasi ang pagbalik, Mr.
Sa
Chair.
madaling salita po, ang sinasabi nyo kay Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, from 86, upon the trigger of the letter of the late Senator Lorenzo Tanyada, the agreement to arbitrate was the basis for the takeover.
Opo.
Okay. Thank you. This is Marcoleta.
Nakalagay po ba dun sa agreement to arbitrate na kapag pinirmahan po ba yun ay makakapag-occupy na kayo at mate-turn over na sa inyo yung ABS-CBN? Nakalagay po ba dun sa agreement to arbitrate?
Ito po sa 90 sa agreement to arbitrate dated January 6, 1987. Ang pinag-uusapan muna, ang pinag-uusapan lamang po doon ay compensation. Kasi nga po, naibalik na unti-unti, binabalik na po unti-unti yung possession ng ABS-CBN from the Korea administration po. Pero totally po, although nakapag-operate na po earlier, but the total delivery of return of the possession happened in 1992 po, April 1992.
Attorney, kaya nahihirapan po tayo, hindi responsive po yung sagot ninyo eh. Kanina po, ginaid na po kayo ni Congressman Michael Defensor dahil naghahanap nga po tayo ng legal basis, napapayag niya kayo na sabihin niya na ang basis ay yung agreement to arbitrate, di ba? Ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo, meron po bang nakalagay dyan sa agreement to arbitrate na kapag yan ay pinirmahan, pwede nyo nang i-occupy yung ABS-CBN? Napakasimple po ng tanong, attorney. Huwag na po inyong hanapin, wala dyan, nabasa ko na po yan eh.
Nandito, Mr. Chair, ito po yung for the return of the television and radio stations together
Yan po
with
yung
operating
objective.
equipment.
Kaya kayo mag-arbitrate. Yun po yung pinaka-layunin kung bakit kayo mag-arbitrate. Ang tinatanong ko po sa inyo, pagkapirma po ba niyan, pinayagan na kayong mag-occupy niyan? Ang nangyari po kasi talaga, attorney, kaya nga kanina po, in-stipulate ko na ito, on July 21, 1986, the corresponding order by the PCGG for the turnover of the said frequencies was issued. Ang may kagagawan po nito yung PCGG eh. Ang katunayan, dapat po sana yung PCGG nandito para siyang magpatibay kung paano niya ginawa ito, samantalang ito po ay laban at labag dun sa gusto ng Pangulo na kailangan mag-arbitrate muna kayo. To the credit of the former president, she was so, I think, decided in her desire that ABS-CBN should be able to prove once and for all by competent evidence na talagang kayo ang may-ari. Tama naman po yung proseso na yun eh. Kaya po hinahanapan namin kayo ng record ng proceedings. Huwag niyo po sasabihin sa amin na yung compromise agreement, yun po yung arbitral award. Hindi po ganun yun. Abogado rin po kayo. Magkakaroon po kayo ng pagkakamali. Dalawang bagay po. Hindi nyo sinunod ang kagustuhan ng Pangulo. Kaya nga kayo pinagbigyan ng dahil dun eh. Pagkatapos nauwi kayo sa compromise agreement, wala namang sinasabi doon na katibayan na napatunayan ninyo na kayo ang may-ari. Ang pinag-uusapan lang doon, solian ng claim ng bawat isa. Yun po yung nakalagay sa record, Mr. Chair. Meron po ba kayong gusto mong sagot?
Kung records po or the proceedings, nagkaroon po ng paglilitis.
Mr. Chair, ulit-ulit po tayo rito eh. Tama nga po siguro meron kayong proceedings. Ang tinatanong po namin dito, yung record, ayaw po ba nyo na matulungan namin kayo, makilatis natin, malaman natin na talagang dumaan sa talagang proseso na yun ang ginusto ng presidente ng panahon na yon. Bakit palagi tayong bumabalik sa issue na nagkaroon kayo ng pag-proceedings? Siguro nga po, pero yung record ng proceedings, ang kailangan namin makita. Ang sabi ninyo, meron kayo. So para matapos tayo, Mr. Chair, gusto po ng representasyon ito na kinakailangan isubmit po ninyo yung kompletong proceedings sapagkat ito po ang naayon dun sa directive ng Pangulo ng Pilipinas noong panahon na yun.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized, please?
Yes, Mr. Katigbak.
Mr. Chair, if you allow me, I would just like to read very, very quickly part of the Supreme Court decision with regards to the Gascon case. And I'll quote, "The record discloses the following facts. The Lopez family is the owner of 2 television stations, namely Channel 2 and 4, which they have operated through the ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation. On April 17, 1986, the Lopez family, through counsel ex-Senator Lorenzo Tanyada, requested President Aquino to order the return to the Lopez family of TV stations 2 and 4. On June 13, 1986, the Lopez family made a written request to the PCGG for the return of TV station Channel 2. On June 18, 1986, the PCGG approved the return of TV station Channel 2 to the Lopez family. The return was made on October 18, 1986. With regard to the question po of whether we have the document evidencing this, at this time we still don't have, to my knowledge, the actual PCGG ruling, but we will exercise our best effort to find this document. I understand the point being made by DS Marcoleta. If I could continue lang po, Mr. Chair, just very quickly. Thereafter, the Lopez family requested for the return of TV station Channel 4. Acting upon the request, Executive Secretary, by authority of the President, entered into, with the ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, an agreement to arbitrate. So sa pagkaintindi ko po sa Supreme Court description, yung agreement to arbitrate was for the return of the remaining properties of ABS-CBN, but by virtue of the PCGG order, Channel 2 had already been returned effective October 18, 1986 po.
Thank you, Mr. Katigbak. And in relation to that, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, if I may just add, kung titingnan niyo po yung forma ng inyong mga abogado from day one, yung kay Atty. Tanyada, yung claim niya na yun is a claim that you never lost ownership. Kaya ang sinasabi niya, eto ginamit ninyo, balik nyo na sa amin. Eto ginamit ninyo, balik nyo na sa amin. So, wala po ang burden sa inyo para sabihin na amin yan. Di ba? Ang gobyerno dapat magsabi. Pero dapat po, sagutin nyo si Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Kasi yun po tinitingnan niya, paano mapunta sa inyo? No? I think the correct reply to that is, we never lost ownership in the first place. That is why there was no burden of proof on our behalf to show ownership. Kaya po ang pinasok agad was an arbitration process. Ano bang claim nyo? Anong claim niya? Which is, pagka po pinag-aralan niyo po yung inyong kasulatan, nag-usapan na kayo sino may utang, sino magbabayad. Kinilanan na kayo kaagad by virtue of that agreement. Yun po, Mr. Katigbak, Atty. Redon, yun po tingin ko yung angulo doon sa inyong statement. I'll now relinquish and give back the presiding duties to our chairman.
Salamat, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Sa kalaman po ng lahat, kasama po natin ngayong araw na ito ang PCGG. At bago ko po i-recognize ang PCGG na kinakatawan po ni Commissioner John Agbayani, ito po ay mga maaasahan natin. At si Director Stephen Tanchuling, the COMSEC is directed to execute the oath of our distinguished guest before this body.
Ikaw na lang. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Maraming salamat po, Comsec. PCGG, can you pwede po bang pakilinaw po tungkol sa mga usapin na kanina po ay nabanggit na ni Congressman Marcoleta, Commissioner John Agbayani, pwede niyo po ba kami bigyan ng linaw?
Magandang gabi po, Chairman and Your Honors. Base po sa PCGG records, nais ko pong ilahad yung sinasabi nilang staggered basis in turning over the possession and ownership of ABS-CBN to the Lopezes by the government. This is based on, briefly po, itong mga following events. Unang-una po, yung uh, 1986 sequestration po ng Canlaon Broadcasting System.
Mr. Chair, sino po ba nagtanong sa PCGG representative? Wala pa po akong tinatanong sa kanya.
Kanina po, paalala lang po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, kanina po ay hinahanap nyo ang paglilinaw ng PCGG. Tungkol po sa usaping ito, pabayaan po natin na makapagsalita po ang PCGG.
Wala po ako sinabi na hinahanap ko yung PCGG. Binanggit ko lamang po sa
Hearing
record.
suspended.
Pwede po bang malaman ang pangalan po ng representative ng PCGG?
Hearing resumed. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, pwede po bang malaman ang pangalan ng representative ng PCGG?
PCGG.
Si Commissioner John A. Agbayani po. Your Honor.
Ito po sa record na naitala ng aming committee ay nakalagay po yung ganito. On July 17, 1986, PCGG sent a letter to the Board of Administrators directing the turnover of TV Channel 2 frequency and radio frequencies, DWOK, etc., both in Metro Manila. Ito po ba'y kinukonfirm ninyo?
Opo. Opo, Your Honor.
21, 1986, the corresponding order by the PCGG for the turnover of the said frequencies was issued. You confirm this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit po ganun na nangyari? Napakabilis yata. Wala po ba kayong kinailangan na proseso o halimbawa magpangapagpapatunay at ang nangyari rito, sinulatan nyo kagad ang Board of Administrators at CLA inutusan na ninyo na i-turn over ang Channel 2. Samantalang dun sa Letter of Instruction number 11, ginawa po yun ng dating Pangulong Cory Aquino in order to determine the true ownership of these facilities. Bakit po ang nangyari, wala pa namang determination, ang PCGG gumawa na kayo ng hakbang para i-turn over ang ABS-CBN facilities sa kanila?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, base po sa record ng PCGG, kasi matagal na po nangyari po ito, before this decision was arrived at, there was a deliberation by the PCGG and bank to deliver a temporary use and possession of the radio frequencies of DWOK 630, DWW 101, and the TV Channel 2 frequency. Ngunit, temporary use and possession lang po ito. That is the basis of their early occupation of ABS-CBN. Kung titingnan po ninyo ang order na ito of 17 July 1986, it is consistent with the desire of President Cory Aquino. Nakalagay po rito that it shall be understood that the use of the ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation of the above frequencies shall be subject to whatever may be the final adjudication by appropriate authority on the ownership of the above-mentioned property. Kaya consistent po ang tayo ni President Cory Aquino na although the temporary use and possession of these facilities were granted to ABS-CBN, but it is subject to determination finally of the by proper authorities on the ownership of this property.
Salamat po. Mr. Chair, malinaw po yung binanggit ng representative ng PCGG. Ang pagkaka-turnover sa kanila ay temporary lamang and it will be subject to the appreciation of evidence of ownership that will be submitted by ABS-CBN. And I think that particular response is supported by Executive Order number 11, which was dated April 8, 1986, wherein the Board of Administrators were directed to determine the accurate information to the people's pending investigation by the Commission and until the question of true ownership is determined. Tama po yung kanilang sagot. Kaya po kanina, ang tinatanong ko kay Attorney Rendon, at ngayon, lumilitaw pala na ang pagkakakuha nila was made subject to that condition na kinakailangang magpatibay pa rin kayo ng ownership. Kaya tama po yung sinabi ni former President Corazon Aquino. Dito nyo lamang mapatutunayan, dito sa transparent na pagbibigay sa inyo ng pagkakataong mapatibayan ninyo ang inyong ownership, lahat ng proof ng ownership ay ipakita ninyo, torrents titles at ibang mga katibayan ng pagmimayari ng inyong mga facilities sa pamamagitan ng arbitration. Kaya nga kanina pa po tayo paikot-ikot dito, ang hinahanap namin ay yung record ng proceedings hanggang makita natin doon na ipakita nyo ng buong buo ng walang pag-aalinlangan na talagang kayo talaga ang may-ari ng ABS-CBN. Ito po yung hinahanap naming record of proceedings, attorney. Hindi po yung nagkaroon kayo ng compromise agreement nang dahil lamang sa offsetting ng mga halaga ng pag-claim ng bawat isa sa panig ng gobyerno at ang panig ng ABS-CBN. Medyo walang closure. Parang kulang po doon . Yung pinaka-mahigpit, yung pinaka-importanting yugto na kung saan makita natin na may closure talaga sa pamamagitan ng isang arbitration, yun po ang hindi nyo maipakita ngayon. Walang record. Mr. Chair, until and unless ABS-CBN was able to submit the complete records of proceedings, wala pong closure ito. Sapagkat the best evidence, attorney, is the records of proceedings. Kahit na po, halimbawa, tanungin kayo nung mga kasama namin dito, mentioning about the doctrine of qualified political agency. Hindi po mangingibabaw yun . Ang importante pa rin is the best evidence, yung records ng arbitration proceedings. Kahit na po gamitin nyo yung doctrine of primary jurisdiction, the best evidence will prevail, yung record ng proceedings. Kahit gamitin ninyo yung presumption of regularity, mas gusto pa namin makita yung object evidence. That is the best evidence. Kahit gamitin pa ninyo yung doctrine of operative fact, hindi po mangingibabaw yun. Do sa best evidence, ito po yung record ng proceedings. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Congresswoman Josephine Ramirez Sato, na binigyan ni Congresswoman Aragones ng kanyang oras. At sa kalaman po ni Congresswoman Josephine Sato, meron pa pong available kayo na 8 minuto na maaaring magamit. Congresswoman Sato, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can somebody unmute me because I cannot unmute myself here? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I proceed with my interpellation, may I just make a manifestation? Because during our hearing last June 11, 2020, I was looking for the Philippine Securities representative to answer some questions. And but I think they had some problems with their connection, so they sent me a letter instead, answering, or in that letter they answered some of my questions. And I would just want to request the committee to please allow me to read this letter into the record, or because the Committee on Legislative Franchises was previously given a copy of this letter, that this be included in the record and made part of my interpellation last June 11, 2020. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Opo, naririnig po namin kayo, Congresswoman Sato.
Can the committee or the chairman rule that said letter will form part of my interpellation last June 11, 2020?
Opo, Congresswoman Sato, ang inyo pong sulat ay kukunin po ng ating committee secretary at magiging kasama po nitong hearing natin na ito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This representation believes that the crux of the matter, which we are discussing today, or as to whether or not the return to the ABS-CBN of the properties and facilities which were sequestered and taken over, rests on the nature of sequestration. I would like to direct my questions to DOJ first, and then later to the PCGG. Is there a representative from the DOJ? Mr. Chairman, is there a representative?
CC, you're now recognized.
Okay. I would like to read to you a letter of instruction dated September 22, 1972. This is LOI number 1, signed by the former President Ferdinand E. Marcos and addressed to the Secretary of the Department of National Defense. I would like to read this because I believe that this is the basis for the taking over of the facilities and properties of the ABS-CBN. Part of this NOI states that to prevent the use of privately owned newspapers, magazines, radio and television facilities, and all other media of communication for propaganda purposes against the government and its duly constituted authorities. Thus, the President at the time ordered the Secretary of the Department of National Defense to take over and control or cause the taking over and control of all newspapers, magazines, radio and television facilities, and all other media communications wherever they are for the duration of the present national emergency or until otherwise ordered by me or by my duly designated representative. Mr. Assistant Secretary, or I don't know the representative of the DOJ, but Mr. Representative of the DOJ, will you agree with me that this LOI only ordered the taking over and control of the facility for a temporary or for a specific duration of time that is during the presence of national emergency? Is that correct?
DOJ?
Good evening, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I hear the question again? I wasn't able to get it in its entirety. I apologize for that.
Did you hear the portion of the LOI which I read?
I did it, Your Honor. May I request,
Yes,
if you may indulge me, Your Honor.
The LOI ordered the Secretary of the Department of National Defense to take over and control or pause the taking over and control of all newspapers, magazines, radio, and television facilities, and all media communications wherever they are for the duration of the present national emergency and until otherwise ordered by me or by my duly designated representative. My question is, would you agree with me that the taking over and control of all these media facilities is temporary and for a duration stated herein during the national emergency? Is that correct?
Your Honor, assuming that that particular LOI is a valid LOI, so the language of that LOI would suggest that the takeover will only be temporary for the duration of the emergency.
Okay.
You're correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And it is very clear that it is only to take over and control or cause the taking over and control. It only specifically states taking over and control of these facilities. It does not refer to the transfer of ownership of these facilities. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. The takeover is limited only to possession and operation and does not include ownership.
So that when the government at that time, through the Secretary of National Defense, took over and controlled the facilities of ABS-CBN, the ownership of all these properties and facilities remains with the ABS-CBN.
That would be a correct interpretation, Your Honor.
So that you would also agree with me with the definition of sequestration that has been initiated in some jurisprudence, in some cases, that sequestration is the act of removing, separating, or seizing anything from the possession of its owner under the process of law.
That is the correct definition, Your Honor.
Okay. And this is in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution that you cannot deprive a person of his property without due process of law. That is the reason why in the definition of sequestration, it is only seizing the possession, but that should comply with the provisions or the processes of law. Now,
that's correct.
I will get back to you, sir, after I have asked practically the same questions from the PCGG. Mr. Commissioner of the PCGG, may I ask you a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Madam Congresswoman.
Yeah, you just heard the statement made by the officer or official of the Department of Justice. Will you agree with us that the taking over and control of the ABS-CBN during the martial law was only the taking over of possession and not the vesting of ownership to the government or to any other agency, and it was only for a specific duration?
I agree. I agree, Your Honor.
So that even if the government took over the facilities and control of the properties and facilities of the ABS-CBN. It is very clear and it is without any iota of doubt that the ownership is still vested in the owners of ABS-CBN. Is that correct?
You're correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so that when the specific duration as specified in the LOI number 1, that it was only valid during the presence of national emergency or otherwise ordered by the president or by his duly represented by his duly designated representative. When that time comes, it is the responsibility of the government to turn it over to the rightful owner. Is that correct?
You're correct, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. I would also want to go back to the processes. Can you give us a walkthrough of the processes that was done leading to the compromise agreement, which was entered into by the government of the Philippines through the executive secretary at that time, Chufisto Lingona, and representative of ABS-CBN. Would you know the process that was followed before they arrived at and signed the compromise agreement?
I think, Your Honor, that question should be addressed by ABS-CBN because PCGG was not a party to that compromise agreement.
No, you're not. I'm not asking you anything about the compromise agreement. Because earlier you said that you referred to the agreement to arbitrate, and you were referring to the records available to you in your office. So may I reform my question? Do you have records in your office that would show the process that was followed in this particular case before before culminating in the compromise agreement dated April 28, 1995?
Your Honor, PCGG was not a party to that compromise agreement of ABS-CBN and the government. We were just participants, or we are just privy to properties which were subject of sequestration. Unfortunately, in the Ministry Order number 3, which was used as basis to sequester and occupy ABS-CBN, the subject of sequestration there was not ABS-CBN. The sequestration was addressed on the Canlaon Broadcasting System entities, namely RPN, BBC, IBC, which were then owned by Roberto S. Benedicto, the crony of the late Ferdinand E. Marcos.
Okay, I know for a fact that you are not a party or you're not privy to the compromise agreement. I was just interested if you know the process or processes which were followed that led to the compromise agreement. But I believe that because I wanted to know if you have records to show the processes that led to the compromise agreement.
We do not have in PCGG, Your Honor.
All right, but okay. So in all other cases, you just mentioned that the sequestration, there were other properties or other television or other stations which were sequestered. You're referring to Canlaon or other, you just mentioned other stations. Would you say that the nature of the sequestration sequestration was also temporary in nature.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. It's temporary.
So that the very nature of the sequestration is that it is temporary and that ownership is not automatically vested in the government or transferred to the government.
As described briefly by the Supreme Court, sequestration is akin to a provisional remedy of attachment, and it will terminate at the moment there is a final adjudication as to the ownership of the property subject of sequestration. In this case, Your Honor, sequestration of properties, meron pong kaakibat po yan na main case na recovery. So in the meantime that the main case of recovery is still pending, the sequestration is there. But the moment the Sandigan Bayan decides who the owner really of this property sequestered, then the sequestration is lifted.
Right. Okay, that's very clear. So that this compromise agreement, which was entered into by the government and the ABS-CBN, which was recognized and confirmed by the Board of Arbitration, and which was later on passed upon by the Regional Trial Court, Branch 65 of Makati City on June 23, 1995. And I quote, the court finds that the compromise agreement is not contrary to law, morals, public order, good customs, public policy, and thus the Honorable Court approved the said compromise agreement. When this compromise agreement was entered into, and as you said, you're not a privy to this, I'm just asking you a hypothetical question. When this has been entered into in accordance with the processes provided by law and recognized by the Regional Trial Court, in your experience in the PCGG, do you respect this compromise agreement?
In various cases as decided by the Supreme Court, Your Honor, once a compromise agreement is entered into by the parties and it is not vitiated by fraud, consent, or any other vices that will invalidate the compromise agreement, that is binding upon the parties. It is the law between the parties. It is res adjudicata between the parties. And if there is a judgment rendered approving the compromise agreement, then it can be enforced and executed.
Thank you very much, because that is the very case attending, or the fact attending in this case of ABS-CBN, and no less than the Supreme Court in the Gascon versus Arroyo stated that because they recognize that the agreement to arbitrate is valid, and this compromise agreement was a result of the processes of arbitration. And may I quote what the Supreme Court said, that the agreement to arbitrate is valid. It is enforceable and irrevocable, save upon such grounds as exists at law for the revocation of any contract. As you said, this is a valid and binding contract between the Republic of the Philippines and the ABS-CBN. So it is very clear that never in the period of sequestration did ABS-CBN lose their ownership of these facilities and properties that were previously sequestrated.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. ABS-CBN did not lose ownership because It was not the subject of sequestration. It was not sequestered.
Okay. Thank you very much for that answer. May I go back to the Undersecretary of the Department of Justice? Mr. Undersecretary?
Hello again, Your Honor.
Yes. This compromise agreement that we are talking about entered into between Executive Secretary Jofisto Gingona in his official capacity and representing the government and the ABS-CBN was recognized or was declared as binding and valid by the Regional Trial Court of Makati on June 23, 1995. And this was also recognized by the National Telecommunications Commission in its order approving the application of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation for Certificate of Public Convenience. So this has been passed upon and ruled upon by agencies of government, by the court, that this is valid and binding. And this has been entered into in 1995. I would like to ask the question, Mr. Undersecretary. Can anybody or can the government still impugn, or anybody for that matter, can impugn the validity of this compromise agreement?
Your Honor, without going into the facts, the department is not privy to the facts that took place in this case, nor to the specific facts, nor to the specific procedural facts. We will just reply to your question from a legal perspective. And if the decision is not appealed by any of the parties, it becomes final and executory. And if that's the case, it cannot be questioned. It cannot be questioned again later on.
Yes, that's the same answer as the PCGG. Because as of this given date, there has been no question, no appeal on this decision of the Regional Trial Court on the validity of this compromise agreement, which was entered into between the government and the ABS-CBN. So thank you very much for that answer.
You're welcome.
For my last question, may I direct my question to the representative of the NTC?
NTC, you're recognized.
May I have your name, sir?
Attorney Cordova po, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman and Congresswoman Santo.
Okay.
Don't.
Chairman, Commissioner Cordova?
Apo.
Would you have any knowledge or of this order dated June 11, 2008, issued by your agency in favor of or granting the application of ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation for a certificate of public convenience to install, operate, and maintain DWWXT station, DZMM, and DWRB radio station in Metro Manila, which was filed on February 3, 1987. Are you aware of this order?
I am not personally aware, Your Honor, because I think that was issued before the time that I was there in the NTC. But we can check from the records, Your Honor, to verify and to confirm if those are if that order is genuine order, Your Honors.
Okay. I the committee and this representation a certified true copy of the order of NTC dated June 11, 2008.
We will do that, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Because in this order, it was stated that the Office of the Solicitor General, the PTV4, and the Kapitanan ng mga Broadcasters ng Pilipinas opposed the application of ABS-CBN because on the ground that the facilities and the frequency of ABS-CBN and those stations referred to are subject of sequestration. And it is in that order that the MTC specifically stated that they are granting the application because, number one, there is no pending case or proceeding before any agency, court, or tribunal which puts in issue the ownership of the petitioner of the equipment and facilities forming part of Channel 2, the WRR, and DZMM. The NTC likewise stated that all claims and controversies which ABS-CBN and the Republic of the Philippines had against each other relating to the certain TV and radio stations were submitted by both parties to arbitration in 1987 and have already been settled with finality. Third, on April 28, 1995, ABS-CBN and the Republic of the Philippines entered into a compromise agreement in the arbitration case which contained a full and final settlement of all claims, including the use and ownership of the TV stations owned by ABS-CBN. Fourth, the compromise agreement was signed by the Executive Secretary, Jofisto Gingona, for the Republic of the Philippines and the Vice Chairman of ABS-CBN, Mr. Augusto Almeda Lopez, assisted by then Solicitor General Raul Poco, Assistant Solicitor General Romeo de la Cruz, and Solicitor Carl Miranda. And sixth, the Board of Arbitrators, composed of retired Justice Amorfina Melesio Herrera, nominee of the parties, Cesar Garcia, nominee of the Republic of the Philippines, and Andres Bautista, nominee of ABS-CBN, approved the compromise agreement in a decision dated May 23, 1995. And lastly, the Regional Trial Court of Makati, Branch 65, through Judge Salvador Abad Santos, likewise approved the compromise agreement. And this case was a case number 94-1871 in a judgment dated June 23, 1995. This was contained in that order. That is the reason why I would want you to give or deliver to the committee a certified true copy of this order of your agency.
May I respond, Your Honors?
Go ahead.
We will submit the required certified true copy of the said order before the next hearing, Your Honors. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, it is very clear that the taking over and control and sequestration of facilities and properties of ABS-CBN only refers to the possession and use of these properties and facilities. The ownership remains and still remains with the ABS-CBN. And since it was only for a temporary period during the time of national emergency, it is incumbent, it is the moral obligation of the government to give it back to ABS-CBN, who remains the registered owner and the legal owner of these facilities and property. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, my dear colleagues.
Maraming salamat po, Congresswoman Josephine Sato. At bago ko po kilalanin ang ating muling magtatanong na si Vice Chairman Mike Defensor, the Chairman recognize Congressman Ed Selagman para po sa isang maikling manifestation.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Lagman.
I have no more manifestation to make because the previous proceedings already clarified the issue I wanted to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Ed Selagman. Ngayon naman po ang huling mag-i-interpellate ngayong gabing ito na si Congressman Vice Chairman Mike Defensor ay bibigyan po natin ng karagdagang 5 minuto. Iyan pong 5 minuto na yan ay nilagpas po sa oras ni Congresswoman Josephine Sato. May 10 minuto ka, Congressman Mike Defensor. Vice Chairman, you're now recognized. You have the floor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Una po sa lahat, nais namin magpasalamat sa mga kasama natin from ABS-CBN. Alas 9 na po. Alam kong hindi pa rin po kayo kumakain. Katulad din po namin na nandito. Of course, my colleagues here in the plenary at doon pong mga nasa Zoom. Kasi po pinag-uusapan natin kasaysayan. Gusto ko lang po, para rin sa kalaman ng ating mga kababayan, ito pong pagkakaupo ni Pangulong Marcos at pagdikta ng martial law. Pagpaumanin niyo din kasi noong 1969, ang pamilyang Lopez sumuporta sa pagkapangulo ni Presidente Marcos. Di po ba tama? Mr. Carlo Katigbak may want to answer that.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, Fernando Lopez was the Vice President of Mr. Marcos at the time. Siya po ang naging Vice Presidente. Kaya ako po nabanggit yun, may relasyon din po dun sa ating huling topic, yung politika. Pero dahil nauna po yung kasaysayan ng ABS-CBN, gusto ko lang pong ilinaw na kung masasabi natin, at ito yung sentimento ng pamilyang Lopez na yung nangyari ng panahon ng martial law, masasabi rin po natin na kayo po ay may kaunting kontribusyon sa naging problema ng martial law dahil kayo rin naman po ang sumuporta kay Pangulong Marcos nung siya po ay tumakbong presidente, di po ba?
ABS-CBN.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I can answer that correctly. I think the family might have supported Mr. Marcos, but I don't think they have had anything to do with the decision to declare martial law.
That's correct. And that's correct. And I agree with you. You were really, no, what I'm saying is, if the family felt aggrieved during the time of martial rule, which you were, you were politically and financially decimated by the Marcos government. We were very young at the time, but you have to understand that it was also the Lopez family who supported the presidency of Ferdinand Marcos. Isn't that correct, Mr. Katigbak?
I cannot answer that personally, but from what I understand, yes, they supported Mr. Marcos at the time.
Kaya ko po nabanggit yun, Mr. Katigbak, kasi nga sa pagdaan ng kasaysayan at talaga namang malakas ang ABS-CBN, malakas ang inyong impluensya kung sino magiging Pangulo at leader ng bansa, yan po yung mga nagiging implikasyon at nagiging problema sa ating sitwasyon na doon panahon na yun, nung nakita ni Mr. Marcos na talagang malakas kayo at maaring nilalabanan nyo na siya.
biglang nagdeklara ng martial law. At dito nga po tayo napunta sa problema natin sa ngayon. Problema noon, bata pa po tayo noon, at yung sitwasyon natin sa ngayon. Pangalawa po, alam niyo, naguguluhan lang ako sa isyong to kasi ibinalik sa inyo yung ABS-CBN from a layman's point of view po, si ang gobyerno pang nagkautang sa inyo ng 95 million. Parang naguguluhan po ako dun sa naging proseso na dun nga sa pagkawala, kinuha na sa inyo ng gobyerno, pag upo ng Pangulong Cory, ibinalik sa inyo, sila pa may utang. Bakit po ba nagkaganon? Would anyone care to answer or
ABS-CBN?
Yun po yung paksa na pinag-usapan. Kaya nga po nagkaroon ng arbitration. Dahil po yung ABS-CBN ay naniningil po lamang ng rental sa paggamit ng facilities.
Tama po. Alam niyo po, ang mga karakter na bumubuo sa EDSA Revolution, ang mga tao, at yung pong pagkakabalik ng mga ABS-CBN ay mga taong hindi matatawaran yung kanilang reputasyon, yung kanilang pagka-Pilipino. Sa banda ng ABS-CBN, no less than Senator Lorenzo Tañada. Sa banda naman po ng ating gobyerno, the Honorable Joker Arroyo. At sa katotohanan naman po, magkakasama rin po sila noong panahon ng revolusyon. Pero sila din po nagkakasama. May isa lang pong pagkakamali dito, Attorney Redon, and to all the ABS-CBN. There was never a discussion or an audit on finance. There was never a discussion or audit of the equipment. Ang nangyari ho, to my mind, this was a arbitration agreement na wala pong, hindi po tiningnan yung aspeto ng mga ekwipo at yung mga iba pa hong gamit. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, sa arbitration proceedings po, we presented representatives from Asian Appraisal. Meron po silang, I think 3 po ang testigo nila kasi inappraise po yung mga equipment and property, kung magkano po ang halaga nun to determine the just compensation for the use of the equipment during the Cory administration until po fully na turn over yung possession na yon sa ABS-CBN.
Tama po, Attorney. Nagkaroon kayo ng appraisal on the just rate of rental. Nagkaroon kayo ng appraisal doon sa equipment which will be turned over. Pero ang hindi niyo po in-appraise, noong 1972, ano ba ang equipment ni ABS-CBN? At nung ibinabalik na ng gobyerno sa Lopez family, ano ba yung mga equipment na yun? Kasi kung ako po yung, kung titingnan po yung nangyari, di ba? Sinabi, binigay mo sa inyo yung bahay, luma, kinuha niya, luma ang furniture. Nag-take over po ang administrasyon ni Presidente Marcos. Inayos niya yung bahay, nilagyan niya ng mga upuan, nilagyan niya ng ano. Bigla na lang po nag-turn over, nag-take over kayo. Hindi nakita kung ano yung, hindi nagkaroon ng audit, kung ano yung dati at ano yung ibinalik sa inyo. Hindi ko nakikita sa agreement kung ano yung utang nung kinuha ninyo at nung ibinalik sa inyo. For example, from what I understand, ang sinasabi ng unang gobyerno is, ng Lopez family, for the government to take over so that the loans will be paid for by the government. There's an assertion to that effect. Eventually, government paid for that. Ano ba yung utang na yun? Hindi ko naintindihan. If you look at the agreement, ang inyo lang po pinag-usapan, yung rental ng RPN 9 at ABS. So yun lang po yung gusto ko lang sabihin na andyan po yung arbitration agreement but wala pong klaro sa aking from the side of finance, ano ba yung dati at ano yung ibinalik ng gobyerno sa ABS-CBN Lopez family.
tulad po ng sinabi ko po, nagkaroon po ng appraisal. Kasi nga po, kung babasihan po natin from 1972, definitely po, may mga nawala na rin pong mga facilities. From 1972 to 1986, matagal po yun. So nung ibinalik na po, ay kung ano lamang po yung, meron po kasing, I think there was an inventory na we even also presented witnesses ng mga dating empleyado ng ABS-CBN. Sila po nagpatunay na nung tinake over po yan since martial law or even until nung martial law po, ay yun po yung mga existing na mga ekwipo ng ABS-CBN.
Okay po, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, let's not argue on that. I would just ask the PCGG, because from a letter of Commissioner Mildred Aguilar-Flyder of the PCGG, and if I may just cite yung pong sinabi niya, although our orders of July 17 and 21, 1986 limited the transfer of said assets, which are the broadcast equipment, to only the use and physical possession thereof without prejudice to the final adjudication of ownership and title thereto. The undersigned is constrained to repeat some concerns. This was the opposition of Commissioner Mildred Flyder to the PCGG on the transfer of custody and control of sequestered assets. Anyway, let's not belabor the point. Andiyan na naman po yan. I just wanted to raise, and if I may ask PCGG to submit that letter to the committee. Ang huling tanong ko po, Mr. Chairman, at siguro naman ho, sa history, I do not know when this will be taken up. Noong 2010, 2014 ho, nagsubmit na kayo ng renewal. Ano po nangyari? Kasi ngayon ho, under COVID, under pressure, 10 months, pinipilit nating aprubahan o pag-usapan tong prangkisa. You can imagine, noong pong 1986-87, ibinalik ng Pangulong Aquino sa inyo ang prangkisa. In 2014-2016, the President is the son of former President Cory Aquino. I would think there is at some point some congruence in terms of principles, in terms of perception, no, or political camp, if you may, yung meron po kayong pagkakaisa sa isip at kampo pampolitika ng Pangulong Noynoy Aquino. Ano pong nangyari 2014 at hindi napurso ang inyong prangkisa?
I can only answer factually, Mr. Chair, that there was no hearings scheduled for the franchise in I think it was the 16th Congress.
Kahit isa pong pandinig sa prangkisa ng 2014?
Sorry po, there was one hearing. There was only one hearing scheduled po.
Ito po yung bill na final ni Congressman Agabao, if I'm not mistaken. Opo. So matapos po ng isang hearing, ano po nangyari?
It was not acted on by the committee, Mr. Chair.
Kasi alam niyo po, Mr. Katigbak, ito pong sitwasyon namin, and I think I can speak for some who are asking questions. Alam niyo dito sa social media, araw-araw tumitira yung mga pro-ABS, anti-ABS. Kami po yung napagitna sa isang sitwasyon na 10 buwan pinipilit namin i-hearing to. Ngayon ho, ilang COVID nga tayo, suspended ang hearings, ang session, nandito ho kami. Bakit ho hindi nyo kayo nagpuso ng 2014? Bakit hindi po nagsalita mga taga-ABS-CBN ang mga artista na nagsasalita ngayon noong 2014 to 2016 na panahon naman po ng Pangulong Noynoy Aquino?
Hindi ko po masasagot yung sa 2014 po. But sa ngayon po nagsasalita yung mga artista at empleyado kasi tinanggalan po kami sa ere. I think more than any other reason, that's why people started speaking out po, Mr. Chair.
Klaro ko lang po, no? Nagkaroon ng cease and desist, kayo po ang nagsara dahil kung lalabanan niyo po yun sana, pwede naman. Pero at any rate, noong pong 2014-2016, ang luwag ho ng panahon natin eh. Noong panahon ni Noynoy Aquino, from 2014 to date, 6 years. At pinapayagan po yan na pwede kayong mag-apply na mas maaga at mag-renew ng mas maaga ng inyong prangkisa, ng inyong lisensya at kung anong pamampo na pinanghahawakan. So, meron po ba makakasagot sa atin sa ABS-CBN kung ano nangyari? Because ito, for the record, malalaman na ho ng committee later on, years from now, mababasa po ito ng mga tao at mapapaliwanag yun ng malinaw kung bakit hindi kayo nag-renew. Galit po ba si Presidente Noynoy Aquino sa inyo ng mga panahon na yun?
Hindi ko po masasagot yung aksyon ng Kongreso nung panahon na yon. Sa pagkakaalam ko po, nag-file po kami ng renewal in the previous 2 Congresses. And I understand there was only one hearing that was called with regards to our franchise application.
Eh bakit naman po nung kami nga po ang 10 buwan pa lang, bigla naman kaming tinira ng kung saan-saan na sinisisi ang Kongreso. I think Congressman Villago, did you file that time, before 2016?
Defensor, as far as I know, 16th Congress pa lang, final na ito. Nagkaroon sila ng isang hearing, after that, nawala na. So I
17th or
16th? 16th Congress. So I filed it on 17th Congress. Hindi din nadinig. And now 18th Congress. Ngayon pa lang natin nag-uumpisa ang discussion tungkol sa franchise of ABS-CBN.
So sa makautuwid po, nung 16th Congress, hindi po si Congressman Chicoy Alvarez. 17th Congress, hindi pa si Congressman Chicoy Alvarez. Nung second half. Di ba ho? Asa na po? Wala po naging hearing.
Opo, 17th Congress is under the chairman of Chicoy Alvarez. Wala pong hearing na naganap. And then ngayong 18th Congress, last March 10 lang kami nagkaroon ng hearing with the Speaker Cayetano po.
Hinintay ka lang ng ABS-CBN, Congressman Mike Defensor.
Yun lang mabigat dun. So, from that time to this time, because the 2014 to 2016 years were the very critical. Ito po para sa akin ang critical. Dahil kung ang Pangulong Noynoy Aquino, na anak ng dating Pangulong Pangulong Aquino, Cory Aquino, na ibinalik sa inyo, eh bakit hindi naman niya ibabalik ang inyong renewal?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I cannot answer for the President. What I can say is that ABS filed our franchise renewal application with the committee po.
Yung iba po bang opisyal na nandun sa 2014, would you like to reply to that?
Mr. Chair, if I may add, no. I think at that time nung hindi na siya gumalaw, we felt that we had time pa naman, so we didn't pursue it at that point when it was not moving anymore. So I think that's why it was refiled again in the 17th Congress. So yun yung nangyari po.
The 16th Congress was the time of President Noynoy Aquino. And you were thinking the 17th Congress and the 18th Congress.
Yes.
That could be pursued. So again, was there any problem with President Noynoy Aquino or any of the officials of President Noynoy Aquino? Because Chris Aquino was there in 2014 with ABS-CBN. Is that not correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yun naman po. Talent niyo si Chris Aquino. Ang Presidente Noynoy Aquino, anak ng President Cory Aquino. Ako po yung nagtataka, ba't hindi niyo na rin yun ang panahon na yun?
Ang tanong po ni Congressman Mike Defensor ay nagkatampuhan po ba kayo nung panahon na yan?
Mr. Chair, I think yung negosyo ho namin sa ABS, I think it's quite normal ho na every administration nagkakatampuhan naman at some point kung may mga hindi magandang lumalabas. But I cannot cite any specific issue at that point na with the President Aquino at that point, na hindi natuloy dahil doon.
Nakausap niyo po ba si President Aquino, Mr. Lopez, Mr. Katigbak?
Tungkol sa franchise po, hindi po namin pinag-usapan yun.
Pag-uusap lang po na itong approval, hindi niyo na pag-usapan.
Hindi po.
Wala po kayong idinulog kay Pangulong Noynoy tungkol dito sa prangkisa ng 2014 to 2016?
Personally po, hindi ko kinausap si Presidente tungkol sa prangkisa ng ABS po.
Mr. Lopez, would you have any
No, Mr.
discussion?
Chair, I'm not aware at that point.
Chris Aquino po, hindi niyo ko kinausap na tumulong para inunin niyo yung prangkisa.
Ako, hindi rin po.
Kayo po, Mr. Lopez.
Hindi rin po at the time.
Parang kayo ho ata may kasalanan kung ba't di kayo na rin yun ng 2014 to 2016. Hindi ho kayo nakipag-usap sa mga dapat kausapin. Tama po kayo, naintindihan ko. From time to time, may tampuhan. I was there during that time. And we had also some skirmishes. I would recall that I would call ABS-CBN and the lawyers would be there and we would be discussing ano yung ginagawang broadcast ng ABS. No? Pero, you know, it is, again, if you look at the history of ABS-CBN and the Lopez family, natanggal po sa inyo yan, na ibalik sa inyo ng Pangulong Cory, pero seemingly hindi nyo na ibalik when the talent was Chris Aquino, the daughter of President Cory Aquino, and the President is Noynoy Aquino, the son of President Aquino. I cannot see why it cannot be renewed at that time. There was very legal basis to do that. You could have done that easily. Nobody would question because some franchises would do it earlier than the prescribed date. Napakahirap po mag-renew pag nandun ka na sa deadline. And there was no moral, to my mind, problem if you had pursued a renewal at that time. Would you like to give any statements to that effect? O meron po ba kayong gustong sabihin?
I don't think there's anything else I can add, Mr. Chair, other than that we did file for the renewal of our franchise application with Congress. And unfortunately for us, it was not acted on by the 16th and 17th Congress.
Ngayon po, isang statement lang, Mr. Chair, tapos na po ako. Ito yung nangyayaring hearing natin sa prangkisa ay dumadaan sa isang constitutional process. Meaning to say, hindi po to take over ng gobyerno. Hindi ho nangyari to during martial law when accordingly in the affidavit of, doon po sa affidavit ni Mr. Roneda, sinasabi niya, pumasok ang mga sundalo nag-take over. Dumadaan po tayo sa isang legal at constitutional na proseso. Ang Kongreso po ang may kapangyarihan magbigay sa inyo ng prangkisa. Dahil ito nga po ay isang pribilehiyo, ito po yung desisyon na gagawin ng Kongreso. Pag kami po ba nagdesisyon na huwag kayong bigyan ng prangkisa, tinitingnan niyo pa buto na isang pang-aabuso ng gobyerno o katulad ng diktadoryang Marcos na tinake over kayo? Gusto ko lang pumalaman kung ano ang pananaw niyo tungkol dito.
Your Honor, the prerogative to grant or deny a franchise rests solely with Congress. And while we're here to try and prove to the committee that there's good reason why our franchise should be renewed, at the end of the day, we respect the rule of law po.
Thank you, Mr. Katigbak. And would you recognize this as a legal and constitutional process? And that later on, years from now, history will not say that we oppressed ABS-CBN or that we forcefully took over ABS-CBN.
We are present at these hearings, Mr. Chair, because we recognize that this is part of the process.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the reply of Mr. Katigbak and Mr. Lopez on the questions about the history of ABS-CBN. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa inyo. Pasalamat din po na talagang nandito kayo. Alam ko ho, kaya nga tinatanong ko kung kumain po kayo kanina, alam ko rin hindi ka kumain. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikiisa dito sa ating pag-uusap. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ABS-CBN, and to all my colleagues.
Maraming salamat sa mala-showbiz na pagtatanong ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. At wala na pong nakalista na magtatanong. Yes, Congressman Zarate.
Mr. Chair, some administrative matters lang. Napag-uusapan kasi kanina yung records, no, itong arbitration. At in-scan ko nga itong yung desisyon ng arbitration board, meron namang address, ano? At nakita ko rito yung secretariat is headed by Attorney Belsi C, no? At siya nga may document dito that he certified it as a true copy of that decision. Sa pagkakaalala ko, Mr. Chair, no? Si Attorney C is now with the Energy Regulatory Commission, no? Kasi po pag may sinabi kanina ng ABS, meron silang kopya ng mga ilang dokumento, kailangan ipa-certify pa uli nila yan doon. So, akin pong minamungkahi, Mr. Chair, is baka pwede ho nating yung Board of Arbitrators, no, na nag-conduct ng proceedings, na gusto nating malaman kung ano ang nangyari, will be invited if they're still around. No? If not, in the alternative, ay pwedeng imbitahan si Attorney C, who is now with, if I'm not mistaken, with the ERC as one of the division chief, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Zarate. Inaatasan po ang ating committee secretary na imbitahan ang mga miyembro ng Board of Arbitration nung panahon po na pinag-uusapan ang pagbabalik sa ABS-CBN, o kung hindi mahanap yung ibang miyembro ay imbitahan si Attorney C. So ordered. Dahil po wala na pong iba pang magtatanong sa usapin ng pagkakabalik muli ng ABS-CBN sa Lopez family, ay tutungo na po tayo sa susunod na mga issue, ngunit ito po ay sa susunod na hearing po natin na ating gagawin sa Wednesday nitong linggong ito, 1 p.m. rin po, alauna rin ng hapon, at maghihintay po tayo kung matatapos natin ito ng maaga o kaya gagabihin na naman tayo ulit. Sa lahat po ng umattend ngayong hearing na ito, ang pag-uusapan po sa susunod natin na hearing ay whether or not ABS-CBN's application violate the 50-year constitutional limitation for a franchise, at kung makakaabot pa po tayo, ay pag-uusapan na rin po natin kung may violation po bang ginawa ang ABS-CBN sa pag-i-introduce nila ng ABS-CBN black box. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Marcoleta.
Huli man daw at magaling, nahihahabol din. Kasi po, nakakalimutan ko po na i-manifest ito. Dahil po sa pagtatanong kanina ni Congressman Rodriguez, tinatanong po ang representative ng ABS-CBN kung may nalabag na provision ng saligang batas dito sa pinag-uusapan nating pagbabalik ng ABS-CBN. Nakalimutan ko pong itanong sapagkat nandun po pala sa likod ng papel. Meron po kasi...
Isang tanong lang po ba yan, Congressman Marcoleta?
Hindi ko na po itatanong, ipare-record ko lamang po. Sa aking palagay po, ang nalalabag dito sapagkat kulang nga yung record, walang closure, Section 28, Article 2, 1987 Philippine Constitution, ang sinasabi po ay ganito: subject to reasonable conditions prescribed by law, the state adopts and implements a policy of full public disclosure on all its transactions involving public interest. Ito po yung parang nabaliwala sapagkat hindi tayo nakakita ng record, full disclosures ng transaction ng gobyerno kung pag-uusapan po ay pagkakabalik ng ABS-CBN sa kanila. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Marcoleta. At kung wala na po tayong pag-uusapan ngayong gabing ito,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we suspend our hearings until Wednesday, 1 p.m.
there is a motion to suspend our hearings.
Second.
Duly seconded. Hearing no objections. Hearing is suspended.
Hearing suspended.